Volume 1, Chapter 1 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Evelyn by Anna Cora Mowatt. Chapter 1. When the young bride goes from her father's hall, she goes unto love yet untried and new. She parts from love which hath still been true. Mrs. Hemans. From Catherine Bolton to Elizabeth Montague, New York, May 2nd, 18 It is just 2 months tomorrow since I arrived in New York. Lone old body that I am, I have not quite lost my taste for social intercourse, nor my fondness for the study of human nature, which never so completely discards the cloak of conventionalism as in a stagecoach or a boarding house. Partly to indulge these predilections, and partly for other motives, I took up my residence in a fashionable establishment in Broadway. A fashionable boarding house, I hear you exclaim in surprise. Pray, how are you to encounter fashionable expenses? Do not be alarmed. My cupboard of a chamber in the 4th story, so called by courtesy, contains a narrow bed which is converted into a sofa in the daytime, and a small fancy screen that ornamentally shuts out one corner of the apartment, so that I am enabled to turn the bedroom into a boudoir at pleasure. The luxurious elegance of my accommodations will hardly ruin me. As I took my place at the well-filled breakfast table the morning after my arrival, I was startled by the sound of a familiar voice, but the face of the speaker I could not immediately recognize. The person who had attracted my attention sat opposite to me, and I had an excellent opportunity of scanning her features. She was a woman past her prime, but bien conservée. I think you would have pronounced her, if not decidedly handsome, at least very distinguished-looking. All that the potency of art could effect in repairing her perished charms had been essayed. Nothing could be more studiously becoming than her morning costume, a redding coat of dark silk, fitting closely to her expansive form, the snowy frill that concealed every trace of time's marring fingers upon her graceful throat, the half-demure, half-coquettish cap, with its neatly fluted border, which seemed contrived to set off just such a face, the sober and at the same time rich hue of the ribbons, that accorded so perfectly with the lady's somewhat faded complexion. Everything was in harmony, everything about her told, everything was in excellent taste. Then she sat with her back to the light, complaining of weak eyes that the blinds might be closed. There was something very winning about her manners, and she riveted the attention of the most indifferent person at will. Her perfect ease and independence would have degenerated into forwardness had her actions been pervaded by less of grace and suavity. She spoke loudly and energetically, but then her voice was round and fine, and as she desired many listeners, it was necessary for her to make herself heard. After gazing at her for some time, and so intently that I forgot the untasted omelette before me, I gradually remembered that altered face, and bending forward, timidly pronounced her name. She looked at me inquiringly a moment, and then cordially exclaimed, "Miss Bolton! Kate! Can it be possible that it is you?" I assured her of my identity, and she instantly addressed her husband, who sat at some distance, and said, "Mr. Willard, do you remember Miss Bolton? Kate, have you forgotten Mr. Willard?" Mr. Willard and I bowed to each other, and Mrs. Willard then presented her 2 daughters, who sat one on each side of her. 10 years had elapsed since I last saw them, and 10 years ago they were mere children. As I glanced at Ellen, the eldest, I could hardly repress an exclamation of pity. She was indeed an object to excite compassion. Her shoulders were high and round, and not even her mother's skill in dress could conceal the deep hollow on one side and the swelling on the other, formed by a curved spine. Delicate and small as were her features, the rest of her head was remarkably large, but beautifully proportioned, and adorned with a profuse mass of glossy brown hair simply parted on her brow, the air of sad meekness that evinced itself not only upon her countenance, but in all her movements, rendered even her misfortune attractive. From the contemplation of the suffering Ellen, my eyes turned almost involuntarily to her sister Evelyn. I should but show my own lack of power if I attempted to give you any adequate idea of her sparkling, flashing, varying beauty. True, I might tell you that new-blown roses on a bed of sunlit snow were hardly as brilliant or as rich as her complexion, that her long jetty lashes cast so deep a shadow over a pair of darkly blue eyes that at times you would have declared those eyes were black, that the veil of shining hair, which fell in natural ringlets about her shoulders, in some lights was auburn, and in others the warmest and glossiest brown, and that where the hair parted on her forehead, it broke into those graceful waves which art cannot imitate, that her nose was almost Grecian, and her lips, although their outlines were fine, so full and pouting that their expression, had it been less innocent, might have been voluptuous. I might add that her form was a shade taller and rounder than that of the Venus de Medicis, but not a shade less perfect, that she was as energetic as she was restless, that every word she uttered was as full of naivete or feeling as every motion was replete with archness and grace, and yet you would hardly have a faint conception of the charms that varied as they beamed. But I have given you no description of Mr. Willard, and it was my intention to bring all my friends before your mind's eye, that you might be more interested in their history. As far as I can judge of ages, Mr. Willard must be about 40. Picture to yourself a taciturn who never speaks anything beyond a commonplace, and yet delivers his remarks with as much impressive gravity as though he considered every sentence an aphorism. In person, tall and gaunt, with arms and legs which are a dreadful encumbrance to him, for he never knows what to do with them. A thin and sallow face, but features too heavy to be sharp, in spite of projecting cheekbones and hollow cheeks. Small, round, grey eyes, overhanging brows furnished with a goodly quality of bristly reddish hair, a consumptive pair of whiskers of deep auburn hue, curtailed in an even line from the mouth, a low and deeply furrowed forehead, thin, compressed lips, through which the shape of horse-like teeth is partially visible, a habitual frown that denotes calculation, care, and disappointment. Picture all these, and you will see Mr. Willard, with folded arms and a very absorbed mien, sitting before you. Let me return to my first interview with Mrs. Willard. After breakfast she invited me into her own drawing-room, and we spent several hours in talking over bygone days. Since then, either because she has had the discernment to discover some congenial qualities in me, or because she finds that I can be of service to her, we have become very intimate. I am almost as indispensable an appendage to her parlor as the sofa or the rocking chair. I am made quite as much use of, but to that I have no objection. Mrs. Willard has a vast number of acquaintances, many of them fashionable persons, and so she had 10 years ago, for she possesses a faculty of forcing herself into society to which she has no apparent claim, and of making herself welcome to persons whose acquaintance is considered an honor. Her husband is a Wall Street broker, but as he never had anything to lose, not even credit, the most ruinous speculations cannot harm him. I remember the family 10 years ago, when they lived in apparent style, but were in reality making a desperate effort to keep up appearances, and clothe the skeleton poverty in purple and gold. They were in the habit of taking a large house and furnishing but one room, which was the show-room or company room. The rest of their dwelling was destitute even of common comforts, but few ever saw behind the scenes. As the rent of the house never made a part of their domestic expenses, they generally moved every 6 months. As for servants, a new set was engaged every few days, who found their home too uncomfortable to remain a week at the longest, and were glad enough to quit the field without their wages. On 1 or 2 occasions, to be sure, a shrewd domestic would pay himself by purloining a few silver spoons, but Mrs. Willard was too watchful for this disaster to occur frequently. The manner in which Mrs. Willard gratified her taste for expensive dress is worth mentioning. As soon as she ran up a large bill in one store, she withdrew her valuable patronage from that establishment, and commenced an account with another. These accounts, as you may suppose, she expected to cancel at doomsday. But the Willards moved about so frequently that their duns had some difficulty in finding them, and when they found, the search was only a loss to the seeker. As Mr. Willard had by no means the same tact in procuring himself attire which his wife possessed, he was generally very shabbily dressed, while her toilette was always costly and elegant. For about 16 years or more, they lived in the manner I have described, that is, lived without anything to live upon. At last, their furniture, the very furniture of their company room, which had been very often threatened, was seized by the sheriff, and actually removed from the house. "What shall we do?" exclaimed Mr. Willard despondingly. "This is ruin indeed." "Not so," replied his philosophic wife. "All is for the best, my dear. Evelyn will soon be 16. It is time to think of an establishment for her. There is no place in which one can get acquainted with rich young men so well as in a fashionable boarding house. There it is not necessary for them to take the trouble to call upon you. They see you morning and night in a natural way, and lose their hearts before they have the time to guard them. We must take board, my dear, in some desirable location. You can inquire beforehand what young men there are in the house, and before quarter-day comes round, Evelyn will be married, and of course her husband will act like a gentleman." There was no appeal from Mrs. Willard's decisions. Board was taken at the very house in which I accidentally engaged my little room. The Willards have been there 3 months, and the sagacious mother finds that she has made a wise and correct calculation. Evelyn's striking beauty and fascination could not fail to attract. Before she had been a fortnight in the house, half the young men were at her feet. Mrs. Willard immediately selected the one whom she supposed would make the most eligible husband for her daughter, and summoned all her skill into play in developing and strengthening the young gentleman's growing attachment. But how do you suppose she accomplished this desired object? By luring him into her own parlor and giving him continual access to her daughter's society and openly encouraging his attentions? Quite the contrary. Mr. Merritt, for that is his name, was the person of all others to whom she paid the least attention and was the least agreeable. When she saw him engaged in animated conversation with her daughter, she invariably interrupted him by calling Evelyn away. When the family attended the theater, he was never requested to join the party, and he was the very last gentleman in the house whom Mrs. Willard had the courtesy to invite into her private parlor. Mr. Merritt was piqued at this apparent neglect. Every obstacle that impeded his free intercourse with Evelyn only rendered him more desirous of beholding her, more impatient at the continual restraint to which he was subjected. Under ordinary circumstances he would have taken a year to woo, but under these 6 weeks seemed an eternity. At the end of that period he offered himself, and his suit was by no means instantly received by the parents. They talked of Evelyn's youth, of their disinclination to part with her, and advised Mr. Merritt to wait a few years. Mr. Merritt became highly excited, and declared that he could not accede to their wishes, that he desired to be married immediately, and that he should be miserable until the beautiful Evelyn was his wife. The tender parents, especially the mother, were greatly moved by his agitation, and finally consented that the young couple should be united in 6 weeks more, although they professed to think the union very hasty and rather imprudent. There are persons in the house, some few cold and calculating persons, who pronounce all the imprudence to be on the side of Mr. Merritt. He is a young man, not more than 25 years of age, a merchant, already established in a prosperous business, and a master of a moderately large capital. His figure is good, and his face not exactly handsome, but pleasing and intelligent. I have not much opportunity of reading his character, yet I observe that he is sincere and generous in the extreme, is passionately enamored of Evelyn, but inclined to jealousy, and peculiarly sensitive to the world's opinion. He would not infringe the rules of etiquette to gratify the dearest wish of his heart. He entertains the greatest horror of doing anything different from other people, expressing a sentiment would not be generally approved, or even wearing a coat or cravat, which is not sanctioned by the present usages of society. The public is to him a mighty bugbear. At its shrine he trembles and bows, and lives in perpetual fear of incurring the wrath of the deity. Deeply he loves Evelyn. Had Mrs. Willard managed her schemes less dexterously, had he found leisure to reflect, and to make prudent inquiries concerning Mr. Willard's standing in society, all Mr. Merritt's enthusiastic idolatry of the beautiful girl would have been insufficient to induce him to make her his wife. As for Evelyn, I cannot say that she returns his affection, although she likes him very well, is flattered by his attentions, and willing to become the mistress of his house by first becoming his wife. The seal upon her virgin heart has never yet been broken, yet I am sure that heart is a mine of passion. Passion sparkles in her eyes, breathes upon her lips, speaks in every word, as undefined tenderness pervades all her actions and extends itself almost without discrimination to every being that comes within her sphere. In the words of Taylor, her objectless affection spread, not wholly unemployed, but squandered, at large where'er her fancy wandered. It is therefore that I dread to see those affections concentrated, unless they centre upon her husband. As yet, I am sure she has never loved, but then she is only 16. A few days ago, as she seated herself with careless grace of a child at my feet, and fondly turned her magnificent eyes to mine, I ventured to say to her, "Evelyn, you will soon become a wife. Do you think you will be happy?" "Happy," she replied gaily. "Why not?" "Do you love Mr. Merritt?" "To be sure. Do you not you?" "If you truly loved him, you would hardly ask the question of another." "Perhaps not, but still I like him as well as I like anybody I ever saw." "And you think you will be happy?" "Happy as the day is long. Does not mother say so?" I did not, for I could not reply, but as I looked upon her bright face, I inwardly offered up a prayer that it might never be shadowed by the struggles of a yearning heart, or the pangs of a rebuking conscience. Yesterday was the bridal morning. A beautiful morning it was. All nature seemed to smile upon the nuptials, and the sunshine within reflected the sunshine without. Evelyn danced about like a gleeful child, perfectly unimpressed by the solemnity of the vows she was about to make. Mrs. Willard was fluttered and agitated, so busy that she did not know which way to turn, and so delighted that she could do nothing at all. The father spent half the morning in brushing that off-scoured coat, coaxing his meagre hair and whiskers to remain where he had placed them, and surveying his own smiling face in the mirror. Ellen looked less sad than usual, and as none of the others had their wits about them, made herself very useful. The ceremony was to take place in St. Mark's Church at 2 o'clock, and the bride and groom, after returning with their friends to the house and partaking of a splendid collation, were to leave the city and make the fashionable tour, spending several days at Niagara and a few more at the Springs. At about 10 o'clock, Mrs. Willard and Ellen commenced to dress Evelyn, and, as you may suppose, I was called in to assist at her toilette. At first she would hardly remain quiet a single moment. A magnificent set of diamonds, the gift of her bridegroom, occupied her whole attention. She fastened the necklace around her slender throat, clasped the bracelets on her fair arms, and placed the splendid tiara upon her head, the glittering star which formed a brooch upon her bosom, and the diamond guard upon her delicate finger, then flew to the glass and gamboled before it until our eyes were dazzled by the rainbow lights which such a galaxy of diamonds emitted at every moment. After a while she submitted herself to my care, and I commenced arraying her in the bridal robes. Her shining tresses soon fell in ringlets about her white shoulders, shadowed by the sweeping veil of Mechlin lace. Once more the diamonds were clasped about her young brow and sparkled on her swelling bosom. Her dress only needed to complete her toilette. "Come and assist me, Kate," said Mrs. Willard. "Evelyn had better remain in her wrapper for half an hour longer." Evelyn consented to this proposition, and I left her to busy myself setting off the charms of Mrs. Willard. For nearly a quarter of an hour the bride was forgotten. As I neither saw nor heard her, I presumed she had left the room, but turning round to search for a stray ribbon, I beheld Evelyn seated upon a low stool, leaning her forehead against the wall, her arms hanging motionless beside her, the pupils of her large eyes strangely dilated as she gazed upon some fearful object in the distance. I thought I had never beheld her cheek so pale, nor her countenance so full of mingled grief and horror. Alarmed at her position and air, I ran up to her and pronounced her name, but she moved not. She did not hear me. I placed my hand upon her shoulder. It was very cold, and she started and trembled at my touch. "Dear Evelyn," said I, "what is the matter?" She pointed to a large mirror opposite, and replied in a voice that sounded hoarse and unnatural to my ears, "Look there." I looked and beheld her own form reflected, and told her that I did so. "I saw my own form too, but not as it looks now," she answered, shuddering, and still gazing in the glass. "It was worn and emaciated, and covered with rags, and—" "Wake up, foolish girl, you are dreaming. Come, your bridegroom is waiting." She sprang up at these words and said, "So I was dreaming. Do you know that I always have strange dreams, and that they always forebode something?" "Yes, and I know too that wise old women always interpret dreams by contraries. Therefore yours is a good one." "So it is, so it is. Give me my dress. How these diamonds sparkle! What a blaze of light! Come, dress me." We obeyed her commands, and she was soon attired for the altar. Had my advice prevailed, her toilette would have been perfectly simple, that her youth and beauty might have shone forth more conspicuously. But her mother insisted that every article of dress which Evelyn wore should be as costly as money, or rather the promise of money, could purchase. And she really looked, I was about to say like an angel, but a houri would be more appropriate, for if there was anything angelic about her, it belonged to the warm, sense-stirring beauty of the Mohammedan's paradise, rather than the pure and holy loveliness of Christian's heaven. The brilliant hue that usually mantled her cheek had been returned to them, and the careless smile to her lips, and the warm glow to her light heart. Everybody shared her happiness but myself. I could not forget the appalling expression that, but a few minutes ago, had left its frightful impress on her countenance. "The bridesmaids are ready, and Mr. Merritt is waiting," said Ellen, as she entered the chamber. "Let me see my bridesmaids first," replied Evelyn. They were admitted, and clasped in the warm embrace of the beauteous bride. The first bridesmaid, Laura Hilson, was a young lady with whom Evelyn had become acquainted in the house where we were boarding. She is a tall, stylish-looking girl, dark-browed, with a strongly marked but fine features, and a very ladylike deportment. Amy Ewell, the second, has long been one of Evelyn's most intimate friends. She is picturesque-looking rather than pretty. Her countenance is sweet and gentle, but too placid for my taste, and her manners appear to me reserved and cold. Yet Evelyn loves her tenderly, and declares that the attachment is fully reciprocated. I was summoned from the chamber to complete my own preparations, and therefore did not witness Evelyn's meeting with Mr. Merritt. The next time I beheld the bride and groom, they had just alighted from their carriage and were ascending the church steps. They entered, walked slowly down the long aisle, followed by the numerous bridal party, and ranged themselves in front of the chancel. The clergyman rose, and the ceremony commenced. If you have ever read the Episcopalian bridal service, you know how thrillingly impressive is every line, especially when the ceremony is performed in the church, where the echoes give back the minister's and the bride's and the bridegroom's words, and no other sounds are heard. You will think me a nervous creature, but when the clergyman demanded if Evelyn would take Walter for her husband and would cling to him until death parted them, a cold shudder ran through my frame. The minister bent forward to catch Evelyn's response, for no reply was audible. She did not bow her head, neither did her lips move. I stood where I could see her face, and the same expression passed over her blanched countenance, which had before terrified me that morning. The question was repeated. Instantly Evelyn looked up, smiled brightly, and replied in a loud and clear voice, "I will." How the ceremony proceeded and concluded I cannot say, for I neither saw nor heard anything more. I felt faint and was forced to sit down. Before long I was roused by persons moving around me. Evelyn was a wife, and receiving the congratulations of thronging friends. But before I could approach her, she was led back to the carriage by the enchanted husband. I was too much fatigued and indisposed to be present at the collation, but I heard that Evelyn was the gayest of the gay, that Mr. Merritt looked like the personification of human happiness, that Mrs. Willard expressed her delight at every other word, that Mr. Willard could not find language for his, and that all the company pronounced the wedding one of the merriest they had ever witnessed. Evelyn and her husband started for Niagara in the afternoon, and Mrs. Willard forced me out of bed that I might spend that evening in her parlor and listen to her plans, and re-echo her hopes, and sympathize with her happiness. All this I did. And when you reflect that it gave me a severe headache, from which I have been suffering today, you will confess that I lacked not good nature in writing you so long a letter. End of chapter 1. Volume 1, Chapter 2 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 2. Benedict, the Married Man, Much Ado About Nothing. From the Same to the Same, June 1st. We had the happiness of welcoming back Evelyn and her husband after a fortnight's absence. There was no visible change in the lovely bride. She was as vivacious, as frank, as thoughtless, and as brilliant as ever. As for Mr. Merritt, who is really an agreeable and remarkably well-bred young man, I never liked him half as so well as now. They have taken a handsome suite of apartments and are to remain here. Man's character, said some philosopher, is perfected through trial. Mr. Merritt's, therefore, is in a fair way of becoming faultless. The first evenings after his return, when he entered the parlor, he found Evelyn sitting upon the sofa, and beside her a young man who was familiarly amusing himself by tangling the spools of cotton and skeins of silk which filled her work-basket. The young man rose when Mr. Merritt made his appearance, upset the basket, and awkwardly yet boldly walked up to him. "Walter, permit me to introduce you to my," stammered Evelyn, blushing. "Why, what's the matter with you, Evie? Why can't you speak out like a woman?" said the stranger roughly, making a vain endeavor to free his thumbs from the floss silk twined about them. "My brother Richard," continued Evelyn, concluding her sentence with less confusion. "Or Dick, if you like that better. Dick at your service, sir," added Mr. Willard, bowing repeatedly and smiling at every bow. Well might Mr. Merritt have gazed at this individual in astonishment. The person who stood before him was about 6 feet high, with a loosely knit and spindling frame, surmounted by a small apple-shaped head. He wore a coat so much too large for him that it must have been constructed for a friend, in whose service it had seen its best days. The rest of his costume was in the same style, except that his shirt, being totally invisible, its existence might be doubted. This Richard Willard, or Dick, as he chooses to call himself, is really a curious creature, one of nature's oddities, rendered more odd by circumstance. He is naturally bashful in the extreme, but conceals his mauvaise honte by an assumption of boldness and bluntness, which often amounts to positive impudence. He generally walks through the streets with his head hanging down, but inclined a little to one side, with one eye half closed, which gives him at the same time a sheepish and a knowing look. He calls himself a lawyer, but with a lawyer's fees it is not likely that he ever become acquainted. He never has a sixpence in his pocket unless he happens to borrow one from a good-natured friend who is willing to pay for getting rid of him. He cannot make a suitable appearance. He never lives with the rest of his family. Where he hides himself I cannot imagine, but like the owl, he generally ventures out at night. His skilful mother contrives to supply him with clothes, which he pawns for 1/3 of their value almost as soon as he receives them. He carries his whole wardrobe upon his back. Anything extra would immediately be transported to the 3 balls and converted into silver or even copper. Yet he is proud of his family and of himself, of his birth, education, and natural endowments. He thinks himself equal to anybody, and sees no reason why he may not one day become President of the United States. Were it not for his bashfulness, he would annoy his family very frequently, but the dread of meeting strangers keeps him at a distance. He is not intemperate, nor does he gamble, nor is he addicted to any gentlemanly vice in particular. You may easily conceive of the bewilderment of Mr. Merritt, the fastidious, refined, polished gentleman of taste, who has a perfect horror of anything outré, when this gentleman was presented to him as his wife's brother. The Willards are a nervous family, constitutionally nervous, but the nervousness of every one of them takes a different shape in accordance with his or her disposition. When one of these unfortunate fits of nervousness seizes Richard, he trembles, twists his fingers, and makes the most hideous and ludicrous grimaces, and it was under the influence of this enemy that he stood before Mr. Merritt at their first interview. Mr. Merritt, who seldom forgets the duties of a host, after the first moment of surprise, begged that Mr. Willard would take a seat. Mr. Willard knocked over a chair in attempting to do so, and was on the point of upsetting a china inkstand when Evelyn's quick hand prevented that disaster. "I wish you would be more thoughtful, Dick," said Evelyn playfully. "Thoughtful, Evie? Why, there's not a man in the United States thinks more than myself. I'm always thinking. There's your husband, and Walter, as you call him, ask Walter if I don't look like a thinking character." Mr. Willard, in spite of his glowing cheeks and nervous twitchings of his mouth, delivered these words in a loud tone and confidently looking at Mr. Merritt for a reply. Mr. Merritt merely bowed. "Walter, my fine fellow," continued Mr. Willard, "there's no use of ceremony between such near relations. You call me Dick, and I'll call you Walter. That will be quite fair and right. I say, Walter, don't you think that Evie and I look alike?" "I cannot say that I find much resemblance, Mr. Willard," answered Mr. Merritt, shuddering slightly. "Well, now, everybody thinks we are remarkably alike, but I have grown thin lately, and Evie has grown fat." "Oh, Richard, you had better not call me fat before Walter. He detests fat people." "Well, fleshy then, very fleshy. Don't you think Evie fleshy?" continued Mr. Willard, who had begun to grow timid about pronouncing his formal and formidable brother-in-law's name. "No, sir, I have never thought Mrs. Merritt inclined to embonpoint." "No? Well, that's queer. And you don't think us alike? As for me, I... Mr. Willard's mouth began to twitch so unpleasantly that he could not proceed. His chair felt uncomfortable to him. He rose, walking towards the glass, made a comb of his fingers, and began arranging his disordered hair. Neither Mr. Merritt nor Evelyn spoke. The silence was broken by Richard, who asked, as he complacently surveyed his features in the mirror, "How do you think I look, Evie? Looking well, am I not? Quite well, I think, in spite of my rather sedentary habits." Evelyn laughed and answered, "Oh, you are always a beauty, Richard." "Now, don't call me Richard, or I'll think you're making fun. I prefer Dick. Sounds independent, and there's not such another independent fellow alive as myself." The doors opened, and several visitors were announced. Evelyn received them with her usual childlike grace, and would have presented her brother had not Mr. Willard foreseen her intention and immediately commenced an animated conversation with his friends. Mr. Willard ensconced himself in a corner and remained there until the guests were seated, and then suddenly coming forward, he walked up to Evelyn and said, "Evie, I'm off. We must make Walter there take care of you. I'll look in again and see how you're getting along, and whether I can be of any service to you. Married folks want a counselor sometime. All in my line, you know." Evelyn's visitors looked up in astonishment at this familiar address, and a solemn silence ensued, during which Richard ran about the room, looking under the tables and chairs for his hat. At last he found one which he supposed was his, but, as he was walking away, a gentleman politely accosted him. "Excuse me, sir, but I believe you have made a mistake. That hat is mine." "Yours, sir? You don't say so. Well, that's queer. Take it, sir. I'm glad you didn't stand on ceremony." "Here is your hat, sir," said Mr. Merritt, attempting to conceal Mr. Willard's shabby-looking head-covering from the company while he handed it to him. Mr. Willard took it, flourished the dilapidated article in the air as he made a bow, and endeavored to retreat toward the door, walking backwards, but unluckily his foot became entangled in the shawl of one of the ladies, which was carelessly trailing on the ground. Evelyn sprang forward to render her assistance, but her brother, not knowing what he was doing, and anxious to escape, caught hold of the shawl, and, making a furious effort to free himself, carried away a large piece of the fringe which had fastened itself to a nail in his roughly made boot. He was too unconscious of his own act to apologize, and after a volley of mingled bows, smiles, and grimaces, made his exit. The lady whose shawl had received this damage could not conceal her vexation. The whole company were thrown into confusion. Mr. Merritt was vexed, and Evelyn grieved. After remaining a few minutes longer, the visitors took their leave. "I never heard that you had a brother, Evelyn," said Mr. Merritt, seating himself beside his lovely wife as soon as they were alone. "Oh, yes, you have, but you have forgotten it. Richard is so bashful that he never lives with us, and nobody thought to invite him to the wedding, for we knew he would not come." As Evelyn uttered these words, Mrs. Willard entered the room with a troubled countenance. "Evelyn, my love, go to your sister. I have a few words to say to Mr. Merritt." Evelyn flew out of the room, and came to tell me what had occurred, for she is an artless, open-hearted creature, and cannot exist without a confidant to whom she can communicate every thought, hope, and intention. In about an hour Mrs. Willard joined us, her eyes looking bright and her cheeks flushed. The expression of her countenance was at once triumphant and anxious. We talked on indifferent subjects till Evelyn bade us good night, and then Mrs. Willard turned to me, caught hold of both my hands, and said, "I have succeeded, Kate. I have succeeded." "Succeeded in what?" I asked in surprise. "Succeeded in extracting from Mr. Merritt a sufficient sum to pay the board bill. It was like drawing teeth, I tell you. He seemed very disinclined to part with the money until I told him that Mr. Fleecer would make the matter public if he was not paid at once, and it would injure Walter himself and Evelyn, besides distressing us all so dreadfully. Then I told him that I had informed Fleecer that it was impossible for Mr. Willard to pay the amount due just at present, but that I intended to apply for assistance to Mr. Merritt. I added that Fleecer, knowing this fact, when he found that our own son-in-law refused to aid us, would not keep the affair to himself. After that, I assured Walter that Mr. Willard would give his note for the money, endorsed by his son Richard, and that there was no possible risk. Walter is a generous fellow. When he heard this, he did not make many objections to giving me a check for the money. He would do anything rather than be talked about or have his wife's family made the subject of discussion. An excellent point. You see, I know how to choose a son-in-law. And to manage him after he is chosen, I replied. Mrs. Willard nodded her head significantly and answered, "Ah, my dear, we only live in this world to learn how to get through life in the best and most comfortable manner. It is a study worthy the wisest of us, and I confess myself an apt student." With these words she took up her candle and retired. You will wonder, dear Elizabeth, at Mrs. Willard's communicativeness, and so do I myself. I think I might conscientiously say that I never sought her confidence. Therefore I must have won it by the undisguised interest which I take in her family. If you knew Evelyn, you would easily trace the source from which that interest springs. It is impossible to be acquainted with that lovely creature without being fascinated. Everything connected with her has become endeared to me, and it is through her medium alone that her mother approaches my heart. I do not think that Evelyn is aware of her mother's manoeuvres, and she unconsciously plays into Mrs. Willard's hands. Since Evelyn's marriage, her husband has placed large sums of money at her disposal, for it is his pride to see her elegantly attired. But Evelyn, instead of expending this money upon herself, is continually making costly presents to her mother and her sister. She uses her husband's purse as though, like Peter Schmeichel's, it was inexhaustible. Mrs. Willard, while she profits by Evelyn's gifts, seems to me sometimes almost to regret that she has no longer any occasion to show her skill in making an old and worn-out article of dress look like a new one. She is unrivaled in her talents for turning and cleansing silk, dyeing scarves, cleaning gloves, washing ribbons and laces, etc. She delights in making a bargain, buying damaged goods at a cheap rate, and making all her purchases on credit. I have seen her several times seriously annoyed and even vexed when Evelyn, without attempting to beat down the shopkeeper who was serving her, drew forth the money for some article that struck her fancy and ordered it to be sent home. Evelyn does not know how to manage, would her mother whisper to me. It is such a pity, but I never could teach her. I would have bought those goods and not paid half that sum for them. A few days after Mrs. Willard's conversation with Mr. Merritt respecting the board bill, we were just returning from breakfast when Evelyn, who since her marriage is furnished with a private table, ran into her mother's parlor, exclaiming, "Mother, mother, do you know Walter says that we are going to housekeeping? He intends to purchase one of those beautiful houses in Union Square. But what shall I do without you? I asked him if you and Ellen and father were not going to live with us, and he frowned and said that we had not married the whole family." Mrs. Willard's countenance was perfectly calm as she answered, "He was right, my love. Do not trouble yourself. You will see us very often, and it is not respectable for a man of Mr. Merritt's wealth to board all his life." Evelyn was summoned to her dressmaker, and Mr. Willard, who had heard all the remarks of his wife and his daughter, rose up and said despairingly, "What is to become of us now, I wonder, when Mr. Merritt leaves the house? Who will keep that merciless fleecer in order? In less than a month he will let us know that he cannot accommodate us with rooms any longer. He was always an unaccommodating fellow. Heaven preserve us!" "Do not worry yourself," replied Mrs. Willard composedly. "I am not in the least alarmed. I am delighted that Mr. Merritt is going to housekeeping. Leave everything to me." The confident tone in which Mrs. Willard spoke reassured her husband. He knew that she had some scheme in her head, and that was sufficient. What that scheme could be was of no especial importance to him. If once conceived by her, its execution was ensured. I should much regret the loss of Evelyn's society, did I not think it to her advantage to be removed from the influence of Laura Hilson. You remember I mentioned that this Miss Hilson was one of Evelyn's bridesmaids, and that she was residing in the house with us. I have taken an uncontrollable and perhaps unwarrantable dislike to her. She professes to be Evelyn's bosom friend, and possesses that sort of influence over her which a strong mind may always exert over a weaker one. I sometimes think she is an enemy at heart. When Evelyn is admired, Laura's dark eyes flash with ill-concealed envy. She will herself join in the conversation and bestow the most extravagant praises upon the very errors of her friend, with the view of rendering those errors more conspicuous. Once or twice, when Mr. Merritt was leaning over the back of Evelyn's chair, and with lover-like devotion listening to her lively discourse, I have watched Laura's cheek flush as she regarded them, and once, when I sat beside her, I caught the sound of her teeth as she ground them together. Does this portend nothing? It is not at all improbable that Miss Hilson entertains feelings of animosity towards the unsuspecting Evelyn. I have heard that before the Willards came to the house, Mr. Merritt was supposed to be paying his addresses to Miss Laura herself, and that she received them with all encouraging graciousness. She is the daughter of a widow lady, a boisterous, red-faced old woman, like the Willards, steeped in poverty up to the teeth, and, like them, residing in a fashionable boarding-house for the sake of disposing of her daughter. The mother appears to me a vulgar, inoffensive woman, but from the eyes of the daughter I have too often seen a revengeful spirit look threateningly forth not to suspect her. Heaven shield Evelyn from this pretended friend. I would much rather she was an open enemy. End of chapter 2. Volume 1, Chapter 3 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 3. Heaven knows with what delight I saw your loves. Coleridge. From the same to the same. November 1st. To have written to you while you were traveling, dearest Elizabeth, would have been to waste good ink, and less valuable ideas for my letters, in all probability, would not have reached you. And now I hasten to comply with the request in your last kind epistle, which is lying before me, and give you a rapid sketch of the 6 months during which I have been silent. I have been vegetating in my bedroom boudoir at the Fleecers, still living only in the existence of others, still a meditative, though not always silent, looker on in the world, as fond as ever of the quietude of my own chamber, my little rosewood secretary, and the constant friends of my solitude, my cherished goose-quill, for I abominate your steel pins. So much for myself. And now for the friends who have a more active parts to play on this great stage upon which I am only a supernumerary, the star Evelyn and her satellite relatives. Just 6 months ago, the beauteous Evelyn was placed at the head of a splendid establishment, and surrounded by all the glittering paraphernalia of wealth. Mr. Merritt purchased a very elegant house, situated directly opposite Union Park, one of the most delightful locations in the city. Mr. and Mrs. Willard and Ellen still remained quietly at Fleecer's, where there was, however, no prospect of their remaining in quiet long. You would naturally suppose that Evelyn, when she became the mistress of a sumptuously furnished house, with a train of servants at her command, a well-filled purse in her hand, and an adoring husband ever by her side, must have been comfortable, if not contented. But the light-hearted child, for a child she is, had difficulties to encounter for which she was not wholly prepared. She had a house, and a house must be kept, but of housekeeping she was as ignorant as poets proverbially are of bookkeeping. She had servants, and they must be directed, but she was better calculated to enact Victoria and govern a kingdom than to superintend their movements. Her purse was full, and she certainly possessed a faculty of making its contents vanish, for they disappeared as though by a magician's presto. Then she had a husband who adored her, but whose adoration, although not of an evanescent nature, did not prevent him from discovering that his idol was made to be worshipped only, for its uses were few. It was surprising that such an excellent amateur manager and notable housewife as Mrs. Willard should have neglected to instruct her daughters in the necessary art and accomplishment of domestic management. Could she have been influenced by a spirit of calculation in permitting this culpable neglect? Charity forbids me to answer the question even to myself. I have told you that Mr. Merritt possesses a highly refined and morbid mind which cannot stoop to occupy itself with the common affairs of life. He grew dissatisfied at the waste and mismanagement, but Evelyn, totally unconscious that anything was wrong, prattled away and laughed at his gloomy looks and forced him to smile in spite of himself. Strange to say, her mother sedulously avoided aiding or advising her, except in the presence of Mr. Merritt, and then her instructions and admonitions were endless. One day, about a month after Evelyn first took possession of her new dwelling, Mr. and Mrs. Willard and I were spending the afternoon with Evelyn. I observed that Mr. Merritt was particularly grave. It appears that he had invited a few friends to dine with him on the day previous, and the dinner prepared for them was indeed a remarkable one. Then the wine had been shaken by rough handling of the servants, a large portion of the costly dinner service having met with a disastrous fate. The white earthenware used in the kitchen was at the third course unceremoniously substituted for the richly ornamented china. The lamps burnt dimly, and now and then one flickering light went out. All the arrangements were thoroughly inelegant, and everything was uncomfortable. Yet of these little contretemps Evelyn did not appear to take the slightest notice, nor did she ever imagine herself responsible for them. She was as joyous as ever, and the contrast of her gaiety only made Mr. Merritt's seriousness more obvious. When his friends took their leave, he attempted to reason with his young and lively wife. She answered with great good humor that she had not noticed anything wrong, that the dinner was nice enough for anybody, that she did not remember seeing the white earthen plates, that really she had never trimmed a lamp in her life, and did not know how it should be done, that her husband was fanciful, and that he really must not look so grave, or he would grieve her, and so, I suppose, he gave the smile for which she petitioned, and forgot the moment his mortification and discontent. On the next day his dissatisfaction returned, or was called forth anew by some new carelessness. Be this as it may, when we all assembled in the parlor just before tea, he certainly looked sad. Evelyn seated herself at Mrs. Willard's feet, with her arms gracefully folded on her mother's knees, and her brilliant eyes bent lovingly upon her face. Her husband kept gloomily aloof. The minutest circumstances never escapes Mrs. Willard's attention, and I am sure that she read her son-in-law's thoughts, although she made no allusion to his unusual gravity. During a momentary silence, I observed her looking around the room with an expression which denoted regret and anxiety. She was obviously examining the elegant furniture, which already began to look dingy and worn. Mr. Merritt's eyes followed hers, but he did not speak. At length Mrs. Willard suddenly rose, and glancing at the mantelpiece, shook her finger playfully, yet rebukingly, at Evelyn, and said, "Look at these stains, child. Your beautiful marble mantel is already disfigured." "Is it?" cried Evelyn, springing up. "Why, so it is. What a pity! But it can't be helped." "Yes, it can," returned Mrs. Willard. "These are the stains of hot tumblers. It must be the whiskey punch that Walter's friends were drinking the other night," replied Evelyn unconcernedly. "I suppose the glasses were placed on the mantel, but no matter." "But, my dear Evelyn, it is much matter. You should not permit such carelessness. You must direct your servants to mix a teaspoonful of oxalic acid with a cup of water, and wash this marble with it. That will remove the stains, but the mixture is poisonous, so tell them to be careful. Remember, 1 teaspoonful to 1 cupful. "So I will, and look at this elegant mahogany table. It is covered with large spots." "It was new a month ago. It cost me $50, remarked Mr. Merritt with increasing gravity. "Let me see. Is it varnished?" asked Mrs. Willard, examining the table. "Yes, you should not dine upon a varnished table. Order your waiter to rub it well with lamp oil, and afterwards with alcohol. And this gray marble hearth, how badly it looks! It must be polished with beeswax and turpentine, or rubbed with linseed oil. I observed, too, that there are spots of oil on the new Brussels carpet. They should be taken out with fuller's earth, and you should want British lustre to cleanse this hearth-pan. The stains of soiled fingers on those white walls, too, should be removed with a soft water and soap suds, in which a lump of soda has been melted, and—" Mrs. Willard might have proceeded to repeat by rote the whole of Miss Leslie's Housekeeper's Manual, or Miss Beecher's Domestic Economy, if Evelyn had not exclaimed, "Stop, mother, stop!" and playfully covered her mother's mouth with her hand. "How am I to remember 1/2 of what you've been telling me? I've forgotten it already. Oxalic acid, and alcohol for the table, and British lustre for the walls, and—" No, no," said Mrs. Willard, laughing. "Pretty walls you would make with British lustre. Lustre is black and must be used for the hearth-pan, and soda for—" "The tablet of my memory is too contracted for such extensive and important directions, mother. You had better give the orders to the servants yourself." "But you must superintend the servants, child." "But if I told them wrong, and you know I should. I never saw British lustre in my life, and as for soda, I know what soda water is, but I suppose that is not what you use for walls." Mrs. Willard laughed outright, and I could not help joining in her merriment. Even Mr. Merritt smiled an unwilling smile. Mr. Willard alone looked serious, and fidgeted nervously on his chair, stretching out his legs and suddenly drawing them in again. "You do not deserve to have a house, Evelyn," began Mrs. Willard with lecturing gravity. "You are totally unfit to take care of one. Remember, my child, that if you desire to make your husband's home comfortable, you will manage to have everything around him in the most perfect order, everything neat and tasteful. You will attend to your domestic affairs, visit your kitchen, direct your servants, give your attention to 100 things which I don't understand, and which will only weary me and make me melancholy," said Evelyn, with her eyes bent on the ground and her cheeks glowing with shame. "The child is quite unfit for what she has undertaken," exclaimed Mrs. Willard pityingly, but without addressing her remark to anyone in particular, although she glanced at her son-in-law. "So she is," replied Mr. Merritt, rising from his chair and fixing his eyes on the offending mantelpiece. "And I have a proposition to make." He stopped and remained lost in thought. Mrs. Willard advanced towards him with a winning look and said in a soft tone, "What were you about to propose, my dear Walter?" Mr. Merritt looked up, as though half uncertain whether or not he should continue, but his doubt vanished as he observed Mrs. Willard's charming expression of countenance, and saw that Evelyn's eyes were glistening with half-formed tears. "I was going to propose that you and Mr. Willard and Ellen should make my house your home, and that you should relieve Evelyn of those cares." Mr. Willard leaped from his seat, rubbed his hands furiously together, and then, as though feeling that he had evinced too much emotion, caught hold of the buttons of his coat and twisted them between his fingers with unwonted energy. Evelyn threw herself into her husband's arms, but springing away from him before he could embrace her, danced about the room for very joy. Mr. Merritt's face beamed with delight as he gazed upon the graceful creature. Mrs. Willard alone was perfectly unmoved. After a moment's pause, she replied with great calmness, "You are very kind, Walter, but I cannot accept your offer. I never could consent to be a burden upon the husband of my child." Evelyn paused in the middle of her pirouette, and Mr. Willard sank back in his chair. "But you will be no burden. It would give me great pleasure to have you here," said Mr. Merritt. "It would give me pleasure also, but I cannot make up my mind that it is exactly right. Therefore you must excuse me, although I thank you for your generosity." "But the generosity is on your side, my dear madam. I shall esteem it a great favor if you make my house your home," returned Mr. Merritt with increasing warmth. Evelyn now joined in her persuasion to those of her husband, and Mrs. Willard, after resisting them both for some time, which resistance only rendered them more determined to carry their point, answered, I am ready to yield to your wishes. I may say your entreaties, my children, but I am afraid that your father—" "I," shouted Mr. Willard, extending his arms as though he was addressing an audience at Tammany Hall whom he was determined to impress, "I am ready to come here tomorrow, today, At a glance from his wife, his arms were suddenly jerked back towards his side. His animated look was changed to one of deep reflection, and he answered with the slowness of doubt, "I don't know how it will do, though perhaps it won't." Mrs. Willard, with wifely tenderness, now persuaded him not to decide hastily, and after some remonstrance he answered, "It shall be just as you choose, my dear. You know that I always yield to your wishes." You may suppose that I, who saw behind the scenes, laughed in my heart while this little farce was enacting, though at the same time I admired the skill with which the plot was designed, and the grace with which it was executed. That same week, Mr. and Mrs. Willard and Ellen left Fleecer's and took up their abode with Mr. and Mrs. Merritt. The change that took place in Mr. Merritt's household through the instrumentality of its new presiding genius was truly electrifying. Perfect order reigned throughout the establishment. The servants were in submission, and performed their duties with alacrity and cheerfulness. The family expenses were all carefully noted down in an account book kept by Mrs. Willard. She daily attended the market herself, and the table was supplied with all the choice dishes of the season, arranged and cooked in Epicurean style. The whole house assumed an air of comfort. Cobwebs and dust disappeared. The furniture was covered with a handsome chintz. The plate, silver, doorknobs, the mantel, hearths, tables were all like mirrors, and brightly reflected brighter faces. In short, the house became like a great clock, whose movements went on with admirable and unvarying regularity, the wheels of which were all out of sight, although the hand that guided them was ever visible. There is one little word in our language which I never thoroughly comprehended until I became acquainted with Mrs. Willard. That word is tact. I knew that tact might be defined as the faculty of rendering oneself agreeable to everybody, but the manner in which a high degree of tact enabled one person to seize upon the weaker points of another, and to assail his heart through these unguarded avenues, to divine his thoughts and instinctively become aware of what acts or topics of conversation would please him, this I never before understood. Mrs. Willard's tact seems to be a natural gift, cultivated to the highest possible degree, and it certainly renders her a most delightful companion. If she only possessed more truthfulness, it would make her a lovable one. It is through her tact that she has made herself indispensable to Mr. Merritt. I have mentioned to you how desirous he is of obtaining the good opinion of the world, how fearful he is of its censure, how observant of all les petites convenances, and how heartily he detests everything sans façon. The most trivial disregard of ceremonious etiquette makes him miserable. Mrs. Willard discovered all this at a glance, and appears by some subtle and mysterious process to have molded her nature to suit his. She pays the most scrupulous attention to all the little arbitrary laws which govern society, and she has an indescribable mode of delicately forcing others to do the same. She has quickly taught herself to consider it a heinous offense to ring a bell, open a door, pick up her own handkerchief, throw up a sash, or poke a fire while there is a gentleman in the room, or a servant in the house, to perform these offices for her. When she ascends the stairs, attended by a gentleman, she is careful to make him precede her. When she descends, he is to follow her. His arm must always be at her command, his hands ready to be of service, his ears all attention. The most trivial indecorum in his mode of standing or sitting, the slightest abstraction, the most uncertain soupçon of a yawn, she will instantly and pointedly resent by her looks and demeanor. The servants have been instructed in all the necessary punctilios of their station, and she has spared no pains to render her husband and daughters as decorous as herself. Evelyn is the only one who ever disregards the established rules, but then her transgressions are so graceful that the rebuke dies away even upon her formal and exacting husband's lips. Mrs. Willard has a wonderful memory and a more wonderful faculty of invention, or rather of hearing more than is said, seeing more than takes place, and of giving a meaning to very casual remarks which the speaker never intended. Of this faculty, as of all others, she makes an agreeable use. Mr. Merritt is daily entertained with anecdotes which conclusively prove to him in what high estimation he is held by the world, how much his wife is admired, how select and agreeable people think his parties, how genteel his house, how excellent his servants. In short, he is daily convinced that he and his establishment are the envy and admiration of this great city of Gotham. Then Mrs. Willard unites to her other accomplishments that of being an excellent cuisinière, and though her son-in-law is not naturally an epicure, she has succeeded in making him one. I not unfrequently dine with Evelyn, and I have never, I think, risen from table without having heard Mrs. Willard address her son-in-law in an affectionate tone with, "My dear Walter, try a slice of this ham. It has been cooked in champagne. You will find it delicious." Or, "Let me help you to a little of this fricassee. I invented the receipt myself." Or, "Now, Walter, this omelette soufflé was made on purpose for you, and I know of nothing more difficult to make in perfection. You must taste it before I confess by whom it was prepared." But I must pause, although this is but a small item of what I might bring forward in evidence of Mrs. Willard's tact. The sketch, though incomplete, will at least give you some idea of the mental features of my friend. I know not why, but Evelyn has entwined herself about my heart in a manner which is not only inexplicable but indescribable. I do not love her exactly for her virtues, for they are allied to qualities which might ripen into positive vices. Her beauty could charm my eyes, but not my heart. Her restless animation and tireless brilliancy might entertain me, but not win my affection. What sentiments she inspires I cannot define, but there is a nameless fascination about her, the potency of which I acknowledge but may not analyze. This fascination I feel most intensely when I listen to her deep but tender melody of tone, for her voice is round and rich rather than sweet and clear, and when she becomes energetic its sound is sometimes strangely thrilling. And yet what wonder that I should love her, I who have seen the nearest and dearest one by one summoned away, who have stood beside the death couch of father, mother, sisters, and friends, outliving all that I loved, and feeling that my heart was a sanctuary peopled with the spirits of the departed, but where a few of this world find place. I have long passed the happy though dangerous period when we give our affections by impulse, and yield ourselves up to new friendships without a fear or a reflection. Yet Evelyn has linked herself to me, insensibly beguiled me of my love, and made me forget my own desolateness. She fills my heart, and beside her I cease to remember what I have lost, the faithless and the dead, and that I must finish life's journey alone, rejoicing that its end approaches. I have told you that I trembled and that my heart was filled with dark forebodings when I saw Evelyn place her hand in Mr. Merritt's and promise to be his wife. I trembled because I felt that she was capable of entertaining the most ardent, the most reckless passion, and she did not love Mr. Merritt with that self-sacrificing, self-forgetting love which should inspire a woman before she consents to become a wife. But now my fears have vanished. Evelyn certainly does love her husband, for she loves everybody, almost without discrimination. She does not love him better, perhaps, than many others, nor with a different love, yet she loves him, and is not herself conscious that she could love more deeply. As for Mr. Merritt, precise and formal, and worldly as many might deem him, he is none of these to her. His only pleasurable existence is by her side, and he seems almost to have lost his own identity in hers. His affection never slumbers, as too often slumber the affections of men who have gained all they desire, and consequently sink into a state of mental lethargy. Evelyn is so vivacious, so variable, so piquant, that her very presence forbids the repose of indifference. Her very frivolities and faults make her remembered. She is a tyrant in her own playful way, and brooks no opposition. But her wit and grace make even her tyranny charming, as it were, gilding her errors. The other day I overheard an animated conversation between her and her husband concerning the arrangement of a large mirror which they had just purchased. "We must have it placed over the mantelpiece," said Mr. Merritt. "I bought it exactly to fit there." "No, no," returned Evelyn, "I do not like glasses over mantelpieces. It must be placed between the windows." "But, my sweet Evelyn," replied Mr. Merritt, "why do you not like it there?" "Oh, because our mantelpieces are built so low that the mirror would reflect my own face whenever I sat by the fire." "What then?" "Why, then I would rather have it reflected in the more partial mirror of your eyes," was her lively reply. Mr. Merritt looked half conquered, half inclined to yield, but the mirror was so obviously intended for the mantel that he still persisted it should be placed there. Evelyn warmly opposed him, and casually made use of the expression that it was not his province to decide on such matters. "Am I not the head of the house?" he answered, rather seriously, and with more dignity than was precisely necessary. "To be sure you are, but I am next to the head, am I not?" said Evelyn archly. "Certainly, my love." "Then I must be the neck. You will admit that I am the neck, am I not?" Mr. Merritt smiled at this strange conceit, and answered, "Yes, you shall be the neck, if you so please." "And I shall have all the privileges of the neck?" Yes, all, if you only remember that I am the head." "Oh, I have not forgotten that. You are the head, and I am the neck, and you know that it is the neck that turns and guides the head. So I, the neck, decide that the mirror shall be placed between the windows, and turn you, the head, as I will." Mr. Merritt laughed, kissed her glowing cheek, and acknowledged himself conquered. Evelyn, as usual, had found a way to have her will. I hardly need to tell you that Evelyn, since her marriage, has created quite a sensation in the fashionable world. By the fashionable world in New York, you must not understand a circle of well-bred, refined, and highly educated personnel. These belong to another class, and seldom wander out of their sphere. The fashionable circle here is composed of the dashing and wealthy, especially those who have risen to sudden wealth, and those who are nominally rich, that is, of persons who, from the display they make, are supposed to be worth much money. And this is principally the class with which Evelyn mingles. If you know anything of the beau monde, you will easily conceive that the instant Evelyn became mistress of a handsome house, all her husband's and mother's friends, and even bowing acquaintances, thronged around her. Invitations poured in and acceptances poured out. Evelyn entered the gay world, attended by her husband, and was courted, admired, and surrounded by flatterers. Mr. Merritt is strongly inclined to jealousy, but he had too much fear of being ridiculed, too much respect for the proprieties of life, to remain continually by her side. His wife being himself, he had no right, according to etiquette, to distinguish her by his notice. Yet his eyes followed her wherever she moved, and even when engaged in conversation, his ears were too often closed to every sound but her voice. Her manners are peculiarly frank, childlike, and engaging. She is courteous to all, gay with all, and if she feel any preference, shows none. Bright as the sun, her eyes the gazer strike, but like the sun, they shine on all alike. While I have been descanting about the happy Evelyn, I have quite lost sight of her less favored sister. Poor Ellen! The web of her life appears to be woven of dark threads, and I have looked in vain to discover some hidden bright one. I am convinced that, however great our sorrows or trials may be, we can never be truly miserable while a ray of hope illumines the far distant future. But Ellen is a being without hope. She has nothing to look forward to in this life, and of another she either knows nothing or thinks not at all. She is silent, uncomplaining, dejected, and suffering, but her silence is that of despair, not of patience. She never murmurs because she seeks no sympathy. Her dejection is never dispelled because her own misfortunes so entirely fill her thoughts that the joy of others can never be communicated, and her sufferings are unmitigated because she can never forget them. She seeks no employment, but wanders about lonely and depressed, or sits with hands folded and downcast eyes, from which I have often watched the tears quietly stealing. Evelyn's tenderness and caresses can only transiently arouse her, and she shrinks back within herself as though unfit or unworthy to return her lovely sister's affection. And yet, does not the rich earth yield balm even for such a spirit? But she who will not stoop to gather passes onward and discovers not the treasures upon which her careless feet are treading. Mr. Willard has grown quite jocose since he has been convinced of the success of his wife's plans. He ponders as deeply as ever, and sometimes breaks out into a coarse, hollow laugh, and rubs his hands together for some unapparent cause of glee. Then, checking himself, silently paces the room and brushes one sleeve with the cuff of the other, and soon, with his chin seeking the shelter of his knees, sinks into a reverie very much resembling sleep. Of this strange mirth he is never prepared to give any intelligible explanation, but answers with his usual dry and solemn precision when questioned. As for Richard, he has been safely disposed of. A repetition of his visit convinced Mr. Merritt of the necessity of action. He very kindly proposed to his brother-in-law that he should seek his fortune in Texas, offering to procure him letters of introduction and to pay his expenses. Richard, who declared he had a taste for traveling because he is so independent, was easily prevailed upon to accept Mr. Merritt's offer, and 2 days after he set sail. The family have heard of his safe arrival, but nothing further. His sojourn amongst the fiery-blooded Texians can hardly be too prolonged to gratify his loving relatives. End of Chapter 3. Volume 1, Chapter 4 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 4. The sunshine round seems dim and cold, the flowers are pale and life is old, and words fall soulless on my ear. Mrs. Hemans. From the same to the same. How strangely do we err in trusting implicitly to first impressions! Few exist that pure, exalted, and sensitive state of being which enables them to judge, as it were by instinct, or from an inner consciousness of the qualities of a stranger. The angels, through their celestial impurity and wisdom, must possess this ethereal-like perception. But until mortals resemble angels in the holiness of their lives, such an attribute can never be theirs. So thought I this morning as I sat pondering upon the character of Amy Yule. On my first acquaintance with Amy, she appeared to be cold, reserved, and inanimate, a being whose unruffled features were correct index of the immobility of her spirit. But day by day I discover how strangely my hasty judgment has wronged her. She wins without dazzling, and subdues your heart almost before you are aware that it is impressed. She is a profound thinker, yet remarkable for her simplicity, well read, yet too gentle to be ambitious of displaying her extensive knowledge. Her temper is placid, and, without wanting strength of character, she is more exquisitely feminine in her manners and disposition than any woman I ever knew. Her unvarying sincerity is one of her highest charms, though it at times causes her to seem cold and reserved. When I described her formerly, I told you that she was not decidedly pretty, though picturesque-looking. This word picturesque was suggested by the classical arrangement of her bright-colored hair, the peculiarly graceful, I might almost say poetical style of her dress, yet I beg to take back my words when I declared that she was not pretty. Her features are not regularly handsome, and her countenance is too serene to strike, but when she is roused, when her heart is touched, or her interest awakened, a warm glow overspreads her usually colorless cheeks, and lights her clear blue eyes. Her somewhat full lip curls itself into an arch, and seems to speak before her words. Her entire appearance and expression are altered, for soul that seemed wanting changes the whole by its beautifying presence. I can now comprehend why Evelyn loves her. For Evelyn, I had just written the last word when a gentle tap sounded on my door, and as it opened I could not but murmur to myself, Parlez doucement, on voit c'est rien, for Evelyn herself entered, and to what could I compare her so appropriately as to a sunbeam? She was followed by Ellen, who begged that I would permit her to remain in my chamber while Evelyn paid a visit to Miss Hilson. I gladly consented, and hastily closing my secretary, wiped my pen. Evelyn disappeared, and I made Ellen sit down in the most comfortable corner of my little blue couch sofa, placing a pillow behind her for support. She silently looked her thanks. I can scarcely say smiled them, for the smile was too sad and too transient to merit the name. I knew that it was difficult to engage her in conversation, but kindness, or perhaps compassion, prompted me to make the attempt. Fredericka Bremer's delightful tale of The Neighbors was lying open on the sofa beside her. I took it up, as the nearest subject at hand upon which I could seize, and said, "This is a most charming book, this Neighbors. Have you read it, Ellen?" "No," was the discouraging answer. "I believe you seldom read works of fiction." The same monosyllabic reply. Still, I continued, "There are persons who object to all works of the imagination, but I cannot view every tale of fiction in an unfavorable light. I look upon the works of Fredericka Bremer as a real blessing to mankind, to the weary and sad at heart, to those who drag through the toilsome day harassed by care or oppressed by sorrow. Her productions are an inestimable blessing, refreshment, forgetfulness, and even fortitude to encounter the trials of life may be found in their pages. When I rise from the perusal of one of these tales, I feel myself interiorly strengthened. All that is good within me is summoned forth into active life, and all that is evil lies dormant." I paused a moment in my energetic discourse, but Ellen, although she had listened with attention, made no reply. "Pray tell me," I added, "why you never read works of fiction. I mean such works as these, which should rather be called works of fictitious realities." Ellen looked at me. Her lips moved tremulously as though she was trying to speak, and she burst into tears. In an instant I was at her side, consoling her, embracing her, and entreating her to pardon me, although I knew not for what offence. She wept some time, almost without noticing my distress, but at last sobbed out, "I do not read them because they picture emotions which I must never feel, and describe happiness which I can never know, because I dare not." I was shocked, and hardly knew what to answer. Before I could make up my mind what course to pursue, Ellen dried her tears and said, in a voice which showed that her burdened heart was for the first time finding vent, "Oh, Miss Bolton, you do not know how dreadful it is to live, taking up a place in the world of which you form no part. Your very life a misery to yourself, and a burden to others, with nothing to look forward to, nothing to hope for, nothing to desire but death." I was moved, and determined to speak boldly, if possible, to show this unfortunate girl her error. "Ellen," I replied, with forced calmness, "can you think that it is the design of Him who created all things for a wise end, that any human being should merely fill a place in this world, without being of service to his fellow creatures and to himself? God, in giving us the various and wonderful faculties with which we are all to a greater or lesser degree endowed, has evidently designed us to become forms of use, for to bestow a useless gift would be inconsistent with his wisdom. To some he has given the 10 talents, to some 5, and to some but 1. But to all he has given at least that 1. And have you a right to go and bury your 1 talent in the earth instead of using and increasing it to 5? When you see that the reward of use is happiness, even in this world, that occupation brings enjoyment, that the only permanent happiness is found in active life, can you help being convinced that to be useful to others and to ourselves is our destined end? We learn this lesson from every tree, every herb, every flower that grows, even from the meanest weed that we trample beneath our feet. Are they not all images of use springing up to some useful end? Does not everyone possess some property serviceable to mankind, and does not everyone perform an appointed office? There is virtue in the leaves even of the despised weed, and look how it unfolds those leaves, shoots forth blossoms, and forms seeds, which serves to propagate its species. But of what use could I ever be in the world? Questioned Ellen mournfully. As a wife I can never become. I can never know the joy of being a mother. I can never brighten the home of one whom I may love. I must not even follow the impulses of my nature and dare to love. Look at me. I am too like the weed in appearance, but have not its offices to perform. What you are, God has made you, and for a wise purpose, although it may be one which you cannot fathom. By repining you upbraid him, who will give you cause to rejoice even in your affliction, if you will but seek the cause. Because you can never fill the tender offices of wife and mother, must you neglect the 1,000 others which you can fill? And how do you know that you are not blessed in your very privations? It is not every wife that wears the thornless roses on her brow, nor every mother's heart that throbs with a joyful pulse. Their very cares and sorrows were preferable to an existence which resembles a sky without either cloud or sun. The instant that you serve others with a view to their happiness, that is from a principle of affection without any regard to selfish ends, you will behold a sun of love brightening that unillumined sky. But whom can I serve? My father, mother, sister? There are few kind offices I can perform for them. To whom can I be useful? Ah, Ellen, I replied, can you ask that question while this great city teems with the indigent and the suffering, whose wretched existence might be rendered more tolerable through the exertions of a humane heart? But what have I to give? You know that charity must begin at home, but should sometimes travel abroad. Pardon me, Ellen, if I say that you do not understand the true meaning of the old adage. I agree with you that charity should begin at home, but what is the nature of this charity? A man is bound to provide food and raiment for his body, and to guard its health with a view that he may make that body a fit instrument for the operations of his soul. He is also bound to provide necessaries for his soul, to develop all its faculties, to seek the culture which will advance it in the understanding and wisdom, and all this with a view that his soul may have the capacity to serve his friends, his citizens, his country, and his God. This is the charity which begins at home. If you are thus charitable, you are charitable to yourself, which is the commencement of all charity. I acknowledge the truth of your reasoning, said Ellen, much softened, and I would willingly be charitable, not only to myself, but to others in the common acceptation of the term. But, dependent as I am, what have I to bestow upon the destitute? Much. It is not alms of which the poor are most in need. The mere alleviation of their physical wretchedness is not all that they require. They need sympathy and counsel, to be taught economy, for the poor are generally the improvident, to be inspired with hope. They need moral influence, not bread alone, but the spiritual food, which will exalt their minds and thus elevate their condition. All this you can bestow. You can become an instrument of good, dispensing blessings as you pass along, and breathing in the ear of misery those words of consolation and peace, which sink into the sullen soul and win him o'er to virtue. If I judge your heart aright, you would, in performing these duties, receive inexpressible gratification, and amongst the brambles and weeds which you must necessarily encounter, you will sometimes find a neglected flower whose wild beauty deserves richer soil. Why have I never thought of all this before? What a different life I might have led! Exclaimed Ellen. You have been a friend to me, continued she with emotion, and heaven only knows how much I needed one. I will try to profit by your counsel, but I hardly know how to begin. At this moment our conversation was interrupted by the entrance of Evelyn and Laura. Evelyn's quick eyes instantly remarked the unusual animation apparent upon Ellen's countenance, from which the traces of tears had not yet vanished. She turned to me and said, "Why, Miss Bolton, what have you been doing? What a shower of dewdrops you have been flinging over our mimosetta." This is a playful name which she has given to Ellen on account of her resemblance to the mimosa, or sensitive plant. Before I could reply, Laura Hilson made some not very courteous observation upon the closeness of the room, and followed it by a less courteous denunciation of all small rooms, and small rooms on fourth floors in particular. To tell the truth, I was not sorry that she found my chamber, in vulgar parlance, too hot to hold her. It is wise to look for good in everything and everybody, but I never could have the wisdom to find, or rather was never encouraged to look for anything good in Miss Hilson. Her manners repel me, and I cannot like her. I am sorry that she is so intimate with Evelyn, for her friendship cannot be productive of good. Evelyn was in haste, and the party soon took their leave. When Ellen bade me adieu, I felt her hand tremble as it pressed mine, and the grateful and affectionate expression of her still humid eyes made my heart beat tumultuously. Ah, if I could but lend sunshine to her life, what reflected brightness would irradiate mine own. End of chapter 4. Volume 1, Chapter 5 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 5. The face recalls some face, as 'twere with pain. Byron. When last we parted, thou wert young and fair. How beautiful, let fond remembrance say. Bowles. From the Same to the Same, November 28th. An old familiar face. A face that we have known in earlier and perhaps brighter years, that is linked with all that we have loved of the past, every lineament of which we have scanned when the ambient mist of trusting, hopeful youth yet floated before our enchanted eyes. Ah, necromancer memory! What visions come rushing back upon sorrow's sobered sight, when such a face rouses thee from thy slumbers. Yesterday afternoon I was hurrying through Broadway, and in spite of haste, glancing from side to side, as is my wont, and speculating upon the probable histories of those I encountered, upon the griefs that had furrowed the careworn faces, the joys that illumined the radiant countenances flitting by me, when my eyes rested upon one face that riveted them in spite of myself. Involuntarily I stopped. Every pulse quickened. My breath came gaspingly forth, and for a moment my brain reeled. When I looked again, the person had passed on, but I could not be mistaken. It was Ernest Elton. 15 years had borne away, in their flight, much of the manly beauty for which he was once renowned, but his forehead, always fine, looked broader and higher than formerly, for the dark and luxuriant locks that clustered about it in youth were thinned away and besprinkled with time's snowflakes. His eyes, though sunken, were still bright and piercing, but a deepening color was apparent in either cheek, from which the brilliant flush of health and happiness had wholly vanished. His once transparent skin was strangely sallowed. The whole expression of his face had changed, and spoke of passions which have rather wearied themselves to rest than been subdued by reason. I, too, must be changed, I reflect, so changed that he did not know me. And the same chilling sensation shot through me which filled my breast when, some years since, I stood before my mirror with the first detected grey hair in my hand, when I sought for and found the first incipient wrinkles that were planting their crow feet about my eyes. In a moment the feeling vanished. I forgot the grey hair and the coming wrinkles, and thought only of Springfield, the pleasant home of my life's spring. I thought of my sunny, flower-decked chamber, the summer house, and the woodbine that stole in at its windows, of the hopes that sprang to life as I breathed the incense of those variegated flowers, and that perished before they had withered. Then I beheld, with dream-like distinctness, my father, in his favourite armchair, drawn out upon the trellised porch, with spectacles on his nose and newspaper in his hand. My mother's pale but ever serene countenance rose before me, and the face of another, that of a young and handsome man, a visage full of freshness and hope and enthusiasm and apparent truth. The face was the same that I encountered but yesterday afternoon. The same, yet how different! I wish I could have spoken to Mr. Elton once again, for I can now look with quiet resignation upon the past, and why should we not be friends? I would have spoken to him of his wife, of his children, if he has any, and perhaps made him doubt that what has been ever was. These thoughts engrossed my mind until I reached Mr. Merritt's, but were then quickly dispelled. When I entered the parlour, I found Evelyn bounding about the room with a battledore in her hand, following a shuttlecock through the air, playing by herself for lack of a companion. Her eyes sparkled and her cheeks glowed from the graceful exercise. She was too much absorbed to observe me. Mrs. Willard sat on one side of the blazing fire, knitting lace, which, by the by, is a very fashionable employment of the ladies here. Ellen was seated on the other side of the fire, with an unusual companion, a book in her hand. I might have remained some minutes unnoticed, had not Evelyn's shuttlecock lit upon my hat, barely escaping the tip of my nose. "Carissima," explained Evelyn, with her arms about my neck, "I am so happy you have come. I want somebody to play battledore with me." Her fingers were quickly at work on my hat strings. I was disencumbered of cloak and shawl, and before I could salute either Mrs. Willard or Ellen, The battledore was playfully thrust in my hand. Evelyn had taken her place, lightly tossed the shuttlecock in the air, as lightly struck it, and it was glancing through the room to be received by me. I could not hope to escape from engaging in the game, and played perforce until Evelyn remarked that I looked wearied and in worse spirits than usual. "What is the matter, Carissima? Are you ill?" said she, throwing down the battledore and tossing her shuttlecock upon the piano. Let me explain to you that Evelyn's warmth of heart renders it impossible for her to call those whom she loves by their formal titles, and she generally bestows upon her especial friends some appellation more congenial to her feelings. Carissima is the name she has given me, either for its resemblance to Catherine, or because the term is expressive of her affection. I assured her that I was well, but fatigued, and needed rest, at the same time taking a seat beside Ellen. Ellen smilingly pointed to her book, as she marked the page, and said, "Is it not beautiful?" I read the title, it was The President's Daughter by Fredericka Bremer, and replied, "Yes. Are you not deeply interested in that sweet Adelaide?" "Oh, it is Adela who interests me most," was her feeling answer. "She was so homely, so unhappy, so unfortunate. She was so like, that is something like—" I divined the conclusion of her sentence, for she left it unfinished, but Mrs. Willard prevented my replying by calling upon me to admire her lace. At that instant a violent ringing of the street doorbell attracted our attention. It was succeeded by a bustle in the entry. We could easily distinguish the words pronounced by Mr. Merritt's punctilious waiter. "I will see if the ladies are home, sir. May I trouble you for your card?" "Card? I have no card. How dare you ask for my card in this house?" was the angry reply of a very hoarse voice. "Get out of the way, will you? I'll knock you into the middle of next week. Who do you suppose I am? I'm the brother of your mistress, you silly goon, and I'll report your conduct. Well, what are you staring at now? Will you show me to Mrs. Merritt, to Evelyn, to my sister, or not?" Mrs. Willard clasped her hands in alarm as these words reached her ear, but Evelyn followed the impulse of her heart, and, springing to the door, threw it open. "Richard, is it possible?" And in spite of the gaping waiter, who was looking on in silent wonder, Evelyn burst into a fit of merry laughter. I could hardly help participating at once in her merriment and in her mother's consternation, as I surveyed the grotesque individual who stood with the doorknob clasped in one hand and the other stretched out towards Evelyn. It is one of Mr. Richard Willard's peculiarities that his garments always appear to be worn in evidence of the friendly terms on which he lives with mankind. They are always either too small or too large for him, although they might have been an excellent fit for a friend. In this instance, his limbs appeared to have elongated after they were inserted into his clothes. As he thrust out his browned and sun-baked hand to greet Evelyn, the coat sleeve into which his arm had been dexterously forced made a desperate effort to retreat towards his elbow, leaving bare his long wrist, and displaying an undergarment of doubtful whiteness. His strapless nether accoutrements evince the same obvious desire to mount upwards and eschew all contact with the dusty Wellingtons that painfully encased his feet. There is always that mingling of opposites, of the jockey and sloven in his costume, which perfectly accords with that strange blending of mauvais ton. and impudence apparent in his character. His grass-green coat had lost its first verdant freshness, but it had been brushed with scrupulous care, and was worn with an air of burlesque foppishness quite indescribable. His coffee-colored shirt-collar was folded with a Byronian turn over a dingy scarf cravat, upon the artistical tie of which great labor and thought had been expended, and faintly from amidst the cravat's dusty folds shone a jewelled brooch of doubtful genuineness. His long, lightish hair was carefully parted with girlish grace upon his forehead, and smooth on either temple, while its split and shaggy ends luxuriated in melodramatic disorder about his sunburnt and weather-beaten countenance. His face, too, was adorned with whiskers, cultivated with scientific skill, but obstinately growing in scraggy patches about his yellowish cheeks, like fruitful spots on a sandy desert. After Evelyn's first exclamation, every one of us stood or sat for a moment as though transfixed, and wonderingly gazing at the unexpected intruder. Mrs. Willard broke the silence by half, screaming out, "Richard, what on earth brought you back?" Richard replied by warmly saluting the whole company in turn, and then planting himself with widely parted feet before his mother, answering, "What brought me back? Why, nature, to be sure. Nature. I wanted to see you all again. I don't admire living at a distance from one's family. Dick's not the boy for that." Here he assumed a Hamlet tone and air. "There's too much of the brother and son in me, good mother, for that." "But did you not like Texas?" questioned Mrs. Willard. "Like it? To be sure I did. Capital place, hard to beat. Some independent fellows there, I can tell you, splendid fellows, gentlemen inside, good mother, and that's better than gentlemen that are only gentlemen out. But New York's the place for me. Not a state in the Union can hold a candle to it. I'm tired of traveling. I've seen enough of the world, and have come at last to rest in the bosom of my family." Mrs. Willard's bosom heaved at the thought. Richard now sank into a luxurious armchair that stood invitingly behind him, with a ludicrous expression of affection, which was too sincere to excite my risibility, distorting rather than illuminating his visage. "Well, Richard, I do believe," commenced Evelyn, placing her hand affectionately on his shoulder. "Don't call me Richard," shouted he, interrupting her. "Haven't I told you 1,000 times that I will be called Dick? Dick's more independent. It's just the name for an American. Do you suppose traveling has made a fool of me? No. My outward man it may have polished, but it has left my heart, Evie, the same." An answer was upon Evelyn's lips, and from that unusually mild expression of her eyes, I knew that it was a kind one, but Richard rattled on before she could speak. "How's Walter, Evie? Treats you well, don't he? Remember, you must come to me for advice. Shan't charge you a heavy counsel fee. How am I looking, Evie? Well, am I not? Traveling hasn't harmed me, though I've seen something of the world. By the by, talking of looks, I've a handsome fellow to introduce to you, Evie. Colonel Damerow of the regular army, a splendid, independent fellow. Met him by accident in New Orleans. Both of us traveling for pleasure. He took a fancy to me, and I, of course, returned the compliment, as every real gentleman was bound to do. In a pretty low water I was just then, had to travel on foot from Natchitoches to New Orleans, and—" "How did you carry your wardrobe?" inquired Mrs. Willard. "Carry it? Why, as I do now, and always did before, on my back. There's no use of a man keeping more clothes than he can wear at one time. It only breeds trouble and makes for washing and mending. When those I have wear out, I throw them away and manage to get another suit. Plaguey hard work sometimes, but I console myself by remembering that sparrows are clothed, and so shall I be. That's a philosophy for you, true philosophy." "What about Colonel Demarest?" asked Evelyn. "Why, he fell in with me, and I fell in with him. He's a splendid fellow, rich as a nabob, and generous as a woman. He's traveling for amusement, and as I amused him, and he amused me, and we were going to the same way, we went together. He paid the shot, of course. I told him who you all were, and where you lived, and all about you. He's dying to see you, Evie, and I gave him such a description. I must introduce you, and make no mistake, take care of your heart. He beats Walter all hollow, he does." Just at that moment, the parlor door opened, and Laura Hilson entered, followed by Mr. Merritt himself. I caught the expression of Laura's eyes as they rested upon Richard, and then returned cautiously to Mr. Merritt. The first look was one of irresistible triumph. The second seemed to say, "Look there, there is your brother." Mr. Merritt grew ashy pale. Evelyn, perfectly unembarrassed, saluted Laura, and was advancing towards her husband when Richard courageously started up. Blue and purple and red and scarlet spots were forming a rainbow on his face as he thrust himself before his sister and blustered out, "Hey, Walter, how do you do? Here I am, you see." "I observe you are here, sir," replied Mr. Merritt, with appalling gravity, and accompanying his words with a formal bow. "Richard did not find Texas a very agreeable place of sojourn," interposed Mrs. Willard, in a conciliatory voice. "I am in hopes that we shall discover—" "Beg your pardon, good mother," exclaimed Richard. "Found it an exceedingly agreeable place. Couldn't like any place better. Only the ties of nature drew me back to my family. I'm a brother and a son, sir," continued he enthusiastically, and turning to Mr. Merritt, "and those ties link me to New York." Laura Hilson again glanced at Mr. Merritt, who colored as he met her eye. Mrs. Willard commenced some further explanation or palliation of her son's conduct, but Richard would not permit her to speak without interruption. She could hardly conceal her vexation. Ellen looked distressed, and Evelyn at once amused and annoyed. Laura, after bowing to Richard, whom she purposely passed, walked towards the window. Richard returned the bow in the most grotesquely reverential manner, and expressed himself grateful for her complimentary treatment. Mr. Merritt, without taking further notice of any of us, even of his wife, joined Laura at the window, and she conversed with him for some time in an undertone. Richard, who was just sufficiently abashed to assume more boldness than ever, soon bustled up to Mr. Merritt and said, "Well, Walter, I see you take care of Evie. She looks well. Never saw her look better. Handsome house you've got. Good location. Fine furniture. Everything as it should be." Mr. Merritt did not reply to Mr. Richard Willard's approbatory remarks. I do not know how this unpleasant scene would have ended had it not been for an accident which increased our annoyance at the time, yet, like most accidents, turned out fortunately in the end. Richard, upon whose brow the moisture of excitement was rapidly gathering, drew out his flaming red handkerchief to wipe away the drops as they rolled down his face. This same handkerchief had fallen a few moments previous near a coal scuttle, which the officious waiter, solely for the purpose of seeing what was taking place, had brought into the room. It seemed a relief to our unfortunate friend to conceal his glowing cheeks, and I was surprised to see him diligently rubbing forehead, cheek, and chin. But lo, wherever the fatal handkerchief passed, a long black streak spread itself around each renewed friction. I was the first one to observe this mishap, and my involuntary ejaculation attracted the attention of the others. Everybody looked at Richard, whose begrimed face grew scarlet at our inspection. "What are you all staring and laughing at?" demanded he, in real confusion and pretended anger. Mrs. Willard hastily rose and took his arm to lead him out of the room. It was with difficulty that she could give utterance to the words, "Richard, your face, your handkerchief, the coal scuttle, come with me." Richard showed no inclination to obey, but she determinedly forced him to retire, much to the relief of all present. When they were gone, Mr. Merritt rang the bell and ordered tea, but made no remark on what had passed. Laura Hilson laid aside her bonnet at Evelyn's request, and appeared in unusually good spirits. Evelyn quickly regained her composure, and evidently regarded the unpleasant scene which had just taken place as merely an amusing incident. We all drew around the fire, but Mr. Merritt still looked gloomy, and his whole conversation was addressed to Laura, whose tone in replying to him offended me. There was something peculiar in it, something that seemed to say that a species of confidence was established between them, that they were good friends, and understood each other perfectly well. When Mrs. Willard returned to the room, it was without Richard. Not a remark concerning him was made, but this silent avoidance of a subject is more ominous than expressed dissatisfaction. I was ill at ease, and my afternoon's encounter rendered me unfit to contribute my mite to the general entertainment. I therefore shortened my visit as much as possible. Mr. Merritt accompanied Laura and myself home immediately after tea. I afterwards heard that he spent the rest of the evening in the parlor at Fleecer's with Laura. End of Chapter 5. Volume 1, Chapter 6 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 6. Like other mortals of my kind, I've struggled for Dame Fortune's favor, and sometimes have been half inclined to rate her for her ill behavior. Milman. From the same to the same. November 30th. The times are out of joint for our friends. Mrs. Willard looks and talks abstractedly. She has some new scheme in her head, of that I am sure, but as yet I have no key to the problem she is solving. I have not seen Mr. Willard rub his hands or laugh to himself, his strange, low, exulting laugh, since he heard of Richard's return. Ellen is ill, both mentally and physically. Mr. Merritt looks careworn and dissatisfied. When he addresses Evelyn, indeed, or listens to her, his whole appearance undergoes a change, but at other times he entrenches himself in his own dignity, and treats even his mother-in-law with the most chilling formality. I have heard, although I know not how the truth may be, that he has been less prosperous in business lately, and that he is weighed down by the enormity of his domestic expenses. I have myself observed that he seems of late totally to have forgotten the disorderly state of his household when Mrs. Willard undertook its management. He no longer remembers how much he is indebted to her skill, prudence, and economy, and I fear he looks upon her, her husband, and the unfortunate Ellen as a burden which he would gladly loose from his shoulder. But Evelyn, you will ask, how does Evelyn bear this change? I answer, she has nothing to bear, for her happy temperament prevents her seeing what she could not comprehend. Hers is the only face of that once contented circle which still wears the sunny glow that laughs on earth and all below. December 1st. Here is a revolution. What it means I leave to you to divine. When I returned from breakfast this morning, I found Mrs. Willard quietly seated in my chamber, turning over the leaves of a book. She addressed me with, "My visit is not to you, Kate. What do you think brings me here?" "I am sure I cannot conjecture," I answered very sincerely. "I will not tax your imagination, for I know that its efforts are not wasted," replied Mrs. Willard, pointing to my secretary, which even at that hour of the morning stood open. "The fact is, Kate, I do not think it precisely right for us to live with Walter any longer. My delicacy will not permit my doing so. I never intended to pay him more than a visit of a few months at the longest." She said these words with an air of perfect frankness, and as though she expected me to believe them implicitly, having in all probability forgotten that I had seen the wires of her marionettes, and knew in what manner they were played upon. She continued, but without looking at me as she spoke, "I am going to engage rooms here. I have already heard that Fleecer has several apartments vacant, and your being here is sufficient attraction to make me give the house the preference." I tried to look my acknowledgments, but had too much doubt of Mrs. Willard's sincerity for me to succeed in doing more than bowing them. "What will Evelyn say to this?" I questioned by way of saying something. "Oh, of course Evelyn must make up her mind to what is inevitable. She cannot suppose that I can devote my life entirely to her. I have another daughter and other duties. But I must bid you good morning now, Kate, for I suppose by this time Fleecer is at leisure." She left me with a great deal of empressement, and I sat for some time musing upon her strange character, and wondering whether the contented air with which she generally clothes her feature could ever be the real garment of her soul. Prithee, what do you think of her? Is there not true female generalship in her manoeuvres? December 3rd. The Willards are here, and so is Evelyn half the time. Mr. Merritt only made those objections to their removal from his house which absolute politeness required. Evelyn's remonstrances were quickly silenced, and as she has a particular faculty of making the best of everything, she soon discovered that it was a delightful walk from her residence to Fleecer's, and the exercise which she would now be forced to take for the sake of seeing her mother would benefit her health. Ellen has recovered her spirits, or rather has received an acquisition of spirits which she never before possessed. At times she sinks into her former state of inanimate dejection, but the fits are short, and a word or look rouses her. I cannot say that she has exactly followed my advice and made a charity a source of amusement or a regular occupation, but this is perhaps owing to circumstances rather than to disinclination. Last evening I made some casual allusion to the conversation which took place between us the other day. The blood mounted to her cheeks as she replied, "Your advice impressed me,
But it is not always easy to find what we look for. It may be that I am not in the right train, but I know of no needy persons whom I could benefit. I look at every beggar I meet on my walks and long to speak, but how can I stop in the street? It would look ostentatious. I am strangely puzzled, but still I am determined to be of use in the world. I could have guided and advised her, but I knew that I should render her a greater service by making her dependent upon her own resources, and therefore gave a turn to the conversation, which insensibly wound it into another channel. Afternoon. I have seen him again. We have spoken. I am ignorant in what manner Mr. Elton discovered that I resided in New York, but this morning he honored me with a visit. Imagine how my heart throbbed when my presence was requested in the parlor, and I read upon the card placed in my hand, Ernest Elton. I am pleased, yet grieved, anxious to see him, yet half inclined to shun the interview. With faltering steps, yet ashamed of my own weakness, I entered the drawing-room. His back was turned, his head reclined thoughtfully on his hand. I had time to recover myself before he observed me. The sound of my voice aroused, but I trust that it did not move him so painfully as his tone affected me. For the sake of old friendship, I offered him my hand, and he took it with grateful emotion. Ah, Elizabeth, there are scenes for which words cannot describe, feelings to which no language can give expression. Be it enough for me to say that I have seen him, that we have conversed almost like casual acquaintances, and this is as it should be. He has returned from Charleston, and is, I believe, unaccompanied by his wife and children, but I had not the courage to inquire after them. I observed that he was attired in deep mourning, and must, therefore, have met with some recent loss. His visit was short, but to me not so productive of unpleasant emotions as I had anticipated. He has entirely lost his former exuberance of spirits, his ambition, his hopefulness. In short, he is changed, indescribably changed. And wherefore should he not be? I, too, am not the same. December 5th. Would you believe it? Richard has really managed to present his friend, Colonel Damerow, to his mother and Ellen. The introduction took place last evening. I never saw Richard look so, I will not say genteel, but respectably odd. He made his appearance in an entirely new suit, which I strongly suspect was furnished at Colonel Damerow's expense. This Colonel Damerow is a very different person from what we naturally imagined him to be, judging from his intimacy with Richard. I shall give you but a hasty sketch of him. He is strikingly handsome, his manners polished in the extreme, and his appearance rendered conspicuous by that commanding form and dignified mien which so often characterize military men. He has evidently made the art of pleasing his life's study, and is adept in the science. To say that everybody was fascinated with him comprehends all that I need add. As for Richard, he listened with as much attention to every word that fell from the colonel's lips as though they proceeded from those of an oracle. I can place but one construction upon Colonel Damerow's intimacy with our curious friend. The colonel has seen a great deal of the world, is thoroughly acquainted with its ways, and is tired even of its pleasures. He is seeking for something new, something that can divert and excite him. This diversion Richard's peculiarities have doubtless afforded, and he studies our friend's mental developments as he would the physical formation of some strange animal at a menagerie. Richard was particularly anxious that Evelyn should accidentally join our little circle, and ran to the door every time the bell rang. I fancied that Colonel Dameron's eyes also not unfrequently turned towards the door, but Evelyn did not appear. Is it any wonder that Richard should feel proud of presenting such a being as his sister to this stylish friend? In answer to a question of Mrs. Willard's, the Colonel acknowledged that Evelyn had lately been designated to him in the street, but he made no comment upon her grace and beauty. For the last 2 days, Ellen has constantly imprisoned herself in her room. How she is occupied I do not know, for she has so long hidden her feelings in her own breast that she cannot at once overcome her habitual uncommunicativeness. She is cheerful, and therefore, I am sure, does not pass her time in idleness. That knowledge is sufficient for all but curiosity. Domestic clouds gather around poor Mr. Merritt, and are daily breaking into showers over his head. Yesterday all his silver was stolen, and today, at the hour when dinner should have been prepared, his French cook was found inebriated and extended at full length on the kitchen floor. The key of the wine closet had been left in her possession, and she was not strong enough to resist temptation. It is inconceivable how slightly Evelyn's gaiety is disturbed by these causes of vexation. Will she always be as careless-hearted and unreflecting? End of chapter 6.
Volume 1, Chapter 7 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked. A novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 7. You are not here. The quaint witch memory sees, in vacant chairs, your absent images, and points where once you sat, and now should be. Shelley. From the Same to the Same. December 4th. I have just interrupted a tete-a-tete by a malapropos visit to Mrs. Willard, but those I disturbed cannot be more provoked at my intrusion than I am myself. What can be more disagreeable than to feel yourself unexpectedly de trop, to wish to retire, and to be forced to remain by the overstrained politeness of the person you are visiting, who insists on your stay, yet wishes you at the greatest possible distance? As I opened Mrs. Willard's parlor door, I observed her sitting upon the sofa, knitting her endless lace edging, and listening with cool civility to her son-in-law, who was persuading her to give her consent to his wishes, which were apparently much at variance with her own. But let me entreat you, why should you object? Indeed, we cannot get along without you, were the words that greeted my ear as I stepped into the room. My first impulse was to withdraw, but Mrs. Willard had already become aware of my presence and insisted that I should remain. I objected, but she would not listen to an excuse. No allusion was made to the subject lately discussed by Mr. Merritt and herself. For about 10 minutes we conversed on different topics, that is, started a subject of conversation in which we took no interest, pursued it with forced energy, turned it on every side, examined it, amplified upon it, as schoolgirls in their compositions,
and let it die a natural death, in spite of our efforts to prolong its existence. Then racked our brains for another topic, which shared the same fate. Mr. Merritt was too thoroughly polite to seem discomposed by my presence, but as I pride myself upon a faculty of divining the feeling of those with whom I associate, I thought that I read his, and in less than a quarter of an hour resolutely insisted on retiring. I have not the slightest doubt that Mr. Merritt is at this very moment entreating Mrs. Willard to return to his house and make it her permanent home, and that she, concealing her secret gratification, is assuring him that she cannot think of doing such a thing, that she never intended to pass more than a few months with him, that she confesses to some pride, too much indeed, to permit her to be a burden upon those most dear to her. Then Mr. Merritt will renew his entreaties, she will become more immovable, he will grow warmer in his petitions, and finally she will give a reluctant consent. Pray admire my clairvoyance. Exactly what I described to you took place. An hour ago, Mrs. Willard came to inform me that they were making preparations to return instantly to her son-in-law's, that she had for a long time withstood his entreatings, but at last was forced to yield to them, etc., etc., etc. She begged to know my opinion on the subject of her removal, and what opinion could I venture to give, except precisely such a one as she desired to hear? Expedition is the soul of action, says some wise man, and amen, responds Mrs. Willard, as she puts the precept into practice. Day before yesterday, at noon, the idea of Mrs. Willard's returning to her daughters had not been suggested. Yesterday before noon a large spring cart and carriage stood before Fleecer's door, and Mr. Fleecer himself was stationed in the entry with an ominous-looking slip of paper in his hand. Upon this bit of paper certain figures were inscribed, which I am afraid Mrs. Willard would be obliged to study the new system of mnemonics to impress on her memory. Just as the clock struck 12, Mrs. Willard, cloaked and bonneted, descended the stairs, and was greeted by Mr. Fleecer, with whom she exchanged a few whispered words, evidently satisfactory to both parties. The portentous paper was returned to Mr. Fleecer's pocket, and Mrs. Willard passed on. Ellen followed her mother, and with downcast eyes hurried by Fleecer. Poor Ellen! Her mother's total absence of sensibility has endowed her with a double portion. I brought up the rear, escorted by Mr. Willard, who carefully divided his attention between a couple of bundles, one in either hand, and myself. Mrs. Willard had petitioned me to accompany them, as my assistance would expedite their arrangements, and she was determined that no appearance of bustle and confusion should greet Mr. Merritt on his return to dinner. The last trunk was strapped on the cart, the last bandbox stowed in the carriage, and we all took our seats, diminishing our usual dimensions in a manner which permitted us to perform the duties of wedges, between which more damageable baggage was packed. When we arrived in Union Square, we found Evelyn watching for us at the window. She flew to the door before it could be opened by the waiter, and, too impatient to permit us to alight, leapt into the carriage and kissed us all in turn, accompanying every kiss with a delighted welcome, and crushing bandboxes and treading upon carpet-bags and dressing-cases with perfect unconcern. We commenced unpacking the moment we entered the house. Though Evelyn's mischievous gaiety continually impeded our progress, everything was in perfect order. The entry swept, the trunks out of sight in the attic, and the family circle assembled in the parlor before the sound of Mr. Merritt's night key was heard in the lock of the street door. Mrs. Willard met him in the entry and greeted him as hostess would greet an honored guest. The dinner passed off gaily, for Mrs. Willard had already paid a visit to the kitchen, and we were all hungry and in good spirits. When I say all hungry, I should say except Evelyn, for excitement and preoccupation invariably destroy her appetite when her mind is nourished, her corporeal parts fast without suffering. In the evening a visitor was announced, who inquired for Mrs. Willard. He was ushered into the drawing-room, and she presented Colonel Damerow to Evelyn and her husband. Mr. Merritt was evidently struck with the noble appearance of the colonel, and saluted him as he always salutes a man whom he has made up his mind is a gentleman. Evelyn, as she curtsied, blushed most charmingly, and I did not wonder at her confusion when I remarked the evident admiration which sparkled in the colonel's dark eyes as he regarded her. I have seldom seen a man more perfectly at ease in society, or one who possessed in a higher degree the gift of searching out and bringing to light the good quality of others than Colonel Damerow. He is not only witty himself, but has the art of finding wit in everybody else, or rather of giving a brilliant interpretation to casual expressions. His manner almost insensibly inspires you with the belief that your lightest words are worth listening to. You are constantly surprised by discovering that you have uttered some sentiment deserving attention. In short, he is endowed with the inestimable faculty of making you pleased with yourself, which is the surest way of rendering you pleased with him. Everything that he says impresses you agreeably, and yet you retain no distinct recollection of any particular sentence or idea, for the fascination lies in the manner, not in the words. Occasionally he is sarcastic, but his sarcasm is sprightly, not bitter. In his most trivial words or actions there is an implied homage, a deferential respect, which is particularly gratifying, I think I may say, to all women. But above all, I admire his apparent total forgetfulness of self. He forces you to think of him, while he seldom appears to remember his own existence. I never saw Evelyn more brilliant than she was last evening. She may have been excited by the occurrences of the day, or Colonel Damerow's manner, which made her constantly feel that every action, look, and syllable was appreciated, may have inspired her, but she certainly surpassed herself. Neither did her conversation consist solely in badinage. Her vivacity assumed a new tone. She conversed with enthusiasm on the gravest subjects, and evinced judgment, taste, and more reflection than I imagined that she possessed. If Colonel Damerow was not charmed, Mr. Merritt was, or his eyes spoke falsely. I think I may say that evening was a delightful one to all of us except Mr. Willard. He is unfortunately suffering from dyspepsia, which is attended by a strong inclination to lethargy. Even while he is speaking, his eyelids slowly droop. His hands become powerless, his limbs relax, and he sinks into a species of half-conscious sleep, from which, unaided, he cannot rouse himself. Mrs. Willard is careful to place herself in a position where she can wake him at short intervals, but if her attention is diverted, the spirit of heaviness again possesses him, and he is quickly overpowered. It is a question in my mind whether persons who have some great object in life which induces mental activity are ever subject to this new-fashioned complaint called dyspepsia. End of Chapter 7. Volume 1, Chapter 8 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 8. Je suis sage mais peu sévère. Philosophie mais amoureux. Hubert Damereau to Frederick Ruthven. New York, December 7th. Here I am, Fred, in the great city of Gotham, and you may forthwith give up all idea of my joining you in Washington for the present. Some new entanglement, I hear you exclaim. Precisely so, my dear fellow. What else could you expect from the wretched ennuyé with whom you parted company 2 months ago? A man must live, and it is my maxim that he should live not as fast, but as much as he can, that is, collect and concentrate into the small space of his life as much enjoyment as is practicable or possible. What the plague are our 5 senses good for unless we can inhale pleasure through every one of them, and create around us an atmosphere of exhilarating delight? I have tried to do with these 5 fine senses of mine all that could be done, by way of cultivating and gratifying them to the utmost. And yet I fall victim to ennui oftener than the moon changes. There are a great many good things in the world, but there is one better than all, worth all the rest melted down into an essence that could be sucked in like exhilarating gas. The garden was a wild, and man the hermit sighed till woman smiled. You know my old failing. A pretty face and a pair of bright eyes give me no inclination to become an anchorite. But I have grown fastidious of late. The finest taste is palled by overfeasting, and susceptibility itself becomes unsusceptible through unlimited use. Once upon a time, but my stiff and thrifty beard was downy then, I would reply spontaneously to every sweet feminine mode of warfare. But now I find myself too often equally insensible to the flash that lightens boldly through the shadowy lash, and the sly, stealing splendors almost hid, like swords half-sheathed beneath the downcast lid. Something new and peerless and supremely fascinating can alone penetrate the amorous indifference in which my heart, against my will, has entrenched itself. But to the point, for I suppose you suspect that the armor has lately been proved vulnerable. I have surrendered without even staging a siege, laid down my arms, cried peccavi, and permitted myself to be taken prisoner. But such a jailer! I may well exclaim with the imprisoned corsair, methinks my jailer's face shows wondrous fair. By the by, the quotation is, for more reasons than one, not all inappropriate. The beautiful Evelyn is hardly less dazzling, less impassioned, less ardent, than the fiery and voluptuous Gulnare. Then, like Gulnare, she is another's, and owns a lord whom I think she neither loves nor hates, although in all other feelings she is ever in extremes. I have studied women so long and so scientifically that I know their signs, and may, without vanity, pride myself on a certain faculty in reading their characters, for I seldom find myself in error.
This Evelyn is the most piquant, the most bewitching creature that in all my wanderings I have ever encountered. At least, I think so now, although I plead guilty to having thought the same of some dozen fair ones before. Such lips, rich, fresh, pouting with stealthy invitations. Such hair, not shining merely, but reflecting a focus of sunbeams. Such eyes, but their color I never could discover, for they change from blue to brown, from brown to black, with every meteor-like flash that darts from beneath their lids. Oh, where's the heart so wise could unbewildered meet those matchless eyes, quick, restless, strange, but exquisite withal, like those of angels just before their fall. That description was certainly written for Evelyn, or rather Evelyn was formed to suit the description. Then her hands and her feet are so fairy-like. I never could endure the most divine-looking Hebe if she had not dimpled hands, taper, rose-tipped fingers, filbert nails, Cinderella feet, and ankles to match. Do not suppose that like a youth enamored for the first time I am going to rhapsodize all day over her perfections, although I must mention one more, her laugh. Do you know that my heart has 2 or 3 times regained its freedom at the sound of a woman's laugh? Evelyn's is almost the only laugh I have ever heard that was perfectly musical and full of unmingled joyousness. The freshness of her spirit speaks forth in its tone. Yet this fair Evelyn, whom I have described as so matchless in her loveliness, possesses not all the charms that a few years will give her. I can only compare her to some luscious fruit that is grown in the shade and is yet unripened. Let the vernal sun shine upon the fruit, and it is mellowed, its flavor enriched, and its hue deepened. So let the hot sun of passion touch Evelyn, but you can conceive what resemblance she would bear to the fruit. As yet her heart is in its virginity. There are 1,000 springs unsealed within it, 1,000 feelings unawakened, that wait but the talismanic touch of love to spring to life. Her husband, Mr. Merritt, is a fine, gentlemanly fellow, rather inclined to uxoriousness, but too sensible to make himself ridiculous by becoming jealous. The manner in which I became acquainted with Evelyn is somewhat curious, but chance has always made me her favorite, and I thank her for her preference, always taking due advantage of her partiality. One morning, about a week after you left me, I felt remarkably dull and ennuyé, and was just locking up my dressing case after determining to leave New Orleans that very day, when I overheard an angry altercation in the entry near my door. "You must come with us, sir," said a voice in a tone of authority. "How dare you address such language to me? Do you know who I am, sir? Take off your hands, or I shan't think too much of exterminating you. I'll teach you to know a gentleman when you have the luck to see one. If you can't discharge this little account, you must come along with us, and unless you can give bail, you will be sent to prison, and that's the short and long of it." A scuffle ensued, drowning the indignant reply, of which I could catch but a word or two. I opened my door more to seek diversion than from curiosity, and beheld a most curious-looking individual vigorously struggling with a couple of constables, and crying out, "Let me tell you that I am a gentleman. Do you take me for a loafer? I belong to one of the highest families in New York. I'd have you know that. This insult won't pass unnoticed." The oddity of the young man's appearance amused me. I have sometimes strange impulses, and would give any price for a new sensation. This new sensation I produced in myself and paid for by quixotically defending this odd individual and paying his bill. He cancelled his indebtedness by calling me a gentleman, an independent fellow, and his noble benefactor. This last term, I candidly confess, induced me to carry out my philanthropy by inviting him into my room. He immediately placed himself on the most familiar footing with me, and in a very roundabout way, in lauding his narrative with parentheses, told me his story. I learnt from this relation that his name was Willard, that he was a New Yorker of family, as he termed it, that he had a beautiful sister, not 17, who was lately married to a wealthy merchant, that this new brother-in-law had paid his expenses to Texas, as I inferred, to get rid of him, that in Texas he felt like a fish out of water, and that the burden of his song was Home, Sweet Home, that he determined to return, but his funds not holding out, he had walked from Natchitoches to New Orleans, intending to trust his luck for further provision. In spite of this fact, with almost idiotic improvidence, he had took up lodgings at the St. Charles, as you are aware, the most expensive hotel here. In all probability, he was fearful of losing his character as a gentleman if he contented himself with humbler accommodations. I was so much diverted at this narration, the strange style in which it was delivered, and the unquestionable originality of young Willard, not to mention his enthusiastic description of his sister, that I really committed the absurdity of inviting him to become my traveling companion. We made the journey to New York together, and I never once regretted my choice of compagnon de voyage, for my friend is the most admirable buffoon, and kept me alive the whole way. When we arrived in New York, it was necessary that we should part company, as I did not relish being joined in Broadway by a person of so doubtful appearance as Richard Willard, Esquire, of Constable memory. I found the greatest difficulty in cutting his acquaintance. If I affected great coldness of manner, he would very innocently inform me that I was in the dumps, or ask me what crochet I had in my head. When I politely requested him to excuse me, stating that I desired to be alone, he assured me that he would not in the slightest degree interrupt my occupations, that he was a deep thinker, liked to get a quiet moment for reflection, etc., etc., and forthwith gravely ensconced himself in an armchair and commenced his meditations. I was on the point, as a last resource, of quarreling with him, when a lady of most surpassing beauty was one afternoon pointed out to me in the street. I discovered that her name was Mrs. Merritt, formerly Miss Willard. This, then, was the matchless Evelyn, my curious friend's sister, the sister of Richard Willard, my traveling buffoon. I could hardly believe my senses. I was soon convinced that I was not in error, and instantly changed my mind about cutting my quondam friend. The next time we met, I accepted his proposition to introduce me to his mother, and provided Richard with a suitable wardrobe for the purpose. I must mention, by way of illustrating his character, that this wardrobe in less than a week found its way piecemeal to the pawnbroker's, and Richard again appeared in the cast-off suit of some obliging friend. I found Mrs. Willard a very ladylike, agreeable, worldly woman, not at all deficient in the savoir-faire necessary to making an appearance in society. Her oldest daughter has a twisted spine, an interesting face, and a pleasing voice. But Evelyn, the second, with whom I have more lately become acquainted, Evelyn, so peerless and so perfect. The deuce take it, Fred, I wish you were in love, so that sympathy might give you patience when I sit, wearying my hearer in my mistress's praise. Next to falling in love, you most oblige me by letting me choose the object of which you are to become enamored. Take a trip to Charleston, and seek out a bewitching little French girl, or rather half Italian and half French, called Claudine. You will find her dwelling with an old deaf grande dame in a small white cottage, embowered with fine trees just without the city, a most romantic retreat. The cottage, by the way, was one of my own choice. I purchased it for Claudine's accommodation about 6 months ago. I was then in a state of delectable infatuation, but the illusion was gradually dispelled, my heart consequently disenthralled, and I informed Claudine that an unavoidable business engagement would separate us. She is a fiery little creature, and had been fool enough to run away from old father at my solicitation. When I talked of even a temporary separation, her grief and indignation became so violent that it bordered on madness. Once or twice I pacified her by promising to remain, but as I have no taste for a virago style of beauty, my chains daily grew heavier, and I determined to free myself of their weight. One morning before she was awake, I left the house in Charleston an hour afterwards. My trunks and baggage were left behind that her suspicions might not be aroused. I have not heard of Claudine since, but took care that she should not trace me, for she is quite capable of making the attempt. As I have some latent tenderness for the little fool, I should not be at all unwilling to consign her to your care. If you have no better amusement on hand, a trip to Charleston may benefit your health. I must once more repeat that you may give up all hope of seeing me in Washington at present. It is doubtful how long I may remain in New York. Should you make up your mind to join me here, my headquarters are in the Astor House. Capital living here, my dear fellow. Stetson never kept a better table than he does this autumn. I make a point of eating 365 good dinners every year, and should consider myself cheated out of one of the principal, necessary, and allowable enjoyments of life if I had to swallow a bad one. Upon my word, I can't conceive of any reason why a man should not cultivate his taste as well as any other of his senses. It is my creed that a person cannot really possess refined intellectual taste unless the perception of his palate is quick and delicate. It is a national fault with us Americans that we feed instead of eating. A Frenchman makes the knowledge of la cuisine a regular study, part of his education, one of the necessary accomplishments. And he is right. A neglected sense is like a diamond worn in the pocket. A man might as well be without it. Apropos of la cuisine, I tried my own hand in cooking mutton at the Astor yesterday, and concocted the most delicious dish that you ever tasted. There was Matthews and Moffat and Pearson and Walters. They were all dining with me and would touch nothing else. I sent for a chafing dish and cut the mutton in thin slices, rare. Remember that the mutton must be rare. Poured a little gravy in the chafing dish, and added about 2 wineglasses of filter croton water. Never drink water unless it is filtered. Then laid in slices of mutton, added 3 large spoonfuls of currant jelly, and stirred the whole together with a couple of glasses of sherry, 2 of port, and 2 of champagne. The wicks were lit, and I cooked the mutton, slowly turning it twice in a minute. The odorous flavor of the steam that floated about my dilated nostrils every time I lifted the cover made my mouth water, as it does now at the recollection. Be sure you try it. I intend to be designated as mouton à la Dameron, for the recipe is of my own invention. Indeed, I may call it an improvisation, and a most successful one it was. Fare thee well, and consider thyself indebted to thy friend for thy tomorrow's good dinner. It is just about the hour when I shall find my Evelyn at home, and her spouse not yet chez Louis. So I must e'en bid you adieu. Yours very faithfully, Hubert Dameron. End of chapter 8.
Volume 1, Chapter 9 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 9. None knew nor how nor why, but he entwined himself perforce around the hearer's mind. Byron. From Catherine Bolton to Elizabeth Montague. December 13th. Ellen's unaccountable love of solitude is explained. Accident has transferred her well-guarded secret to my keeping, and I, for very safety's sake, forsooth, must commit it to yours. I was invited to dine en famille with the Merritts and Willards yesterday, but this is an incident of so frequent occurrence that I hardly need to mention it. Just as we seated ourselves at table, Ellen, who had not made her appearance, sent word that we must not wait for her, as she had no appetite, and begged to be excused from coming down. Mrs. Willard, who informed me that Ellen had as usual been shut up in her chamber all day, did not appear to be in the least concerned on her account. I, on the contrary, felt so uneasy that before the second course was served, I rose from the table, and in spite of a disconcerting look from Mr. Merritt, who cannot tolerate a breach of etiquette, made the best of my way to Ellen's chamber. I knocked twice, but no answer was returned. I tried the door. It was unlocked, and I entered, but not without alarm. Ellen was sitting with her arms folded upon the small table before her, and her head bowed over them. An open box of paints and a glass of discolored water stood near, and pencils, paint-brushes, and several fanciful designs, partly completed, were strewn around her. She quickly raised her head at my approach, as though prepared to resent the intrusion, and I saw that her eyes were swollen, and her cheeks moistened with unregarded tears. When her eyes met mine, she turned away and resumed her former disconsolate attitude. "Ellen, my dear Ellen, what has happened?" said I, trying to take her hand. She shrank from my touch, and replied, again without looking up, "Nothing. I only desire to be left alone. I shall not prove very agreeable company." "Permit me to be the judge of that," I returned. "If you only banish me for my own sake, I may venture to say that you will best please me by allowing me to remain." "But I prefer to be by myself," answered Ellen, rather peevishly, at the same time repressing a rising sob. I rose and replied, "Since my presence can no longer give you pleasure, I will not force my company upon you. But, dear Ellen, you do not know of how great a happiness you deprive me in making me feel that I have lost the power of soothing and advising and sometimes comforting you." I slowly retreated towards the door as though about to retire, but Ellen was roused. She was willing to suffer herself, but her kind heart would not inflict pain. "Stay, stay," she exclaimed, weeping, and stretching out her hand towards me. I needed no second invitation, and, tenderly grasping her offered hand, held it between both of mine as I seated myself beside her. "Now, Ellen, tell me frankly, what is the matter with you?" I hardly know. I believe I've got the blues. I often have them." "The blues, the blue devils!" I ejaculated, almost laughing. "Have you forgotten the good text, 'Resist the devil, and he will flee you'? Now the imps which flee soonest through stout resistance are these same blue imps. Receive or encourage them for a moment, and they will assault you periodically until they have gained perfect mastery over your spirit." "You are half jesting with me," answered Ellen, seriously, "but mine is no fancied, no ideal distress. You mistake me. I think the distresses of the mind are as real to the mind as ailments of the body are to both body and mind. But you should not give way to either. Even physical sufferings may sometimes be combated by resistance, and often alleviated by a mental remedy. Dear Miss Catherine, you do not know how horrible is the sensation which overpowers me, and which people call the blues. When the feeling comes over me, I am perfectly miserable without a cause, or else I seek out causes of misery which I had forgotten. I am discontented with everybody and everything. Everything seems flat, stale, and unprofitable. Everybody appears stupid and lifeless, or flippant and heartless. I take no interest in the occupations that most delighted me before. I see no beauty in the objects I most admired. My own feelings throw a sad coloring over all creation, and everything looks harsh and cold and unalluring. Ah, you do not know how dreadful a thing it is to be subject to the blues." "Indeed, my sweet Ellen, I do know, for the disease is a very common one, and one which I have experienced and successfully combated. It arises partly from mental causes. By a strict attention to the laws of nature, and an avoidance of their most trivial infringement, the physical causes will be removed. The mental can even more readily be counteracted by any occupation which interests the mind." "But when the fit is upon me, occupation has no charm." "Still, you must force yourself to be employed, and through this very self-control your mind will, little by little, regain its usual healthy tone. An interesting book, especially one of elevated character, is often an antidote to the blues. But you find yourself a sure, and I may say infallible cure, by devoting yourself to the promotion of another's happiness, or in projecting some mode of benefiting others. If I were a physician, and one that professed to minister to the mind diseased, I should write down in my notebook, 'Love to thy neighbor, a specific for the blues.' But I look upon neighborly love as a mere phantom if it brings forth no fruits, which fruits are benefits conferred. But if I can find no occupation, if I have no book at hand, and if I cannot amuse or benefit anybody, what am I to do? Seek for what you have not, and if that search is useless, or you have not spirit to pursue it, throw yourself into society with a view of cultivating your social feelings, and thus changing and enlivening the sluggish current of your ideas. Why, I have found you more specifics than an enterprising quack would need to make his fortune. But I should find it easier to swallow the nostrums of a quack than to take any of your medicines. You spoke of society. I am totally unfit for social intercourse. When I am summoned to see a few intimate friends, a cold chill creeps over me. I grow tremulous and nervous and lose all my confidence. As soon as I enter the presence of my visitors, I become so ill at ease that my very seat feels uncomfortable. I do not know what to do with my hands. I cannot sufficiently collect my ideas to suggest any topic of conversation, nor can I command my voice, which invariably sounds harsh and husky. And can you not account for this? Are these sensations consequent upon too constant remembrance of self? If you would not fancy that others were thinking about you, if you would but realize that you were unnoticed, as we all of us often are, if, in short, you would forget yourself, this timidity would vanish. As for your professed inability to converse, the inability often lies in the absence of the endeavor. Conversation is an art capable of the highest culture, and one the cultivation of which is essential to all classes of society. It is often a compliment to listen with that attention which shows that you appreciate what is said. But we have no right to draw continually from the stores of others without contributing from our own. A person who silently hears everything that is said around him without aiding or encouraging the speaker must either be selfish or ill-bred. I do not mean that a person in conversing should attempt to say smart things, for witticism are often ill-natured, and good humor is the charm of conversation. But how should I know, returned Ellen, that I was not tiring instead of entertaining my friends? If you suit your conversation to the capacities of those whom you address, and take the troubles to choose the subjects which interest them, avoiding all others, you will not easily fatigue your guest. One great art of conversation is to make others converse. The faculty, I think, is of a higher order than that of being able to converse well oneself, and often more useful, for many persons are better pleased by hearing themselves talk than by being talked to. As Le Bruyère says, the most delicate pleasure is to please another. But you cannot do this while you remain a cold and silent listener. Ah, Miss Catherine, if I was sure that I should never have the blues again, I would make a great effort to profit by your counsel. You will surely prevent yourself from having them if you remember that they are positively sinful, inasmuch as causeless melancholy is a species of ingratitude to heaven, and all ingratitude is sinful. But if I cannot help being melancholy, you might as well say, dear Ellen, that a man could not help stealing, and that therefore his robbery should be excused. But what are these little paintings scattered about the table? Said I, unwilling to continue the subject upon which we had conversed sufficiently long for Ellen's good. I have been examining them for the last few minutes with curious eyes. Cupids and bows, and hearts and darts, and doves and roses. What do they all mean? There, now you have discovered my secret, exclaimed Ellen, and I suppose I may as well make a virtue of necessity and confess everything. After the conversation which took place between us in your room some weeks ago, do you remember it? I replied in the affirmative. After that conversation, continued Ellen, I determined that I would no longer be idle. We are poor, and I have often been wounded to the quick to think of the manner, but no matter that, you know what I mean. Well, I conceived the project of trying to make myself independent, that is, providing myself with the few necessaries of life without running in debt for them, or availing myself of Evelyn's generosity. Then I longed to have a few shillings of my own, which I could bestow in charity if I pleased. I did not know what I could do, but determined to do something. One day, as I was walking along the street, reflecting on this subject, I read on a large sheet of paper hung up in the window of the bookstore, painted valentines and Christmas note paper with original designs wanted. I always had a taste for sketching and coloring, and had received some instruction in drawing. I wanted to enter the store, but had not the courage, and after some hesitating, some minutes passed on. The next day I argued with myself until I gained resolution to walk into the shop and inquire what price would be given for the paintings. The bookseller requested to see some specimens of my skill before he employed me. I returned home, and the same afternoon carried him all my best performances. He turned them over rather coldly, as I thought, for I stood tremblingly watching him, and finally said that I might paint him 6 valentines with some original designs, and that he would pay me a shilling apiece, if he liked them. He furnished me with paper, and I went to work the very day. I found some difficulty in drawing the designs, and it was a week before the 6 valentines were completed, although I expected to execute them in a couple of days. With greater diffidence than ever, I conveyed them to the bookseller, but hardly had sufficient courage to submit my work to his inspection. Finally, I did so, and to my great surprise, he seemed pleased, and said that he would give me as much employment as I chose for a month, to come at the same price. I have already made a couple of dollars in this manner, and I am sure that I never held silver in my hand which was so prized. The little sum seemed like a fortune, or the herald of one, and the simple dress which it purchased is worth all the others that I possess. The designs in your hand are some which I have lately commenced, but could not finish, for I have already grown wearied of them, and my invention is at an ebb. Perhaps it is that which gave me the blues. But prithee, where are your blue devils now, Ellen? I asked significantly. A good and loving spirit has exorcised them, she answered, throwing herself in my arms. Ah, Elizabeth, wealth, homage, even love, could not have purchased me the exquisite joy of that moment. May one venture into the council chamber? Said a voice at the half-open door, and without waiting for a reply, Evelyn glided into the room. After taking the first few steps, she stopped and surveyed us with mingled archness and affection, exclaiming, "What a tableau! Ellen there looks like the fair penitent obtaining absolution for her first sin, and you, Carissima, you only lack a cowl and a monk's robe to be mistaken for a saintly confessor, a spiritual adviser, and ghostly comforter. Excellent! You have given me an idea. Why can't we not amuse some of our friends with a tableau vivant on Christmas Eve? That would be so delightful. You must all help. I shall press everybody into service. What a charming idea! Come down, and we'll arrange our plans." I ran away just as they were serving dessert. Walter began to look wrathy at my flight, but I left him in good hands. Mamma will force him to accept the olive branch before I return. Come, come, follow me. We can discuss the dessert and the tableau together." Evelyn flew downstairs, and in a few moments Ellen and I joined her in the dining room. Ellen's cheerfulness was perfectly restored. Indeed, she was much livelier than usual, and at every sprightly word she uttered a small but harmonious voice within me. The voice of an approving conscience whispered, "Thou hast done this. Hast thou not cause to rejoice?" Evelyn immediately introduced the subject of the tableau, and without much difficulty obtained her husband's permission to conduct them as she pleased. They all, even Ellen, seemed to enter with more spirit into her projects than myself. I have observed of late a marked change in our lovely Evelyn's character. It seems impossible for her to exit except under the influence of excitement. This excitement she continually creates for herself. Her mind is constantly nourished with this high-seasoned and stimulating food. She is even more wildly gay than ever, even more restless, and far more variable, for at times she sinks into fits of moodiness, and her usually beaming face wears an expression of absolute wretchedness. To fly from this fancied or real, but at all events merely momentary misery, she seeks the most engrossing species of amusement, and yields herself up to the exhilarating delight of the moment, without remembering the reaction which invariably ensues. My mind is filled with indefinable forebodings as I watch her, for I have commenced to doubt the reality of her felicity. Her joyousness resembles the sunbeams that sparkle on the surface of the waters, but not the pure and golden vein that glides beneath its bosom. Yet why should she not be happy? She is in the first bloom of youth, surpassingly beautiful. She has not a wish ungratified, and, last and best of all, she is beloved, and the faces about her reflect and multiply her smiles. When shall she find happiness, if not now? Where in this life, if not here in the bosom of her idolizing family? It was positively decided that on Christmas Eve a series of tableaux should be represented, and that all Evelyn's friends should lend her their assistance. Among those who were to take part in the representation, she mentioned Amy Yule, Laura Hilson, and Colonel Damerow. The latter has become a constant visitor at Mr. Merritt's, and is looked upon quite as a friend of the family. It is impossible not to like him, while we like what is agreeable and engaging. Yet I can hardly say that reason sanction the approval which our hearts involuntarily yield. He is evidently a sensualist, although highly intellectual. This at first blush will seem like a contradiction, but not so much when you remember that to be intellectual does not imply to be spiritual. Sensual and spiritual he could not be, but to be at once intellectual and sensual is not incompatible. I never heard Evelyn mention his name except in the most casual manner, and yet I have repeatedly remarked that she distinguishes his ring from that of any other person, and that the rich bloom deepens on her cheek, and a soft lustre as his step approaches. She thinks of him, then, thinks of him perhaps too frequently, and his coming awakens some decided emotion, either of pain or pleasure. I do not like unspoken thoughts. When the heart is on the lips, its impulses not to be feared. The instant that its holy recesses are involuntarily veiled, some feeling has penetrated them which prudence or modesty forbids to be revealed. Do not for a moment imagine that Colonel Damerow pays particular or unwarrantable attentions to Evelyn. I believe him to be a man of honor, and there is an evident purity and trustfulness about Evelyn which only a fiend could assail. He never particularly singles her out, but is equally agreeable to everybody present. He has but one habit with which I am disposed to find fault. He sometimes speaks both to Evelyn and Ellen by turns in that dangerously melodious sotto voce, which renders his words inaudible to all but the one for whose ears they are intended. At such times his expressive eyes are filled with a softness almost voluptuous, and I feel that tone and look exert an influence inexplicable, and it may be pernicious as powerful. I have a great dread of those whispers scarcely heard and murmurs breathed against a lady's ear. We have not been troubled with Richard's visits as of late, and this is good fortune. I have no doubts we are indebted to the Colonel. What means he has employed remains to be discovered, but he is certainly entitled to our hearty thanks. End of Chapter 9. Volume 1, Chapter 10 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 10. Oh, the power of youth to feed on pleasant thoughts, spite of conviction. I am old and heartless. Yes, I am old. I have no pleasant fancies. The sober truth is all too much for me. Coleridge. From the same to the same. December 27th. The saddest moment of our life. The saddest, though unembittered by any positive sorrow. Ah, Elizabeth, has thy heart never unquestioned whispered to thee, thou canst know no sadder hour than this? Thus spoke mine when I first realized that the prismatic hues which tinted the lowliest objects in life were but the reflected brilliancy of a youthful imagination, when I saw the roseate light of inexperience and hope that colored the present and veiled future gradually disappear, and the gray mist of reality slowly spreading itself over the enchanted ground. And thus spake my heart, when with aching eyes I beheld, charm by charm unwind, that robed mine idol. And I looked in vain for the virtues, the noble attributes that I had worshipped, as we can only worship that which is great and good. Change, change. There is nothing which strikes such a cold chill to my heart as the thought of change, inward or outward, for one brings the other. I dread all change. Patient friend, how can you pardon this long prelude, which merely ushers in a very commonplace fact? Fleecer's is decidedly the most conveniently located boarding house in New York for those who desire to make any stay in the city. What then could be more natural than that Mr. Elton should have selected it for his residence? And what can be more natural than the change which time has wrought at once upon his mind and person? Again and again I ask myself, can that furrowed brow, lined with the deep scars of passion, care, and disappointment, have once been the smooth open front upon which my eyes delighted to dwell? Where is the resemblance in those thin, compressed lips, the bland, smiling mouth, indelibly pictured in my memory? Are those restless and sunken eyes the same that were once luminous with hope and radiant with love? But these would be nothing, were it not for the inward change of which they are but the signs. Mr. Elton had resided here several days before I learnt that he was a widower. But the coveted wealth for which he had sold himself and bartered the happiness of one whom he had professed to hold dear is now wholly his. That wealth has only purchased him 15 years of misery, for so every lineament of his altered face proclaims. Although the son of humble parents, he was always ambitious, and when he found that his prepossessing exterior and the remarkable endowments of his mind won him universal admiration, that ambition became insatiable. He had high aspirations. He longed for he scarcely knew what. In the political world and in the world of fashion, he earnestly desired to hold a conspicuous position. He wished to visit Europe, to become a patron of the arts, and to enjoy all the advantages of a man of wealth. This wealth he possessed not, and without wanting the energy, he lacked the industry and perseverance to acquire a fortune. Ambition had not at the age of 25 wholly closed his heart against softer emotions, and association gives birth to affection. He loved, or thought he loved, one in whose society his earliest years were passed, and with whom his first joys were connected. He loved, and, alas, the love of such as he could not long be unreturned. After a passing struggle between ambition and affection, he was even betrothed to the object of his passion. Short was that betrothal, and sad as short. His hand had hardly been accepted when he became acquainted with a lady, reputed to be an heiress, who was making a transient sojourn in Springfield. She was neither young nor lovely, but peace be with the dead. What they were not, we must pardon, and none but God knows what they were. Almost from the moment that Mr. Elton became acquainted with this lady, his manner towards his affianced bride underwent a remarkable transition. He lost the desire to please, and she the power. True, he would have fulfilled his engagement. He would never have forsaken her, but his coldness and abstraction in her presence made her too keenly feel that vain it were that honor kept, sacred the vow it early made, or pity, like a phantom, wept o'er the dark urn where love was laid. It was for her to sever the tie between them, and she dissolved that cherished bond without a reproach, but with a breaking heart, and many a concealed pang. He accepted his liberty, and a few months brought the news of his marriage with Miss R., the young lady whose wealth first rendered him inconstant, and the one whom he had forsaken. Did grief kill her? No. The branch that bends breaks not. She bowed her heart, full of sadness as it was, to the will of heaven, and lived on, though life's golden light was shadowed. She lived in sorrow, but there was no bitterness in her grief, for it was unmixed reproach. She could no longer live for herself, for her heart could know no second spring, its withered flowers no annual bloom. But she could live for others, and her life was still, though many thought it not, a life of use. Elton, through his short career, has met with a continuous series of disappointment. His projects have been defeated, his health impaired, and one drop of gall. The memory of the past has embittered the draught which, ere it was held to his lips, he thought was nectar. I am sure of this, though it has only been told to me by his countenance, not with his lips. His hand is once more free, and he is rich. The wealth for which he bartered his youth and peace of mind may now purchase him a young and lovely wife. But can happiness thus be bought? Enough. and too much of these somber reflections, this grave retrospection. Every sigh should be followed by a smile, and if you have given the tribute of a sigh to the above little history, I shall crave a smile for what follows, while I relate to you our Christmas Eve amusement. I told you about 10 or 12 days ago the project of giving a Christmas entertainment with tableaux vivants first entered into fair Evelyn's head. The idea once started, her energy of character would not permit it to be banished by the obstacles which she had to surmount. The difficulty of procuring suitable persons to assist in the representations, the trouble of preparing costumes, and the fatigue of superintending the whole arrangements, she looked upon as follies, and these, like most troublesome undertakings, were but trifles to one who had the spirit and perseverance to render them such. We spent the afternoon and evening in discussing the tableau, and attempting to make a selection of striking scenes from the writings of celebrated authors. Mr. Merritt joined in the conversation and interested himself with our plans, although he positively resisted all Evelyn's urgent entreaties to take part in one of the pictures. The tone of his refusal seemed to say that he could not thus compromise his dignity, and argument was vain. On Colonel Dameron's opportune appearance, our consultation soon gained new spirit. He had seen tableaux vivants both in Europe and America, assured us that they were a fashionable amusement amongst the English nobility, and he was thoroughly initiated into all their mysteries. We listened to his explanation with the most flattering attention, and the colonel was suddenly placed on a footing quite as intimate as a long and tried friendship could have procured. He proposed that one tableau should represent a scene from Byron's Corsair, remarking that the oriental costume would be highly becoming to Evelyn as Gulnare, and that if they could find no worthier Conrad, he himself would personate the pirate chief. He might have added, what no doubt we all of us did mentally, that the dark and manly style of his beauty was particularly suited to the character. Evelyn instantly improved upon his proposition by suggesting that a series of tableaux from the Corsair might be successively represented, illustrative of the whole poem, and that the passages from which they were taken might be read aloud as the curtain rose. This suggestion met the general approval, but although I could not offer any reasonable objection to the whole proceeding, I did not exactly feel pleased. It is not that I do not admire the works of Byron. I admire them for their power, their sublimity, their earnestness, and the intenseness of the passions they portray, and yet I do not rise from their perusal better and happier and more elevated in spirit. There is a touch of mildew on every leaf. He weaves the poisonous nightshade into a garland of beauty, and while the hues of the flowers dazzle the eye, their breath contaminates the soul. It was soon finally settled that the principal tableau represented should be a series from the Corsair. Colonel Dameron was to personate Conrad, Amy Ewell, Medora, Evelyn, Gulnare, and Mr. Merritt, after great persuasion, and probably encouraged by Colonel Dameron's example, consented to enact the Pasha. I pass over the days of preparation, the tireless activity with which Evelyn daily proposed, planned, and executed, and the frequent visits of Colonel Dameron, whose assistance we found invaluable. The day before Christmas came, and ushered in a cloudless morning, I had intended to devote that day entirely to my friends, for I knew that my services would be in requisition. I was, however, unavoidably detained, and it was 1 o'clock before I reached Union Place. I found Evelyn almost too busy, too animated, and too excited to salute me. How beautiful she looked! Hers is that rare beauty, not dependent on the advantageous aid of dress, but which becomes every garb in which she can robe herself. I found her attired in a maroon-colored merino wrapper, and collar and cuffs of dark blue velvet, her waist loosely girdled with a dark blue silk cord, her luxuriant hair, which inconvenienced her when it floated on her shoulders, was carelessly gathered in one bright mass, and knotted on the very top of her head, and, for further security, a gay-colored madras handkerchief was fastened over the imprisoned tresses and coquettishly tied beneath her rosy chin. When I entered, she had just completed the arrangement of the huge gilt picture frame, which was erected on a platform directly in front of the folding doors. She then carefully commenced covering the inside of the frame with several widths of black illusion lace, neatly joined together. This lace, which is so thin as to be almost imperceptible, gives a misty and unreal appearance to the figures grouped behind, and by means of its elusive effect the tableau bears a strong resemblance to a painting. Mrs. Willard was suspending a curtain of flowered brocade between the doors, and Ellen, who, although she could not personate any character, took an active interest in the preparations, was sitting on a low stool counting over the passages which it was her duty to read as the curtain rose. When Evelyn had the arrangement of the lace, she looked up at me and cried out, "Come, Carissima, don't stand there as an idle queen. Use your hands, and use your feet, use your head. What are they all good for? We are all of us using ours." With these words she darted out of the room, and throwing off my hat I followed her, but not quickly enough to assist in carrying a large clothes-horse, which she was dragging into the parlor. In vain I endeavored to remonstrate, and begged that she would permit her servants to bring in the other horses, which were standing in the entry. She replied that before her servants could answer the summons of the bell, the horses would be in their appointed places, and decorated with their necessary trappings. In a second she was in the passage again, but this time I was by her side. We brought in the horses, surrounded the frame with them, covered them in the dark-colored cloth cloaks, which, when hung in folds, served as background of drapery, and arranged the lights on a pair of ladder steps stationed on one side of the frame, but dexterously concealed from the spectators. On the other side we formed a door with one joint of the clothes-horse to permit the entrance and exit of the characters. The success of the tableau greatly depends upon the proper degree of light and shade, and for this reason the light is only admitted on one side, and the stronger from above than from beneath. These arrangements were hardly concluded when Colonel Damerow was announced. "What shall we do?" exclaimed Mrs. Willard. "We are all in such a frightful dishabille. We must beg him to excuse us." "No, no," answered Evelyn quickly. "I will see him. He may have some suggestion to make." And away she ran, without even disencumbering her head of the madras handkerchief or smoothing her disordered hair. Colonel Damerow's visit was rather longer than we could have desired, but as it gave Evelyn an opportunity of resting from her labors, I did not regret his protracted stay. A few moments after he took his leave, Mr. Merritt returned home, and we were summoned to dinner. For the first time in Mr. Merritt's house we appeared in our morning dresses at dinner table. "we" does not include Mrs. Willard, who had found, or rather made, leisure to attend to her toilette. After dinner I endeavored to persuade Evelyn to lie down and rest, for I knew that she must be too fatigued to sustain herself throughout the evening, but she declared that she could not sleep, nor even to keep quiet, and perversely continued her employment. The exhibition of the tableau was to commence at 7, but the last finishing touches were not given to the toilettes of the performers until near 8. Mrs. Willard received the guest unassisted by Mr. Merritt or Evelyn, who were both en costume in the back parlour. Precisely at 8 o'clock a couple of servants entered the drawing-room. One threw back the folding doors, thereby displaying the rich silk curtain hung between them, while the other, somewhat to the consternation of the company, extinguished the lights. A solitary candle, which hardly made darkness visible, was left burning at the furthest end of the apartment. Ellen and I had our duties amongst the performers, and I think I may say that, humble as they were, we were both ambitious of excelling in their faithful discharge. Ellen was seated on the right of the curtain, where she could remain concealed from the spectators. She held a volume of Byron in one hand, and the cord of the curtain in the other. I stood on the left with a small bell in mine, which was to be sounded as a signal for the curtain to rise, and again when it should fall. To decide upon the exact moment when the tableau was becoming so lifelike that it must be hidden from the admiring gaze of the spectator required some judgment. It was necessary for me to keep my eyes intently fixed upon the performers, and to mark the least tremulous motion of their limbs, the lightest quivering of the lips, or movement of the eyes, and at these indications of weariness to give Ellen the signal which lowered the curtain. And now for the first tableau. A soft and melancholy air aroused the attention of the assembled guest. It ceased, and the silvery-toned bell which had been placed in my trembling hands was gently sounded. The curtain moved, shook, and as though unwilling to be disturbed, slowly rose, and gradually disclosed the exquisite, most lifelike, and yet most picture-like picture which its folds had concealed. When it had risen to its utmost height, the first murmured burst of admiration was hushed. A low and tremulous, though unusually distinct voice, which I could hardly recognize as Ellen's, read aloud the following explicative passage from The Corsair. Conrad's parting with Medora. She rose, she sprung, she clung to his embrace, till his heart heaved beneath her hidden face. He dared not rise to his that deep blue eye, which downcast droop in tearless agony. Her long fair hair lay floating o'er his arms, in all the wildness of dishevelled charms. Scarce beat that bosom where his image dwelt, so full that feeling seemed almost unfelt. Hark peals the thunder of the signal gun. It told 'twas sunset, and he cursed that sun. Again, again, that form he madly pressed, which mutually clasped, imploringly caressed. And tottering to the couch, his child he bore. One moment gazed, as if to gaze no more. Felt that for him earth held but her alone. Kissed her cold forehead, turned. Is Conrad gone? How can I give you any adequate conception of the tableau of which these lines were descriptive? Imperfect as I feel my attempt will be, I must endeavor to convey some faint idea of grace and beauty which are indescribable. The curtain, as it rose, displayed Medora, Amy Ewell, half springing from the couch where Conrad had placed her. One hand by which she supported herself was partially concealed by the swelling of the rich orange-hued cushion upon which it pressed. The other was stretched out imploringly towards the departing Conrad. Her features expressed the most feminine helplessness of grief, and her very position bespoke the approach of despair. The guitar, which she had touched in his absence, lay neglected at her feet. Her long, fair hair, wholly unbound, stole in loose and waving ringlets from beneath a small Greek cap of blue velvet and silver, fitting closely to her head, and secured by a string of pearls that bound her pure brow. Over a transparent robe embroidered in silk stars, she wore an open tunic of pale blue silk, fringed with silver, and confined at the waist by a girdle of pearls. The drapery that half veiled her arms was peculiarly graceful. From beneath the flowing blue silk sleeve, looped on her shoulder with a band of pearls, floated a thin white one, starred with silver, and falling in shining folds far below her waist. Her full white trousers almost concealed the slender feet, encased in slippers of blue velvet wrought with silver, which peeped out from beneath them. Her whole costume was indicative of the womanly chasteness of her character. I gazed upon this lovely being, who seemed as though in the midst of her grief she had been prettified to a statue. So perfect was the illusion that I forgot Amy Elwell's existence and could only feel that it was Medora before me. Conrad was standing at the foot of her couch, in the act of retreating, but with his face turned back to the last, longing look of pitying and admiring affection. Well had Colonel Damerow been chosen to represent Conrad, his hair of midnight blackness, not fine but glossy, and curling in close round rings about his broad and sunburnt forehead, the heavy but well-delineated eyebrows that gave at all times an expression of fierceness to his brilliantly dark eyes, those eyes which were at the same instant full of fire and of softness, the ruddy parted lips at one moment bland almost to voluptuousness, and at the next compressed with a firmness that bespoke the determination of his character. His imposing mien and commanding air, all these were Conrad's own. As my eyes rested upon him, I involuntarily repeated to myself, he sways their souls with that commanding art, which dazzles, leads, yet chills the vulgar heart. His pirate costume was strictly correct, the rich green vest tightly buttoned over his expansive chest, the graceful capote of green velvet that covered his head, the candote cloak of fine white wool lined with scarlet that fell from his drooping shoulders, the broad red band studded with weapons that encompassed his waist, were all calculated to heighten the graces of his person. While this living picture was still before the wondering eyes of the spectators, a profound silence reigned throughout the apartment. With intense anxiety, I watched the statue-like pirate and his lovely bride. Not a muscle of his limbs or features moved, not even his eyelids quivered, but I thought that the arm which Medora extended towards him slightly trembled. Before I could be positive of this, a nervous motion of her lips was plainly visible. Provoked at my own hesitation, I vehemently shook the little bell, and in a second the curtain descended, and Conrad and Medora had disappeared. Then broke forth one rapturous burst of applause, not merely noisy but warm and sincere. It was interrupted, but not wholly silenced, by a strain of lively music which sounded from invisible musicians. If I may judge from my own feelings, that unexpected melody prolonged the emotions which the tableau had awakened. At my signal the music suddenly ceased. The little bell sounded, a deep silence ensued, and again the curtain slowly rose and discovered the Sayed, gorgeously attired, reclining luxuriously upon a silken couch, which was slightly elevated above the seats on either side of him. The heavy turban, cloth of gold, glittered with jewels. The flowing beard and dark moustache so altered his appearance that I scarcely recognized Mr. Merritt. I know not whether it was the effect of the long bright-colored tunic, the full Turkish trousers, the slippers on his feet, the chibouk in his mouth, but there was something particularly effeminate about his appearance. His features, naturally small, now looked more diminutive, and though his face had never struck me as so handsome as now, its style was too womanish to win a woman's admiration. On either side of him sat a couple of chiefs in oriental garb, with long beards pending from their chins, and longer chibouks between their teeth. On the right stood a slave, reverentially ushering in a seeming dervish. The arms of the dervish were folded over his breast with quiet dignity. His noble form was erect, although his head was slightly bent, as if in forced humility. His loose robe of a dark hue was closely wrapped about him, and on his head he wore a lofty cap peculiar to his sect. Again Ellen's voice was heard, and this time its tone was firmer and clearer. The dervish. High in his hall reclined the turbaned Sayed. Around the bearded chiefs he came to lead. With cautious reverence from the outer gate slow stalks the slave whose office there to wait. Bows his bent head, his head salutes the floor, ere yet his tongue the trusted tidings bore. A captive dervish from the pirate's nest, escaped is here, himself would tell the rest. He took the sign from Sayed's assenting eye, and led the holy man in silence nigh. His arms were folded on his dark green vest, his step was feeble, and his look depressed. Yet worn he seemed by hardships more than years, and his pale cheek from penance, not from fears. It was several more minutes before the curtain fell, and then the spectators once more loudly expressed their delight, until a burst of martial music drowned the applause. After a shorter interval than before, the music ceased, and the curtain rose suddenly and rapidly. The Sayed is starting terror-stricken from his seat, and both hands grasp his scimitar. The chiefs are already on their feet with weapons drawn. The slave is crouching on the ground in cowardly fear. The dervish stands menacingly before them. His robe is torn away and cast on the ground. His high cap lies beside it. His head is covered with a glittering casque, and the sable plume floats darkly over his shoulder. One hand, which holds a bugle, is pressed against his mailed breast. The other waves a flashing saber in fierce defiance over his head. The following is the passage which Ellen read, and the spirited and varied intonations of her voice conveyed the full meaning of the words. Conrad, undisguised! Up rose the dervish with that burst of light, nor less his charge of form appalled of the sight. Up rose the dervish, not in saintly garb, but like a warrior bounding on his barb, dashed his high cap and tore his robe away, shone his mailed breast, and flashed his saber's ray. His close but glittering casque and sable plume, more glittering eye, and a black brow's sabler gloom, glared on the Moslem's eyes, some affright sprite, whose demon death blow left no hope for fight. The curtain fell, and the martial music grew louder and more warlike than before. Once again it ceased, and again the curtain ascended, neither as rapidly nor as slowly as heretofore. What a tableau! How exquisite, how thrilling, how almost fearful! Ellen read, Conrad's rescue of Gulnare. Quick at the word, they seized him at a torch. Fire the dome with minaret to porch. A stern delight was fixed in Conrad's eye, but sudden sunk, for on his ear the cry of women struck like a deadly knell, knocked at the heart, unmoved by battle's yell. Oh, burst the harem, wrong not your lives. One female form, remember we have wives. But who is she, whom Conrad's arms convey from the reeking pile, and combat's wreck away? Who but the love of him he dooms to bleed? The harem queen, but still the slave of Said. The canvas, or rather the seeming canvas, displayed but 3 figures. Conrad, in the act of flight, bore the beauteous Gulnare in one arm, and with the other valiantly defended himself against the Turk, who pursued him. Gulnare, her large dark blue eyes dilated with terror, clung for protection to Conrad's shoulder, till her blushing cheek lightly pressed against his armor. I have often acknowledged the high order of Evelyn's charms, but I have never before conceived her to be so transcendently, so superbly beautiful. A splendid turban of emerald green and crimson, interwoven with bands of gold, encircled her transparent forehead. A crescent of diamonds fastened to the turban's folds. Her hair was entirely concealed, except one shining tress that waved about each temple, and a stray ringlet that stealthily swept her shoulder. Her under-robe of gauze of gold, which reached halfway below her knees, shone where the light fell upon it like a web of woven sunbeams. Over this robe, and somewhat shorter, she wore a crimson cashmere tunic embroidered, with leaves that seemed formed of emeralds. This tunic, which was open, disclosed a green velvet vest, fitting closely to her rounded form, and buttoned with diamonds over her bosom. The loose drapery of her sleeves concealed but a small portion of her beautifully molded and jeweled arms. Her white trousers were confined by a golden band, and their folds gathered together and fastened on the very center of either delicate ankle by a diamond crescent, similar to the one in her turban. Thus not an outline of her miniature feet, with their crimson slippers, pointed on the instep, was concealed. Her costume was completed by a cashmere scarf loosely wound around her pliant waist. So painfully intense was the pleasure, or rather the admiration, which this tableau excited in me, that I quite forgot my duty as bell-ringer. I know not how long I might have stood gazing in mute astonishment, had not the sigh of some full breast near me, and a cold hand laid unconsciously on my arm, aroused me. I turned my eyes away from the fascinating picture, and beheld Mr. Merritt. He was still robed in his pasha costume, and had concealed himself by my side to obtain a more perfect view of the tableau. Is she not too angelic? Exclaimed he with rapturous emotion. I made no answer, for I saw that it was time for the bell to give its signal. The curtain descended, but my ear caught the sound of more than one half-suppressed exclamation of "Not yet, not yet," as it fell. Several moments passed before the applause which succeeded all other tableaux was awarded to this, an evidence that the spectators were too deeply impressed to demonstrate their delight. When at last the silence was broken, it was succeeded by ejaculations of pleasure rather than by noisy approval. Once more the music greeted our ears, but this time the strain was low and mournful. Once more the curtain gradually and noiselessly ascended, and Ellen, in a subdued tone, as though she were afraid of breaking the pirate's slumber, read, Gulnare's visit to the dungeon. He slept in calmest seeming, for his breath was hushed so deep. Ah, happy, if in death he slept, who o'er his placid slumber bends. His foes are gone, and here he hath no friends. Is some seraph sent to grant him grace? No, 'tis an earthly form, but heavenly face. Its white arm raised a lamp, yet gently hid, lest the ray fall abruptly on the lid of that close eye which opens but to pain, and once unclosed, but once may close again. That form, with eye so dark and cheek so fair, and auburn waves of gemmed and braided hair, with shape of fairy brightness, naked foot, that shines like snow and falls on earth as mute. Through guards and dunnest night, how came it there? Ah, rather ask what will not woman dare, whom youth and pity lead like thee, Gulnare. Conrad lay slumbering upon his straw pallet. His manly features were beautifully calm, and a half-smile unbent his brow and played about his lips. His head was uncovered, and his shining casque lay near him. The chain which manacled his wrist glittered in the strong light, and in his sleep he unconsciously grasped its heavy links. Stealthily bending over him, and bearing in one hand a lamp, which she shaded with the other, stood Gulnare. She no longer wore her turban, and the rich tresses of her refulgent hair, partly in ringlets and partly in braids, intermingled with jewels, floated almost to her knees. Her perfect form was enveloped in a loose white robe, and her neck, hardly less snowy, her rounded shoulders and graceful arms were completely bare. Her beautiful eyes, grown softer than before, shone through a pearly luster, and the expression of her face denoted grief, gratitude, and pity, mingled with a tender feeling. The curtain fell, and the vision disappeared. For a vision it seemed to our eyes, too beautiful to be real. Solemn and mournful were the notes to which we now listened, and slowly rose the curtain, upon which every gaze was fixed. Ellen read, Medora, in Conrad's absence. The sun hath sunk, and darker than the night sinks with its beam upon the beacon's height, Medora's heart. The third day's come and gone, and with it he comes not, sends not, faithless one. The night breeze freshens, she that day had passed, in watching all that hope proclaimed amassed. Medora sat in sadness and solitude, her cheek resting on her clasped hands, and her loving blue eyes eagerly strained to catch some object in the distance. Her look was anxious, but gentle, full of fear, yet hopeful, sorrowful, but patient. We could not gaze too long upon this picture, for its soft grace and still beauty were a relief to the heart and eye, after the more impassioned and thrilling scenes by which it had been preceded. The curtain descended, and the fair Medora was hidden from our view, but so real seemed her existence that her appearance drew forth murmured and involuntary expressions of commiseration rather than loud applause. The music grew bold and almost martial, and the scene was changed. We beheld Conrad in his dungeon. His look was solemn and even stern, and his arms were folded, as we had seen them before, over his breast, but even more firmly. Gulnare stood beside him. With one hand she presented him a dagger, and with the other commandingly motioned him to follow her. Her lip was proudly curled, and her eye flashed with a fierce, unnatural, almost fiendish light. I was startled. I would not have believed that Evelyn's face could have expressed such concentrated, exulting hate, such determined revenge. Ellen read. Gulnare's second visit to the dungeon. O'er thine and o'er my head hangs the keen sabre by a single thread. If thou hast courage still, and wouldst be free, receive this poignard, rise and follow me. It was a relief to my eyes when the curtain fell. I felt a strange sensation of terror, an indefinable dread of I knew not what. Could Evelyn have so perfectly portrayed these passions if she were incapable of feeling them? In a few moments, which seemed an age, the picture was hidden from our view. A melodious and serenade-like air which ensued calmed my feelings. When the curtain rose again, Gulnare, with hands fervently clasped and her tearful eyes raised supplicatingly to Conrad's face, was kneeling before him. Passion and despair breathed from her countenance, and every vestige of unwomanly fierceness was gone. Conrad's arms were half extended towards her, and pity with which he viewed her humbled condition seemed not unmingled with a stronger and softer emotion. These were the lines that Ellen read in an impassioned tone. Gulnare's entreaty. That strange fierceness, foreign to her eye, fell quenched in tears too late to shed or dry. She knelt beside him, and his hand she pressed. Thou mayest forgive through Allah's self-detest. But for that deed of darkness, what were thou? Reproach me, but not yet. Oh, spare me now. Long, very long, we gazed upon this vision-like tableau, but it faded at last. Once more, but more slowly than ever before, the curtain rose, and Ellen, with much more feeling, read the following passage. The Death of Medora. His steps the chamber gain, his eyes behold all that his heart believed not, yet foretold. He turned not, spoke not, sunk not, fixed his look, and set the anxious frame that lately shook. He gazed, how long we gaze despite of pain, and know, but dare not own, we gaze in vain. In life itself she was so still and fair, that death with gentler aspect withered there, and the cold flowers her colder hand contained, in the last grasp and tenderly were strained, as if she scarcely felt, but feigned a sleep, and made it almost mockery yet to weep. Medora lay extended on a bier, her fragile form loosely wrapped in the snowy shroud, her hands, one of which held a sprig of white roses, folded on her bosom. Her sunny hair, uncurled, was carefully smoothed over her pale cheeks and extended below her waist. A chaplet of white roses, half blown, encircled her brow. Her eyes were only partly closed, and a smile seemed hovering about her lips. Over her bent Conrad, horror strongly depicted on his countenance, but his eyes, muscles, limbs, all fixed in the stern endurance of self-control, the fearful composure of despair. The picture vanished, and in due time was succeeded by others of a lively nature, but hardly less perfectly represented. They were principally illustrative of scenes from the Pickwick Papers and Nicholas Nickleby, but my interest was gone. I was abstracted. I could not rouse myself. The new and startling expressions which I had seen portrayed on Evelyn's face constantly rose before me. The voluptuous tenderness of her eyes in her last scene haunted me. Unfortunately, she did not appear in any of the succeeding pictures to banish the impression. I performed my duty of bell ringer mechanically, and when I was informed that the representations were at an end, I could not have told what the passages the 3 or 4 last tableaux were intended to represent. I had an indistinct recollection of having been disagreeably affected by the sound of prolonged laughter, the clapping of hands, and remembered to have seen some fantastic-looking figures in ludicrous postures, but that was all. I joined the company and did not see Evelyn again until she entered the drawing-room and mingled with her guest. The simplicity of her dress strongly contrasted with the gorgeous oriental costume which she had so lately worn. She was attired in a pale peach-blossom silk, unadorned, and fitted admirably to her symmetrical form. Her white and polished neck was uncovered, and the short, tight sleeves, reaching halfway to her dimpled elbow, left her arms almost bare. In her hair, which was loosely knotted at the back of her head, and fell in thick, rich curls over a silver comb, she wore a single rose, like herself, just blushingly bursting into beauty. She was more striking in her Eastern garb, more dazzling, but softer, more alluring, more lovable in this. I preferred her in the latter attire. For some minutes I watched her as she gracefully moved amongst her guests, and rejoiced to behold her so calm and gentle. Attention was then diverted by some object, and I lost sight of her until I accidentally found myself standing directly behind Mr. Merritt and Laura Hilson. Unavoidably I overheard the following conversation, which took place between them. "Why did you refuse to take any part in the performance, Miss Laura?" inquired Mr. Merritt. "Excuse me if I answer you candidly," replied Miss Hilson with an air of sincerity. "I am no prude, I do not wish to be considered one, but I cannot entirely approve of the relationship in which a young and modest woman may be placed in these tableaux towards a young man. Such situations may be productive of evil consequences, and then the ostensible object of these tableaux is to display one's personal charms, and that is revolting to my feelings." Mr. Merritt's brow slightly contracted, and I saw that the arrow which this wily girl had artfully shot was already rankling in his heart. I was about to change my position when I beheld her lightly touch Mr. Merritt's arm with her fan, and heard her whisper in a lively but malicious tone, "Look, Conrad is determined to consider Medora virtually dead, and devotes himself entirely to fascinating Gulnare, and she, never forgetting that she has killed her lord and master the Pasha, feels at liberty to receive and return his homage. How admirably they play their parts! Doubtless they have so far lost their own identity in the characters of the fair slave and fascinating pirate that they do not remember that the representation is at an end." I looked in the direction towards which Laura had turned her eyes, and beheld Colonel Damerow standing beside Evelyn, with the rose which had lately graced her hair in his hand. It had probably fallen to the ground, and from his action I imagined that he was entreating her to permit him to keep the flower. She held out her hand to receive the rose, and I watched her with tremulous anxiety to discover whether she would insist on his returning the token. He whispered a few words. She smiled, blushed, drew back her hand, and Colonel Damerow tenderly laid the withering flower between the leaves of his pocket-book. I turned to Mr. Merritt. His countenance was blanched, his eyes flashed. The demon of jealousy was roused in his bosom, and struggled fiercely with his affection. He dared not approach Evelyn. His fear of becoming ridiculous withheld him. He dared not, by words, betray his emotion even to Laura. He could only suffer and madden with the thick crowding fancies that thronged his brain. And Laura, the usually bold expression of her eyes grew bolder and more triumphant. I shrank from her look and hurried towards Evelyn. Before I reached her, she had taken Colonel Damerow's arm and was led to the head of a cotillion, which was just forming. I remained as near her as possible. When the cotillion closed, Miss Hilson whispered a few hasty words to the musician near whom she was standing, and they instantly commenced playing one of the Strauss waltzes. In the next moment Laura was at Evelyn's side, and I heard her exclaim, "Why does not anyone waltz? You waltz, Evelyn, dearest, do you not? With me, I hope, replied Colonel Damerow, in a low and entreating tone, which seemed to say that she would afford him inexpressible happiness by an affirmative answer. Ah, that Evelyn could have possessed the talismanic bracelets of a Caliph Solomon, which apprised their owner of the approach of danger! Why did no good spirit give her an instinctive perception of the evil influence that encompassed her? And did it not? The guardian angel's warning voice was drowned by the wild strain of pleasure. The angel spoke, but she heard not its tone. The glance which I gave her was useless or unnoticed. Evelyn placed her hand in that of the colonel. His arm lightly encircled her waist, and in another instant they were floating together in undulating circles around the apartment, keeping time to the music, not with their feet only, but with the movement of every limb and the throbbing of every pulse. I looked in vain for Mr. Merritt. Neither he nor Laura was visible, yet I was certain that he saw and felt too much, for I knew that his designing tormentor was by his side. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 11. How far that little candle throws its beam, so shines a good deed in a naughty world. Shakespeare. From the same to the same, December 29th. Behold me writing to you on robe de nuit and nightcap. It is near midnight, but the Liverpool coal with which my little grate has lately been replenished blazed so invitingly that I could not withdraw myself from the genial influence of its warmth. Then the cold wind that shook the window panes seemed with a hoarse voice to cry out, Enjoy thy comforts, not all possess them. To thy hearth I find no entrance, but the windows and doors of many a wretched hovel have not barred me out as have thine. This was not all, for the scenes through which I had passed this afternoon, continually rising before me, banished sleep, and I could think of no relief for my burdened mind but that which flows from my pen as it darkens the paper destined for your eye alone. And therefore behold me ensconced in a cushioned armchair, defying the approach of slumber and midnight at my secretary. I had hardly seated myself at the dinner table today when a slip of paper was placed in my hands, and I with difficulty deciphered the following lines hastily scrawled with a pencil. Dear Miss Catherine, do not linger in the parlor when you have dined. I have something especial to say to you. I am upstairs, I am not alone, and I hope you will not be surprised by the appearance of so strange a visitor as the one I bring. Yours in haste, Ellen. I should not have been a daughter of Eve and an heir to curiosity if these unsatisfactory lines had not destroyed my appetite. I immediately discovered that I was not hungry and withdrew. In my chamber I found Ellen anxiously expecting my appearance. On looking round the room in quest of the visitor whom she mentioned, I beheld a little girl shivering over the fire and stretching out her benumbed and purple fingers until they came almost in contact with the blaze. The child might have been 9 years of age, but suffering and want had given to her sharp and pinched features an expression which was suitable to one much older, while the underdeveloped delicacy of her form bespoke her to still be in infancy. Her feet were bare, her little feeble limbs were covered in rags that had long been strangers to the purifying properties of yellow soap, and the sparkling croton. I never remember to have seen the countenance of a child upon which premature misery was so strongly depicted. Even the keen winter air had failed to summon a shade of color to her wan face. Her cheeks and temples were strangely sunken. A dark ring surrounded her heavy blue eyes, and the flaxen hair that hung from beneath her old straw bonnet was thin, and matted together in fantastic meshes, which proclaimed that it had seldom been disturbed by either comb or shears. I smilingly approached her, and her blue lips parted, as though to return the smile, but at the same time her brow involuntarily contracted, and the eyes which she raised to mine expressed habitual fear and distrust. I patted the child on the shoulder, and drew Ellen towards the window, that we might converse unheard. Ellen was evidently excited and at a loss for words. "Who is your little friend?" asked I. "I do not know. That is, you see who she is, a beggar." "And you have been looking out for a beggar to befriend for some time," replied I, laughing, but not unkindly. "No, yes, that is to say, accident threw this child in my way." "Would the same accident have induced you to take as much interest in her 2 months ago?" "No, but my views are changed." This was exactly what I desired to make Ellen realize. I was now ready to hear the history of her adventures. "I was going to look for Mother in her room," began Ellen. "You know she keeps in the basement, and therefore I was obliged to pass the kitchen. I heard Betty speaking very loudly and angrily to somebody, and the voice of a child replying in supplicating tones. Betty told the child that they did not keep cold victuals to pamper beggars' brats, and that if she did not make herself scarce, somebody would show her the way out in double-quick time and in a new fashion. The child still lingered, and I was strongly inclined to enter the kitchen. But, to tell the truth, Miss Catherine, Betty is a great scold, and I did not like to come in her way. I went into Mother's room thinking of the child, and in a few minutes I heard the door close after her. I ran out and found her sitting sobbing upon the cold stone steps, with an empty basket by her side. I looked round, and nobody was near. I questioned her, and she told me that she had been travelling about all morning to gather cold victuals for her mother and her old grandmother and her blind father, and that she had not even obtained a crust of bread. She gave me such a pitiful description of her family's condition that I thought, if her story was true, that you might render them some assistance, and thus render yourself happy. I thought," continued Ellen, without noticing my interruption, "that I would bring the child to you and ask your advice. So I went back into the house and put on my hat and—" "Took up your purse," added I, pointing to the little green net purse in Ellen's hand, a very unusual appendage to her walking attire. Ellen looked half inclined to burst into tears, and I felt that my jest, though well-intentioned, was inappropriate, if not cruel. "Pardon me, dearest Ellen," said I. "My ill-timed pleasantry is not an evidence of want of feeling, and to prove to you that it is not, I will tell you what we must do. This child's story may be true, and it is possible that it may be false. If false, it has been taught to her by some older person who makes begging a profession. We should do the child a lasting injury by making her a gainer through falsehood, and indiscriminate almsgiving is always dangerous. We will, therefore, accompany her home and inquire into the real condition of her family." "That is just what I expected of you," cried Ellen delightedly. "I was afraid to go myself, and I knew how kind you were." We had no time to lose, for our winter afternoons are but short. My warm cloak was soon wrapped about me, my hat on my head, and in a few more minutes Ellen and I were following our young guide through the streets. A heavy snow had fallen, and the winter was piercingly cold. It made me shiver to see that child tottering with naked feet over the frozen snow. She led us through several narrow, winding streets, principally remarkable for their accumulated filth, the wretched appearance of the domiciles, and various odors that almost overpowered us as we passed along. We encountered troops of half-naked, dirty children throwing snowballs, sliding on the frozen gutters, screaming and fighting with one another, herds of ruffian-like men smoking on the steps of numerous grog shops that lined the road, and now and then the sound of an oath reached our ears. There were women, too, half-clad, and the impress of want and vice strongly stamped upon their hardened features. The appearance of all alike denoted the most squalid poverty, the most abject degradation. The glances of these people more than once alarmed us, for we seemed moving among a different order of beings. I took the precaution to read the names of the streets which we traversed, for many of them I had never before visited. At last our young guide stopped and looked if we were following her. We quickened our steps, and she disappeared in a dark and narrow alley, through which we tremblingly threaded our way. The alley led to a wooden back building in a most dilapidated condition. We followed the child up a flight of decaying stairs that cracked beneath our feet, and found ourselves under a long shed hung with clotheslines. These lines were covered with every description of rag that could be made to assume the shape of a garment. The child pushed open a door which I had not at first perceived, and we entered into a small, close apartment, from which the surrounding buildings excluded every ray of the sun's reviving light. The room was so dark that for a few moments my eyes, unaccustomed to the sombre shade, took no note of its occupants. "Mother, here's ladies," said the child, and a woman, whose back was towards us while she bent over her wash-tub, turned round, and after a look of surprise gravely curtsied to us, and called out, Dan, give your chair to the ladies." These words were addressed to a man, apparently in the prime of life, who was sitting upon one of the only chairs which the room contained. His hands were stretched upon either knee, and his head rested upon his bosom, as though he was in a state of half-stupor or sleep. His limbs were lusty and well-proportioned, and his ruddy countenance showed no traces of illness. He raised his head when the woman spoke, and looked towards the door by which we entered, but I marked that his dull grey eyes did not exactly rest upon us, and that as he handed the rickety chair, he seemed uncertain where it should be placed. I walked forward and took the chair. He retreated at my approach, stretching out his hands to feel for the wall against which he leaned himself. Ellen had taken her seat upon the other uninviting chair, and while the woman was wiping her hands upon the corner of her apron, I glanced around the room. In one corner lay a heap of chips, shavings, and bits of decayed wood piled up against the wall. The fire on the bare hearth, if dying embers embedded in ashes could be called a fire, was, I perceived, entirely composed of these chips, and remnants of old window frames, boxes, bits of sticks, and similar substitutes for fuel. In another corner lay several pots and kettles in rather close contact with various articles of clothing. A table, which evidently served as dresser, dining, and ironing table, was covered with earthen plates, an iron or two, a candlestick, several bottles that appeared to contain medicines, a basin and pitcher, and in fact the greater portion of the cooking and other utensils all huddled together. Old hats, paper, and rags, took the place of window panes, and effectively obviated all necessity for curtains. Very near the window stood a cot, and above the scanty and tattered covering, which was carelessly flung over it, peered out the yellow and withered face of a very old woman. A straw bed lay on the floor, but this uninviting couch was empty, although unmade. The wash-tub stood on a rough plank supported by 2 old kegs that enabled it to perform the offices of a bench. Beside it sat an infant little more than a year old, playing with a parcel of stones and sticks that were strewn at its feet. The appearance of this famished-looking babe shocked us, as well it might. The wretched little creature's limbs seemed to be dropping from their sockets. Its tendril-like arms were hardly thicker than one of my fingers, and the shriveled flesh hung in wrinkled bags about them. The sharp bones of its ghostly little face protruded like those of an aged person, and its large black eyes seemed to be starting from its head. The child gave a low cry at our appearance, and the woman, who had first addressed us, seated herself upon the foot of the bed, and took the infant in her arms. I then remarked the child's seat, which had shown that maternal tenderness had called forth the ingenuity even of these wretched creatures. The lid had been removed from an old candle-box, and a piece of rag carpet cut in strips was carefully nailed in its place. The carpet, which yielded even to the light weight of the child, made a more comfortable seat than a cushioned chair, and several wisps of straw wound round one of the kegs formed a support for the infant's tender shoulders. Ellen and I hardly seated ourselves when the querulous voice of the old woman in the bed cried out, "Who's there? Who's there, Nancy?" "Some ladies who come home with Netta," replied the woman, whose appearance, I forgot to say, was much less slatternly than I expected to find in the abode of so much want. "We don't want no ladies here coming to preach to us while we be starving. What did the grand folks ever do for us with their fine talk? All their palavering never paid the price of a mouthful of meat." "Hush, hush, mother," whispered the woman, and after adjusting the bedclothes to conceal their rents, she turned to us and said in an apologizing tone, "She is very ill." "Has she been ill long?" questioned I. "It's 3 months on New Year's Day she's been out of bed. It's the cold and bad victuals did it, and mayhap a fever she took." "Have you no physician?" "Bless you, yes, ma'am. The doctor from the dispensary came once or twice, but there's no good in doctors. It's only suffer the more he made her, with all his nasty apothecary stuff, and not a whit of good did he do her, or the child neither. And then he said it was nothing but years pressing upon mother, and that she was doing well enough." "And you have no means of taking care of her?" "Faith, and it's just that same. It's a year and more since my old man here lost the use of his eyes, and it took some sort of pains in his head, and all over him, the rheumatics they call it, and he's never been a bit of good and done a turn since. At first I went out amongst the neighbours and got a job here and there, and Dan minded the baby and waited on mother, and Netta's the little girl, went out for cold victuals, and to pick up chips and rubbish from the carpenter's shops and from the houses that were getting pulled down, and when I came home at night I sat up and did washing and put out all rights. But Bobby took sick, and not one would he quit crying with but myself, and the old man grew worse, and mother wasn't able to mind them, so I had to bide at home. I tried to get washing or sewing, but ladies' folks won't employ the likes of us, and all I get to do is some odd pieces to wash for the neighbours, and sometimes they pay me a shilling or 2, and sometimes they haven't got it to pay, and my shawl and best gown and Dan's coat and even the bedclothes went one by one to the pawnbrokers, and if it hadn't have been for Billy and Netta, the soup and the potatoes Netta brought for us from the almshouse, there's no knowing what would have become of us." While the woman was speaking, the infant on her lap every once in a while raised its shriveled hand and patted her cheek, and, looking in her face, put up its lips to kiss her. And she, more than once, paused in the midst of her narration, and with moistened eyes gave the sought-for kiss, and the child quietly nestled its head on her bosom, as though contented with this token of remembrance, but at short intervals it uttered a low half-moan most piteous to hear. Netta had crept up to the fire and thrown on a handful of shavings, and was sitting doubled up upon the hearth, regardless of soot or ashes. The husband was still leaning against the wall, apparently listening to what was said, but his open, expressionless eyes imparted a vacant look to his countenance, which rendered his thoughts difficult of perusal. The old grande dame had risen up in her bed and sat staring at us with very unloving glances. "You have doubtless seen better days," said I to the woman. "Aye, and that I have, nor never thought to see the likes of these, but God knows what's coming, and it's a stop back that can bear all its burdens. It's from the County Longford we come, and Dan had a shop, and a kind of grocer shop there, and sold spirits, and did a thriving business, and John McClure, that's my sister's husband, was his partner. And John was a light man, and never kept long to anything, and he did the shabby thing. One day he said he was going to see his wife in the country, and unbeknownst to Dan, he drew for all the money that Dan had in the bank, and he took every rag that he could lay his hands upon away with him. And where he went nobody knows, but it broke our business up, and the sister she died, and sure it was with a heavy heart that killed her, and nothing less." The poor creature stopped and wiped her eyes with her apron, and then turned his face to the wall that his irrepressible emotion might be concealed from us. "And we had the 4 children and mother to take care of," continued the woman, "and we heard the neighbors tell what a fine place America was, and how folks prospered there, and that there was plenty of living for all, so we sold everything to get passage money and came over, and sure we found it was lies they were telling, for the place wasn't a bit better than Ireland, nor half so good, for potatoes bean't so cheap, and as for getting work, it wasn't easy for a stranger. 2 of the children took sick, and we buried them both, for I don't think the air agreed with them so well as in the old country. Then this little one came to take their place, and soon after Dan lost his sight, and troubles came by the bushelful." "Surely you have some medical advice for your husband?" "Sure, and we have, but where's the good in it? He went to some great eye doctor here, I can't call to mind his name just now, and he gave him a little bottle not larger than your finger, full of stuff to bathe his eye with, and then made him pay $1, the very last he had for it. And when he went again, the doctor up and told him that he must bring him $5 the next time, and that he couldn't even talk to him till he had done that same. So Dan went away and never went back, for where was he to get the $5? And then when he got so bad that he couldn't see at all, somebody told him that it was to the dispensary that he must go, and he hardly was able to stir with the pain in his limb. 'Twas I that took him to the dispensary myself, and the doctor talked kind enough to him, and gave him medicine and washes for his eyes, and so now I take him there every Saturday. But I never saw any good come out of doctoring, and Dan's as blind as a bat, though he don't look it, and ever will be, unless the Lord himself helps him." "And we must hope that he will," I replied, "but as he ever helps those who help themselves, we must make use of every means placed in our power to." "Now she's at it!" shrieked out the old woman from the bed. "I knew it!
She's going to preach just like all the other fine ladies, and go away without giving us anything to fill our mouths with but her fine palavering. I know,
I thought it best not at present to notice the remarks of the old woman, and continued my conversation with her daughter by inquiring if she had any other children.
Troth, and I have, and a treasure of a boy he is, for what could we have done without Billy? Billy was my first, and, bating a few odd ways, a better boy never saw the light, a blessing on him. If it wasn't for Billy, it starved we'd all have been, and that long since.
What does Billy do to support you? Asked I. Before my question could be answered, our attention was diverted by the sound of hasty steps ascending the stairs. In another moment the door was rudely flung open, and a ragged urchin of about 11 years of age rushed into the room. He was a stout, bold-looking little fellow, and carried a bundle of cheap publications, wrapped in a coarse piece of leather, under his arm. One eye was so much swollen and discoloured that the ball was hardly visible, and blood was streaming through the hand which he held to his forehead. He stopped suddenly on beholding us, as though surprised, and for a moment bewildered.
"Billy!" exclaimed his mother. "What has happened to ye?"
I was astonished that her tone expressed so little alarm. I suppose that she was too much accustomed to similar incidents to be much affected by them.
"Mark did it," replied the boy, recovering himself. "Just be after tying a rag around it, mother, will ya? Don't stand, for I want to be off like a shot with these here books, or I shall be getting another before I'm a day older. I shouldn't have come home at all, but the blood wouldn't hold up, and I couldn't do much business with such a pickle."
The woman instantly commenced wiping, not washing, away the blood from her son's head and face, and prepared to bind up the wound with an old rag, strongly resembling a dishcloth. Her only question, which she asked in a perfectly composed tone, was,
"What was Mark after doing to you?" "Why, he was a flogging me, sure, for not having sold all my books, and such lighting he was kindling out of all these here 2 eyes was a caution, as the Yankee boys say. Then I was trying to get clear of him, and he knocked me against a lamp-post and broke my head." "The beggar's brat!" growled the old grandmother. "It's what he's always doing to you, my jewel. Bad luck to him, and to you for being such a crazy loon." "And good luck to you, Granny, and may neither of our wishes hit," replied the boy with his humorous quickness. I felt desirous of knowing something more about this stout-hearted, saucy little fellow, and approaching him to examine his wound, I asked, "And who is Mark, my little boy?" "Mark? Lord a mercy," replied he,
looking wonderingly into my face.
"Don't you know Mark? Mark the Smasher, to be sure. It's he I mean."
"And what is a smasher?" questioned I. The boy burst into a fit of laughter, ejaculating,
"Well, if she ain't a green one!"
The mother undertook to answer my question, and gave the following not very lucid definition of a smasher, the smashers being a class of the community with whom I was until then unacquainted.
"Why, Mark's a smasher," said she, "and they call them smashers, you know, because they smashes the boys when they don't do their duty. Mark was a newspaper boy himself whiles ago, but the luck went with him, and now he's got a stand, and Mark buys a whole heap of them books that Billy's a carrying, and Mark he's got a whole lot of the boys, and he give every mother's son of them so many books to sell in a day, and then at night he pays 'em 2 shillings for the job, and if they don't contrive to sell all the books, he gives 'em a flogging, and half kills 'em sometimes, and then if people buys all the boys' books early enough in the day, the boy goes and buys books for themselves, and they sell 'em on their own hook, and they makes a profit of their own."
And are there more smashers than Mark? asked I. Lord bless you, yes, ma'am, a sight more, but Mark's the greatest smasher of them all, and has made a power of money, and he's got a house all of his own, and he's got a cab, and he's— Mark's the smasher for my money, cried the boy enthusiastically. He can lick anything. Or anybody, said I, somewhat inclined to correct the young book-vender's phraseology. I say he can lick anything, replied Billy emphatically. Nothing can stand before him. He'd give a boy a knock that'd send him through the floor like smoke and leave nothing of him but a grease spot. Mark's the smasher for me. He keeps the corners clear of loafers. I began to be interested in Mark and his subjects, and turning to the mother, inquired, What does he mean by keeping the corners clear? Well, you see, Mom, said she, with a smile almost of pity of my ignorance, you see, the smashers give every boy his corner about the streets, or his post on the docks, and if another boy comes and tries to sell his books or papers on that corner, the two gets into a fight. And if the one that place belongs to can't lick the other, he goes to his smasher, and he comes and smashes the boy, so that he never put his spoon in that mess again. But what right has one boy to monopolize a corner and keep off the other boy? He can't purchase the right, can he? Lord bless you, no, exclaimed the mother. It's the might that makes the right. His smasher gives it to him and tells him to stand there, and so it's his, and nobody can gainsay him, unless he's got a stouter fist, and then the stronger gets it. Billy, from the moment he had discovered my ignorance, had regarded me with an air of superiority and ineffable disdain, which his ragged coat and gashed head and swollen eye rendered supremely ridiculous. He now exclaimed, with a knowing shake of his head, Your mother don't know you're out, does she? I'm a-thinking you'd better be going home. And so thought I, for the daylight was fast fading away. I turned to Ellen and found her intently examining the books which Billy had laid upon the bed. I also glanced at the titles and read The Mysteries of Paris by Eugene Sue, Matilda, Arthur, Balzac's Tales, and etc. Billy now snatched up his books, and telling his mother that he had all those to sell before he could come home tonight, and without taking any further notice of Ellen or myself, made his exit as unceremoniously as he had entered. I whispered to Ellen that it was time for us to take our leave. Ellen instantly drew out her purse and silently emptied its contents into the hand of the mother. Hers was true generosity, true charity, for she gave the widow's mite, not of her abundance, but all she had. But though her generosity was genuine, it was not wise, and this I did not hesitate to tell her. The poor are seldom economical, and had she supplied the wants of these people by a judicious expenditure, she might have done them more good than placing at their own disposal double the amount of money she now bestowed. The old grandame's eyes sparkled as she heard the jingling of silver, and she muttered, Then it's a jewel she is, and no shame to her poor broken back. The Lord love her. The mother, on receiving this money, overpowered Ellen with a true Irish superfluity of thanks. Ellen blushed and knew not how to answer, or which way to turn, and only hid her confusion by attempting to play with the baby. I addressed little Netta, who was still crouching in the ashes, and told her to call the next day on Ellen, and that she should be supplied with cold victuals, for Ellen had already informed me that she intended to entreat her mother to place all the cold victuals at her disposal. The child promised to come, but her meagre little face was lighted with no ray of joy. It seemed as though her blood was too completely frozen to glance through her veins with the quick flow of pleasure. We took our leave, promising that this should not be our last visit, and were followed to the bottom of the steps by the grateful mother. She blessed us with tears streaming down her cheeks, and hugged her baby to her heart, as though she were internally saying, "God has sent thee a friend, my little one." Once more in the street, we found it much darker than we anticipated, but Ellen was too engrossed with pleasant thoughts to experience the least fear, and I did not venture to suggest the possibility of our not reaching home in safety. Before we had walked a block, she suddenly pressed the arm which was linked within hers, and exclaimed, "Oh, Miss Catherine, if I could only diffuse happiness throughout such a wretched as that, I am sure I should never have the blue devils again. I never before felt such inexpressible pleasure as I do at this moment." What wonder that her pleasure was too deep and heartfelt for expression. She had, for the first time in her life, experienced the most exquisite of sensations, the interior joy which springs from the performance of a good deed, dictated by unselfish motives. We talked over our plans for the assistance of the poor family, and Ellen said to me with more energy than I have ever seen her display, "I must exert myself. I can never earn enough money by painting valentines and New Year's favors. Do you know that a thought struck me while we were there? But I am afraid to confide it to you, for you will laugh." "If I promise only to smile," replied I, "perhaps you will be encouraged to trust me." "I remarked in looking over those books," continued Ellen, "that they were primarily translations from French and German. Now, dear Miss Catherine, I am a very tolerable French scholar, and I think I can write English correctly. Certainly the persons who make these translations must be remunerated in some manner. They must make some money, more than a person could earn by painting valentines. I think I could find some interesting French tale. I know that I could easily make a tolerable translation. But then how could I be sure of selling the translations when made? The most important part would be the most difficult. But you have so successfully aroused and cultivated my organ of hope that I am not inclined to despair anything." It is needless to tell you that I gave Ellen all necessary encouragement, for even should her project of selling the translation prove to be a castle in the air, the occupation thus afforded her mind would of itself be sufficiently beneficial to repay her for the exertion. We reached Mr. Merritt's in safety, but gave no account of our visit to the poor family. Mr. Merritt escorted me home at a late hour, but my brain had become so active that except for the soporific effect which the penning of these pages has had upon me, and which perhaps the reading of them will have upon you, I should not have slept till morning. End of Chapter 11. Volume 1, Chapter 12, of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 12. The sun is in the heavens, and the proud day, attended with the pleasures of the world, is all too wanton. King John. From the same to the same, January 2nd. What a day of kindly feelings is the first of the year! It is so long since I have spent New Year's Day in any city of the Union where it is celebrated, that the merry ushering in of the year in New York was doubly delightful to me. The poor lay aside their toil, and the rich forget their care, and the lady of fashion receives her guest with almost as hearty a welcome as the tradeswoman. It seems as though an influx of tender and kindly emotions descended from above and entered into men's hearts on this one day, impelling them to banish all bitterness from their souls, and therefore is this day devoted to social intercourse and the interchange of friendly feelings. All petty misunderstandings are at an end, all disuniting coldness and trivial differences forgotten. The door of every mansion is thrown invitingly open, every face is radiant with smiles, and every hand is grasped with warmth, although it may not have met ours for a 12-month before. If there is one spark of neighborly love in the heart, it must be fanned into life by the genial influence of New Year hilarity. The breast that is cold on that general jubilee must indeed be loveless. As I have but few friends in the city, I accepted a seat on Evelyn's sofa, and an invitation to assist in receiving her visitors. The blazing fire gave an air of comfort to the elegant apartment. The couleur de rose curtains shed a roseate light throughout the room. Mrs. Willard, in her close, Quaker-like, most becoming new cap, and her plum-colored silk dress, falling in rich folds round her feet, sat with her back to the shaded window. I half suspect that the youthful clearness and softness of her complexion was produced by a cosmetic of her own concoction, and that she was not wholly indebted to nature for the unusually brown tint of her hair. But these are mere matters of surmise, for it is possible that the color of her hair and the texture of her skin vary with the weather. In one corner of the sofa sat Ellen. I took my place beside her. Evelyn had chosen her seat apart. She was sitting upon the eastern divan that, encircled by its luxurious satin cushions, stood in the midst of the room. Her face was unusually pale, and robed in her snowy dress, with the wreath of natural white chrysanthemums twined about her head, she might have represented the presiding genius of the day. Upon a side table stood a silver salver, furnished with wine glasses and various kinds of cakes, wines, and liqueurs. In addition to these refreshments, Mrs. Willard's hospitality, or housewifely pride, had provided a more substantial collation. The folding doors, thrown invitingly open, displayed a table in the back parlor, handsomely decorated, and crowded with perigords, pies, gelatines, pâté de foie gras, sandwiches, jellies, and every other type of delicacy for which room could be found. Nor were hot coffee and chocolate forgotten. We all assembled in the drawing-room before 10 o'clock, for gentlemen who have 100 or 200 visits to pay during the day must perforce commence at an early hour. The front door, as is customary, was flung open to give instant admission to the visitors. In spite of this precaution, we were surprised while taking our seats to hear the bell ring. The waiter, who answered its summons, a moment afterwards entered the parlor bearing a beautiful little rustic basket covered with geranium leaves. He presented the New Year's offering to Mrs. Merritt. Evelyn delightfully received it, and we all thronged round her to assist in removing the leafy coverings. Beneath lay a silver cornucopia studded with diamonds. A ring and a silver chain were attached to the cornucopia, and it contained a bouquet of the most exquisite greenhouse flowers. On one side, with a crescent formed of diamonds, was engraven the single word, Evelyn. I remarked that the flowers were entirely white, and that Evelyn also wore no color. Could this have been merely a coincidence? Evelyn's cheek flushed with pleasure as the bouquet passed from hand to hand, and we all wondered whence it came. I at first thought that the donor was Mr. Merritt, but Evelyn bore his New Year's gift, and an emerald bracelet on her arm. The crescent on the cornucopia reminded me of Golnaire's dress in the tableau, and the present was obviously from one who witnessed and admired the representations. But this afforded us but a slight clue, for a large number of Mr. Merritt's friends had been present, and the tableau won very general applause. While we were still examining the bouquet, the enlivening sound of merry bells greeted our ears. Rapidly flew the winged sleighs over the new-fallen snow, and now the trampling of hasty feet was heard ascending the front steps. We all rose to receive our visitors, who crowded in, and "A Happy New Year! Happy New Year!" followed by the shaking of hands, resounded from every side. Healths were drunk, the collation tasted by some, the cake crumbled, not eaten, by others, and the guests disappeared again, giving place to newcomers who passed through the same ceremony. Very few remained over 5 minutes, but many friendly compliments could be interchanged in that short space of time. Most of our guests made a bustling entree, with the salutation of Happy New Year on their lips, but some few aspiring individuals despised this olden form. One young favorite of the muses, as he believed himself to be, because he had bribed an editor to give the world one of his rhapsodies in print, stalked up to Evelyn on entering, and, pointing to the ceiling and to the carpet, exclaimed, "The bridal of the earth and sky!" Another gentleman, who from his sanctimonious air I knew to be a pillar of the temple, ejaculated as he made his appearance, "Heaven hath blessed the day, and blessed the year." Then came Richard, crimsoned with excitement, and agitatedly elbowing the crowd that surrounded his mother and sisters. Once at their side, he audibly saluted them in turn, and not without discomposing their dresses by his rude embrace. After this ceremony, he deliberately flung himself upon the divan, beside Evelyn, and saying, as there were not many visits he thought worth paying, he would stay and see the folks. In vain his mother attempted to convince him that the presence of the gentleman of the house was never expected on similar occasions, and that a brother stood in the same relation as a host. He acknowledged the compliment, and said that he felt himself there in the capacity of the host, and resolutely kept his seat. Evelyn's conversation was constantly interrupted by his strange remarks and puzzling queries. His familiar address and grotesque appearance elicited general and ill-disguised astonishment. Still, there, extended full length upon the divan, he reclined. Mrs. Willard now stationed herself immediately in front of him, that he might be concealed from the view of a large number of her guests, but at each new arrival he pertinaciously drew aside the folds of his mother's dress, and his long sallow face quizzically peered out from behind them. As a means of getting rid of such immediate proximity, Mrs. Willard lured him into the back parlor to partake of the collation. She left him seated at the table, confident that he was provided for during the next half-hour. But his meal was short. Just as she was receiving some of the most fashionable of her friends, she found him at her side again. He resumed his seat on the divan, and with his mouth full, stuttered out, "Capital liver complaint that goose died of. Pity warn't a fashionable disease with the geese of this country. I like your patties of goose liver very much, only they aren't so confounded dear. It won't do to walk into one every day."
Mrs. Willard now angrily insisted on his taking his leave, and to our great delight he prepared to obey. We were rejoicing to behold him stepping over the door-sill, when he evidently ran back again, and called out in a tone,
"Evie, by the by, haven't seen the Colonel today, have you? Splendid fella, ain't he, Evie? Just the man he'd have been for you. He beats Walter Hollow. You're a great favorite of his, I can tell you that, and he's pretty squeamish and particular, too, about whom he likes. He and I are the greatest cronies in the world. If I meet him, I'll send him to you. Goodbye. Happy New Year."
Richard took his leave, and Mrs. Willard breathed freely again. Although Mrs. Willard and Ellen and I were extremely merry, Evelyn was not as lively as usual. She looked anxious and expectant, and I observed that every time the door opened her eyes glanced in that direction, and her face brightened, and when the visitor entered, a cloud as though of disappointment passed over her features. She has grown capricious and strange and variable. Indeed, she is quite incomprehensible. Could it have been Colonel Dameron for whom her expectant eyes were searching in vain? That it was he, I felt convinced when towards the close of the day he entered the apartment. Evelyn, who was wearied, and now received her guest sitting, instantly started up. Her brow, cheek, and neck crimsoned, and the hand which he slightly touched obviously trembled. His demeanour towards Evelyn was unusually distant and reserved, although to us he was all frankness and suavity. Once only I glanced at the bouquet which was suspended by a chain from Evelyn's finger. Her eyes rested upon the flowers at the same moment, and as she raised them glances met. Again Evelyn blushed deeply, and Colonel Dameron smiled, that winning, thrilling smile, so dangerous and so peculiarly his own. The bouquet, then, was his gift. I now felt no doubt that I had divined aright. The Colonel made but a short stay. From the moment of his entrance, Evelyn's wonted gaiety returned, and after partaking of a late and hasty dinner, we spent the rest of the evening in rather boisterous merriment. January 4th. Mrs. Willard has just communicated a piece of information which surprised me much. In a few months our lovely Evelyn will become a mother. Little calculated as she is to ensure by her maternal care and guardianship the future happiness of her child, still I rejoice at the prospect of her maternity. That infant will be a lasting bond of union between her and her husband, and such a bond, I fear, has never yet existed. There is not that community of spirit, that perfect confidence established between them, without which a wife is not spiritually wedded. Since her acquaintance with Colonel Dameron, Evelyn has gradually awakened to a consciousness that she did not really love Walter, and it is essential to her existence that she should love. She now feels a besoin d'aimer, and her heart must be filled. Would that she had never seen Colonel Dameron. His strong, impulsive will exerts a most powerful influence over her unregulated mind. Of late she often shuns him with tremulous eagerness, as though she saw her own impending danger. And yet one moment she avoids, the next she is insensible and irresistibly drawn towards him. She is like one walking on the very brink of a precipice, and unless she looks upwards for support, reason will forsake her, and she must plunge headlong into the abyss from which there is no return.
I have told you that her temperament was highly nervous, and she seems at times to experience a warning presentiment which makes her dread the fascination of Colonel Damereau, and instinctively fly from him. But there are feelings in her breast which cry out louder than the gentle voice of conscience, and she flies, to return again. She may suffer much in struggling with her own growing passion, yet in the end she must be victorious. Then she is about to become a mother, and the whole intense and long unengrossed love of her soul will concentrate upon her child. This is my hope, the hope in which I trust and rejoice. End of chapter 12. Volume 1, Chapter 13 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 13. She hath a tear for pity, and a hand as open as day for melting charity. Henry IV. From the Same to the Same, January 10th. Veil de heroine is one of the highest privileges of our nature, says Hannah More, and who could look upon Ellen's altered, animated face and not feel the full force and truth of the remark? Ellen seems to live a new life, for now she has an object for which to live. She feels that she is daily contributing to the prosperity of some of her fellow beings, and this happy thought stimulates her to exertion. There is constantly employed, and occupation, combined with use, of itself ensures mental cheerfulness. Little Netta pays her daily visit to the kitchen, and Ellen herself stores the child's capacious basket with the cold victuals which are carefully reserved for her. I have reason to believe that this poor family are almost entirely supported by the crumbs which fall from the rich man's table. Mrs. Willard, at Ellen's earnest entreaty, has quieted old Betty, who in spite of her asperity possessed a kind heart of her own, and who, inspired by the example of her superiors, begins to take compassion upon the desolate-looking child. The day after our visit to Netta's mother, I found Ellen busily looking over her wardrobe and selecting out all the old dresses, flannel, etc., etc., which she could no longer wear, to convert into garments for the child. When Netta came, we measured her, and Ellen, with my assistance, cut out several little slips and aprons, with a complete new suit of underclothes. Ellen decided that the child should wear nothing but slips, confined at the waist with a casing, that could be drawn or loosened at pleasure. In this determination she was partly influenced by her own want of skill in mantua-making, and partly by my suggestion that a loose garment would promote the growth of the child, whose form is remarkably underdeveloped for her age. We passed the evening in Ellen's chamber, plying our needles with great industry. Evelyn paid us a flying visit, and sat down for a few moments with the intention of assisting our labors, but she is so restless that she cannot long apply herself to any one occupation. After asking a few questions and taking a few stitches, she ran away for her purse. On her return she took out a gold piece and said, "There, Ellen, you must take that for the poor creature. I know you would like to give it to her yourself, so there it is." Ellen's eyes glistened as she took the money, but Evelyn, before her sister could thank her, had darted out of the room. "You must do no such thing, Ellen," said I. "You can spend that money to much better advantage upon the child or upon her parents, and make it go much furthers, as we Yankees say, than could these ignorant people. Since Ellen had so injudiciously parted with all the money that she possessed, I had made up my mind to furnish her with a small sum for the benefit of the poor family. But as my limited means are entirely consumed by my own expenses, and in providing for the necessities of one or two dependents of long standing, whose histories you know, I was doubly gratified at Evelyn's generosity. I promised to return the next morning to assist Ellen in completing at least one suit of her little protégée's wardrobe. I have kept my word, and we spent the day very pleasantly. Evelyn took an enthusiastic but evanescent sort of interest in our employment. Finding that we would not accept of the services of her needle, which, by the by, she is not particularly skilful in using, she tied on her hat and left the house in great haste. In less than an hour she returned and threw into my lap a half a dozen pair of fine white small-sized stockings, saying, "There are pedal coverings for your little unfortunate's naked extremities, and I have ordered Middleton to send home 4 or 5 sizes of children's shoes, for I could only guess at the dimensions of her feet." I examined the stockings and gravely rolled them up again and placed them in the astonished Evelyn's hand. She looked at me with comic dismay, while I coolly requested her, if she desired to be really charitable, to return them to the store, and take in exchange as many pair of coarse grey stockings, which would be of some real service. I added that at the same time she could let Middleton know that he must send double-soled boots made of the stoutest leather, instead of shoes which she had ordered. Evelyn laughed and very quizzically elongated her merry face, but made no other reply. Seizing the rejected stockings, she disappeared. When we saw her again, she danced into the room, waving a string of grey stockings all unrolled over her head. As she came up to me, she dropped them at my feet, and triumphantly held out her hands. The tips of her fingers were inserted into a pair of small woolen mitts. We assured her that the mitts would be a most acceptable present for the child, and Evelyn embraced us both as gratefully as though we had given her the pleasure which her spontaneous kindness had procured for herself. We had scarcely finished dinner when Netta arrived with her empty basket in hand. She looked blue and shivered with the cold. While she was warming herself in the comfortable kitchen, Ellen was trying to bribe the chambermaid to take the child into her room, and prepare her, by a thorough ablution, to grace her new attire. The chambermaid happens to be an American girl, and is consequently many degrees above her station, for you know that few American women enter into service. She at first declared that she would not touch the beggar brat with a tongue, but she was finally coaxed into a more obliging mood. At Ellen's entreaty, she took the child by the tips of her fingers rather than by the hand, and, preceded by a tub of warm water, they retired to the chambermaid's room. In about 3/4 of an hour, Ellen and I joined them. The toilette of the child was just completed. In her little dark plaid dress, her neat blue checked apron, her clean grey stockings, and stout new boots, we hardly recognized the ragged little pauper who had left the kitchen so shortly before. Netta looked down at her dress, at her apron and shoes, and then up into our faces and smiled. But the smile was still that painful smile, mingled with a frown, which must have grown habitual to her. Even the saucy chambermaid seemed pleased and proud of the metamorphosis which she had effected. The child's hair, though now disentangled, hung in wet and strangling strings down her cheek, and our femme de chambre suggested to Ellen the propriety of dispensing with its presence. I drew a scissor from my pocket, and Ellen herself cropped the long locks in a very skilful manner. The child's hair was then carefully combed, and a band tied around her head for the sake of neatness. We tied on the little brown silk hood in which I had just placed the finishing stitches, drew the red woolen mitts on her hands, wrapped her in a warm dark merino cloak made out of Ellen's last winter's coat, placed her well-filled basket on her arm, and away the astonished little creature trudged, to gladden her mother's heart and excite the wonder and admiration of her young brothers. We all watched her from the parlor window as she left the house, and I fancied that I could hear Ellen's heart beat with every heaving of her bosom, so great was her agitation, so true her delight. The child returns daily at the appointed hour. Ellen has provided her with several suits of clothes, but so strong is the force of habit that it is almost impossible to make her comprehend the meaning of the words clean and neat. The instant she enters the house, her hands and face are washed, and her apron changed, yet she never makes her appearance when there is no necessary for this precaution. Ellen devotes an hour every afternoon to giving her instruction, for she has never even learnt her alphabet. As yet she evinces a strong distaste for all literary occupation, and is dull and inattentive. But Ellen is ever mild and patient, and what may not patience and perseverance accomplish? We have paid a second visit to the child's mother, and Ellen privately carried her a paper of coca shells, which I accidentally heard that the whole family greatly relished. We also took the baby a little red flannel gown, in which its withered and half-naked little limbs were quickly enveloped. The mother, on beholding us, evinced her gratitude by tears. The father tried to speak, but emotion choked his utterance, and he sat still with his sightless eyes turned towards us, evidently listening to every word we spoke. Even the old grandmother, supporting herself with difficulty by her bony arms, begged Ellen to come nearer to her, and amidst complaints and groans told her that it gladdened her heart to see that we were none of the preachers who were always come with empty hands. Ellen, who had remained so silent during her former visit, now conversed with perfect ease, and promised Nancy to endeavor to obtain her some washing or other work. She even took the baby in her arms, but quickly gave it back to her mother again, for it felt like a skeleton, and its little limbs hung as loosely in their sockets as though they were scarcely knit to the fragile body. The child is, in all probability, dying, wasting away for want of strengthening nourishment and proper care. I had heard that chicken broth was particularly beneficial to infants in that state, and casually communicated the information to Ellen. The next morning I found her in the kitchen with Miss Leslie's cookery book in one hand and a large spoon in the other. She was tasting something in a skillet over the fire. The fat cook and saucy chambermaid were both looking on, the one scolding and the other laughing, but Ellen did not heed them. "What are you doing here?" questioned I. "Evelyn told me I would find you in the kitchen." "Making chicken broth for the poor little creature," replied Ellen gaily. "See how nicely I have succeeded, and I find that one chicken divided in equal parts will make broth enough for 3 days. Netta is to come at 1 o'clock every day, and I am to supply her. All the arrows that I paint on the valentines must henceforth shoot me chickens." Ellen has not yet omitted to prepare her bowl of broth for a single day, and we have heard that the infant is improving. January 10th. Ellen is already engaged in the translation of her French work. She has chosen the production of an authoress who has greater merit than celebrity. Her style is graceful, spirited, and springy, if I may coin a word for the occasion. The tale is full of thrilling incidents and calculated for the improvement of youth as well as their entertainment. And Ellen has so completely become a utilitarian that this is the only kind of work in which she could have interested herself. End of chapter 13. Volume 1, Chapter 14 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 14. Who can view the ripened rose, nor seek to wear it? Byron. From Hubert Damereau to Frederick Ruthven, January 20th. I am a lucky fellow, dear Fred, take my word for it, a confounded lucky fellow. I do not mean to say that I can exactly quote Caesar's vote of Veni Vidi Vici, but I have a reason to believe myself in a fair way of winning the citadel. An exciting, even though protracted siege is better than all Caesar's storming. I frankly confess that with the poet I can see no charm in trophies won with ease. I hold myself to be a mental epicure as well as a philosopher, and delight in watching the workings and transitions of the heart around which I am weaving my impalpable web. What do you think, old chum? When have you succeeded in awakening a marked evidence of feeling in the woman you love? When she starts at your step, or blushes at your voice, or betrays the slightest degree of emotion when your warm breath accidentally sweeps across her cheek as you murmur in her ear, "Is not that a woman in peril? Is not the victory half won?" Evelyn's eye turns away as it encounters my ardent gaze. Her cheek pales and crimsons when I address her. Her hand trembles when I clasp it, however lightly. Will you then pretend to deny that she loves me? I know that my image visits her dreams. I know that her waking thoughts are engrossed by me. I know that she tremulously waits my coming, and that her heart sinks when I make her expect me in vain. In spite of these promising symptoms, she has shunned me of late, though not pertinaciously. But what of this? When her agitation in my presence is often so overpowering as to become visible to others. She has too much innate and inherent frankness to be an adept in concealing her feelings, and she is too impetuous to be skillful in controlling them. Fred, I repeat it, I am a lucky fellow. You would cry out amen to that if you could see that matchless creature's eloquent eyes as they glisten through humid luster and veil themselves with their darkly fringed curtains when I venture to whisper Evelyn in her ear. Her countenance is a resplendent mirror, and not a thought flits through her brain which I find not reflected in her face. Lovers generally idealize their mistress, but I content myself with analyzing the charms of mine. To strive to heighten those of Evelyn would indeed be to paint the lily. Those tableaux, Fred, I knew those tableaux would represent more than the spectators suspected. I confess it, my heart thrilled like that of a youth of 20 as I beheld Gulnare at my feet, with her expressive and impassioned face turned lovingly and beseechingly to mine.
That night I waltzed with her. She grew dizzy and sank in my arms. But while I supported her lovely head, whose face should I behold scowling above it? Whose but that of our anxious lord? He did not speak, but there was a tempest concentrated in his look. I told you before that he had too thorough a respect for the proprieties to make a fool of himself. Were it not for this conventional curb, I might find him a troublesome friend. As it is, I have nothing to fear. On the first day of the year, I sent her a New Year's token. She knew that the gift was mine, for she had told me that she intended to usher in the year as nature had done in a snowy garment, and my bouquet was entirely composed of white flowers. She has made no allusion to the offering, but an accidental glance revealed to me all that I cared to know. In your last letter, you asked the following ridiculous and somewhat unanswerable question: what is the secret of your success with the fair? If it is purchasable, I would obtain it at any price. My secret, as you call it, happens neither to be of a purchasable or explainable nature. I can only say that I never voluntarily enter the presence of a lady with my mind en deshabille. It is related of the Duke of Buckingham that when visiting the Spanish court he wore a profusion of diamonds so loosely attached to his court robe that, passing through a crowd of ladies, he could strew the jewels as though accidentally at their feet. Now I think it the bounden duty of every man whose pursuit in life is pleasure, and whose aim or desire to succeed in the beau monde, to learn a lesson from the gallant Duke, and store his mind with diamonds, which he can scatter as lavishly about him. It is not difficult to dazzle the feminine vision, and a fool can take captive the blind. While we are on the subject, I may as well mention that I never permit myself to forget les petits soins, which are always acceptable to women of all ages and classes, that I never pique one woman by an evident preference for another, nor wound her by a more constant remembrance of myself than of herself. I could lay down a catalogue of rules, but time is wanting. And then you have not deserved so much complaisance at my hand, for you never responded to my wishes in reference to Claudine. Poor little simpleton. I trust she has not broken her heart at my desertion. I have heard nothing from her, and feel certain that she has not traced me. I have no appetite for a reconnoitre with that little fury, and on parting did most devoutly desire that we might be better strangers. My friend Richard is still alive and in a prosperous state. I am compelled to supply him with pocket money and to provide him with occupation to escape being bored to death. He fancies himself my man of business because I send him on little excursions to make very useless inquiries about my property or to carry letters which he imagines to be confidential. He is perfectly devoted to me, and so simple-hearted that he never suspects that all actions have their motives. I called at his lodgings yesterday to dispatch him upon some new errand of imaginary importance, and where do you suppose I found him? He was lying in bed at midday to save fuel and keep himself warm. He assured me that he was well employed, that he was keeping up a devil of thinking, and that he was more of a thinking character than I suspected. I was afraid that he would interfere with some of my plans, and accordingly sent him that very afternoon to Philadelphia. Congratulate me, dear Fred, for once more I began to find existence tolerable.
The excitement of my present pursuit has varied life's wearisome monotony. My health is as excellent as ever, my taste as fine, my appetite even better, and I have not been ennuyé for a month or upwards, and this miracle has been wrought by the influence of a woman, sweet woman. But, mock me, Fred, a man can't expect to find such a paragon as Evelyn Merritt at every step. Why, if she was single, I sometimes think she might almost make a Benedict of me. For who knows into what follies a lover may plunge? I should think it, however, more prudent to run into a straitjacket than to rush into the bonds of matrimony. I should be sure to find the one quite as irksome as the other. Fare thee well. Let me hear in your next that your face is turned towards Charleston. Credit me, the journey is worth taking. Le jeu vaut la chandelle. I look back upon the days I spent there, forgetting all but their delight. Nothing can be more unwise and absurd than the remembrance of anything which is disagreeable. As for me, I always had and always shall have small memory for aught but pleasure. Farewell, and take the advice of an experienced soldier whose military tactics are not confined to the field of battle. Yours and etc., Hubert Damoreau. End of chapter 14. Volume 1, Chapter 15 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 15. Though dead the green leaves and decayed the stem, yet still the spirit of fragrance lingers, loath to leave its dear abode. Just so love haunts the heart. L. E. Landon. From Catherine Bolton to Elizabeth Montague, April 17th. 2 months have glided away since I last wrote, tracking their path with some few changes, but only enough to remind me that we journey onwards towards the eternal goal. Dearest Elizabeth, I have passed through a new conflict since I last unveiled my heart to you, but the sunbeam has broken through the cloud and shows me the path which I should follow. You are aware that circumstances have thrown me into daily contact with one to whom I was once not wholly indifferent. But it is what he was, or seemed to be, that I loved, not what he now is, or seems to be. I love not the man merely, but his virtues. When those virtues have vanished, should their empty casket be dear? Alas, memory still lives, and I own that my heart is still engrossed by the image of the past. But I will not follow the dictates of a passion which has not esteem for its basis, lest the airy fabric crumble to the ground and crush me. I have once more become the object of those devoted attentions which 15 years ago made my heart thrill with ecstasy. And does it thrill now? No. Disappointment and suspicion have stilled its once rapturous pulsation. The past rises before me, and I dare not trust the present. True, I cannot now doubt Mr. Elton's sincerity, for youth and its charms have fled me. Time hath written strange features on my face, and I have neither wealth nor aught else that can allure. Yes, sincere he is, but he is not what my hopes pictured when I first plighted my hand, and I will not wed the man who cannot win my mind's approval. Every rebellious feeling shall be subdued. I will still live as I have lived, forgetful of self, and only existing through others. Are you not anxious to hear something more of Ellen and her protégées? Have you an inclination to take a peep at them? The wish is readily granted. Imagine yourself in a clean, airy room on the first floor in a much healthier part of the city than the one to which I introduced you formerly. The same wash-tub upon the rough planks supported by old kegs stands before the window. Nancy, with her decent dress pinned up at her waist, has her bare arms immersed to the very elbow in soapsuds. But the articles which she is diligently washing do not resemble the rags which once filled her tub. Ellen's exertions and my own have procured her regular employment, and when she takes home her clothes every Saturday night, she is sure of a small sum which will at least pay her rent, and perhaps furnish a few necessities. But look a little further. The old grandmother is sitting up in a rather rickety armchair that once stood in Ellen's bedchamber. The aged woman wears a pair of new spectacles over her eyes, and her hands hold 4 knitting needles. She is trying to knit a stocking, but the task is evidently an unusual one, for she is obliged to examine every stitch. About the neatly sanded floor creeps an infant in quest of some colored marbles which are rolling around him. The child is clad in a warm dress, and though it is still pale, feeble, and sickly, it bears but little resemblance to the pining little skeleton which I introduced to your acquaintance scarcely more than 2 months ago. Beside a very small cooking stove, called by the inventor the poor man's stove, sits the father. His ragged pantaloons have been darned and patched with pieces of various hues until they bear a similarity to Joseph's many-colored coat. Though his countenance is ruddy, its expression is depressed, and his eyes are still dull and fixed on vacancy. And Netta, where is she? Direct your eyes to that window, adorned with a roll of green paper in imitation of fashionable transparencies. Netta is sitting upon the sill, for sunlight is fast declining, and she can hardly see the stitches which she is taking in her new apron. If you do not recognize her, I shall not wonder. Her bright-colored hair is combed so smoothly over her pale face. Her eyes look less sunken, and the dark ring about them is gradually disappearing. Her cheeks are not much fuller, but her form gives promise of a speedy expansion. Then her little red striped dress and her check apron are so tidily arranged that you might suppose she momentarily expected a visit from her kind friend Miss Ellen. But look, there comes Billy, hungry as a lion, and prepared to relish the bowl of bread and milk which his mother is handing to him. He devours his supper in haste, for his books are not yet all sold, but he finds time between every few mouthfuls to pause and recount the exploits of Mark the Smasher. I cannot say that Billy's appearance is much improved. He retains an unconquerable aversion to soap and water, and scuffles that daily and professionally engage a portion of his time give his clothes some slight resemblance to that of the murdered Caesar. Billy is a capital boxer, but he now and then meets his match amongst the newsboys, and not infrequently falls into the retributive hands of the smashers. It is consequently difficult to get a glimpse of his countenance when his nose is not swollen to twice its natural dimensions, nor his forehead scarred, nor one eye curtailed of its original proportions, closed and blackened. Billy still retains his contempt for the lady who never heard of Mark the Smasher, and seldom deigns to honor her with a word. But towards Ellen, who did not so openly betray her ignorance, he evinces a sort of rude respect. These are changes, but they are not the only ones which the last 2 months have effected. Give a glance at Ellen's face, and henceforth confess that all real beauty consists in expression. Has not her countenance grown positively lovely? Is not her very look attractive? And her manners? Could you imagine a demeanor more modest yet engaging? For 6 weeks after Ellen's first commenced her French translation, morning and evening found her pen in hand. For her further convenience, I made her a present of my own little secretary, and that is perhaps one reason why I have written to you so seldom. When not writing, she was either taking exercise or plying her needle, and really she has become an apt seamstress. Her health has visibly improved, and she seems to be too much engrossed to think of her own sufferings. Truly a most enviable unconsciousness, a specific for many an ailment. At the end of 6 weeks, Ellen's translation was completed and corrected and copied off in a bold, legible hand. She then timidly offered the manuscript for my inspection. I spent a couple of days in reading it with her and making such corrections in the style, punctuation, etc., as I thought advisable. Every once and a while, when I struck my pen through a line and altered a phrase or substituted another one, she would heave a sigh and look half discouraged, but I comfort her with some stories about Virgil and Pope, and the interlining and erasures which deface their manuscripts, and she laughed at the comparison and was content. At last the translation was considered in a state to place in the printer's hands. We spent an hour or two in composing a suitable and taking note to one of the principal publishers in this city, requesting an answer without delay. A week passed on, and no answer came. Ellen's heart began to fail. I suggested that Billy might be dispatched with a second note, and ordered to wait for an answer. My advice was followed. Billy faithfully fulfilled the commission, and on his return placed a large roll of paper in Ellen's hand. Ellen turned pale, and the paper, dropping from her grasp, fell to the ground, burst open, and disclosed the rejected manuscript, accompanied by a coarse piece of foolscap, folded in the shape of a note. I opened this ominous slip of paper, and learnt that the publishers to whom Ellen had applied did not print the publications of unknown authors, and that no remuneration could be expected for similar works. After the first burst of feeling, Ellen bore her disappointment heroically, and, turning to me with a hopeful smile, said, "There are more publishing houses than one in the city." It chanced that Mr. Elton entered the parlour at Fleecer's just as Ellen withdrew. Her manuscript was still in my hand, and before I reflected upon the imprudence of the question, I asked if he was acquainted with any publishers in the city. He glanced at the manuscript and replied, "Yes, with several. Can I serve you in any manner?" I could not lose this opportunity of disposing of Ellen's production. I frankly explained to Mr. Elton our dilemma, requesting that he would keep my communication secret. He promised to do so, and offered to take charge of the manuscript, and presented himself to a publisher with whom he was intimately acquainted. That same evening, just as I was about to retire, he sent me word that if I would return to the parlour it would gratify him exceedingly, as he had something to communicate. I hurried down, and he presented me with $15, saying that Ellen's manuscript would shortly be published, and that he had no doubt a second translation of the same length would find as ready a sale.
think of my delight, or rather think of Ellen's, when the next morning I placed the money in her hand. She had never in her life possessed so large a sum, and this was doubly esteemed because it was her own earnings. She soon devised 1,500 different ways of disposing of the $15, and in a few moments had settled in that manner every shilling should be expended. Her remarks were concluded with the assurance that she should pay a visit to the largest depot of foreign books before she slept, and that a second translation should be commenced without delay. I could not close this letter without one word concerning the fair Evelyn. She has been indisposed lately, and unable to leave the house. She sees but little company, and her spirits are frequently depressed. Sometimes she suddenly bursts forth in an enthusiastic strain about the unborn infant which she longs to behold, and then she will as suddenly exclaim in mournful accents, "Oh, I wish it may never see the light, or seeing it know nothing but happiness." Mr. Merritt is more tender, more considerate, and more devoted than ever, and humours her most unreasonable caprices. Colonel Damerow is still a constant visitor, but Evelyn frequently refuses to see him, and when he is admitted she appears more abstracted, melancholy, and restless. The hour of her trial and her happiness is approaching. Heaven grant that she may clasp a living child to her maternal bosom. End of chapter 15. Volume 1, Chapter 16 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 16. To mark my own heart's restless beat, rock it to its untroubled rest, and watch the growing soul beneath, dawn in faint smiles, and hear its breath, half interrupted by calm sighs. Shelley. From the Same to the Same, May 1st. Upon a May day morn as sunny and cloudless as this 1 year ago, we decked Evelyn for her bridal. Her image rises before me now as she stood in front of her mirror, buoyant with the glad sense of being, radiant with hope and happiness, her bright eyes outflashing the diamond that encircled her brow, her glowing face resplendent with smiles, and her light symmetrical form floating about to the stirring music of her own gladsome voice. But there are painful memories mingled with the brighter recollections of that bridal day. The fearful and despairing expression of her countenance when I awoke her from the half-trance into which she had fallen just before we arrayed her in her nuptial robe, the cloud that had passed over her features, and the shudder that ran through her frame when she stood before the altar, and the question that sealed her fate was solemnly asked. But why should I dwell upon these passing shadows? Prognostics I will not believe them to be. Henceforth let reason consign them to oblivion. May morning has come again and laid an added joy upon the young heart of Evelyn, a blessing and a blessed burden. I had not paid a visit to my friends in Union Place for 3 days, and this morning found me at the door of their ever-hospitable mansion. I met Ellen with her bonnet on in the entry. She almost flew into my arms, exclaiming, "I was coming to tell you. Evelyn is a mother. Evelyn has a daughter." Walter and mother are almost wild with delight. She was so much overcome by her joyful emotions that for a few minutes she was totally unable to answer my anxious inquiries.
Mrs. Willard, who had heard my voice, now ran down the stairs, and for once I felt certain that her exhibition of feeling was unfeigned. She pressed my hand without speaking, and a tear gathered in her eye, a tear that did not contradict the smile upon her lip. At last she said, "Dr. R. has forbidden Evelyn to see anybody, but she will not be satisfied until she has shown her little cherub to you. Oh, Kate, it made me feel as I did 20 years ago when I received Evelyn's infant in my arms. It seemed as though I had myself become a mother again." After a short conversation, I was led to Evelyn's chamber. Upon a low couch, supported by snowy pillows, lay the young mother. Never had I beheld her face so pale, yet so calm, so holy in its expression. The delicate veins that interlaced her temples showed through her translucent skin. Her clear blue eyes, clearer than ever, were half veiled by their transparent lids. Those eyes were softened by suffering, and by the new and pure emotion which so lately had birth in her soul. Her redundant tresses were confined beneath a cap bordered with a narrow lace. Perhaps it was that close cap and the fine white lace lying upon the temples that gave such soft and Madonna-like expressions to her faultless countenance. One arm lay upon her bosom, and upon the other her infant's little head was pillowed. She did not notice me when I entered the room, for her eyes were intently fixed upon the face of the slumbering babe. I spoke to her gently. She looked up with a bright smile, heaved one sob, and burst into tears. We were fearful that this agitation might injure her, but she quickly grew calm again. I stooped to kiss her brow, and she pointed to the infant and tried to raise it towards me. I understood her action, and pressed my lips to its silky cheek, murmuring a blessing as I did so. "You must not speak, Evelyn," said Mrs. Willard warningly. "Indeed, you must be perfectly quiet." "Only a few words, dear mothers," replied she. Then, raising her eyes to mine, she said gently, "Is it not a little angel, Carissima?" Oh, such an overpowering sense of happiness crept over me as they placed it in my arms. Look at its little hands. It has filbert nails like yours. Is not its head beautiful? Mother, do take off its cap and show her its sweet head and all its glossy black hair." The fat old nurse now approached us, and in a consequential tone insisted that the young mother should be kept quiet, at the same time advising me to retire. To this Evelyn would not consent. She promised not to speak if I might only be permitted to sit beside. I took my seat at the head of the bed and held one of her hands, which ever and anon she tenderly pressed, lifting her eyes for a moment to my face, and then turning them upon her child again. For some time she lay quiet, but all at once I observed her features working. Her eyes were strangely dilated, and her lips pressed against each other, then parted as though she experienced some acute pain. Before I could call the attention of the old nurse, Evelyn, with a sudden effort, drew her child to her bosom, covered its little face with passionate kisses, and cried out, "Oh God, let it not be miserable. Let it never be like its mother. I know that I shall bring misery upon it. I feel that I shall." And then again she burst into a violent fit of weeping. It would not have been easy to pacify her had not the child been awakened by her too rude embrace, and its little wailing voice recalled her to her senses. She would not permit the nurse to take the babe, but hushed it to rest upon her own bosom. Though Evelyn's agitation alarmed and grieved me, I still retained my seat by her side. To avow the truth, I began to grow nervous, and to experience one of those presentiments of evil to which I always dread to give way. In a few moments Evelyn looked at me again and said in an altered and musical voice, "Walter is so happy." It was the first time for a long period that I had heard her mention her husband's name with affection, and that one sentence banished my rising fears. Once more I entertained the sweet conviction that the child would save its mother from misery and ruin. It would be a golden bond to link her unalterably to her husband. Her heart would now have an idol, since such hearts as hers must ever have an earthly one. And that idol, though earthly, was indeed a heavenly gift. She was saved, and a shield encompassed her heart from which all Colonel Dameron's fascinations could never penetrate. I was afraid of lingering too long, and now took my leave. Evelyn had fallen into a tranquil slumber, and I stole from the apartment without arousing her. Mrs. Willard and Ellen as stealthily followed me. "Walter's delight knows no bounds," said Mrs. Willard. "He was ashamed to propose it, but I knew that he wanted to hold the little darling myself, so I placed it in his arms. You ought to have seen his face. He blushed like a girl, and when he kissed Evelyn, he could hardly keep from weeping." "And how is the grandpapa?" questioned I, for no mention of Mr. Willard had been made. "Very happy, of course," replied Mrs. Willard, "but very suffering. He is a victim to dyspepsia, and can hardly participate in any pleasure. We leave him alone and let him sleep, which he does half the time." "You do not know how my poor father suffers, Miss Catherine," sighed Ellen. "I wish I could do something for him." "You must try to rouse and amuse him," replied I. "It is not easy to amuse my father," returned Ellen. "Love can accomplish very difficult tasks," was my suggestive answer. We had reached the street door, which Mrs. Willard opened. I had time for no further conversation, and bade them adieu. May 15th. I have been ill, and accordingly this letter has remained for a fortnight unconcluded. Ellen was continually at my side with her books and her work, and I feel indebted to her care for my rapid recovery. I left the house yesterday for the first time since my indisposition. And whither should I bend my steps but to the happy mansion of the young mother, our beloved Evelyn? I found her seated in a large easy-chair, with her infant in her arms, and its tender head cradled upon her bosom, for she will scarcely permit it to lie upon any other couch. Her lovely features have acquired a reflective expression, since they have bent over those of her young angel. Her countenance was full of placid tenderness, and its restless look had entirely vanished. Her voice, too, was never so soft and so low. New beauties momentarily developed themselves with her new feelings, but alas, how little conscious is she of her mighty responsibilities! How seldom does she remember that a soul is placed in her charge which she must train for heaven! How little does she realize that that soul's future and eternal happiness may depend upon her guidance, like an arrow shot from a bow, upon the bent which it receives from her hands. And yet her every thought entwines itself about and centers upon that cherished infant. Mrs. Willard told me that sometimes Evelyn would sit for hours with the babe pressed to her heart, gazing upon its little face, and unconscious of anybody's presence, singing to it in a low, murmuring voice words that burst spontaneously from her lips, and sprang as involuntarily from her heart. She even fancies that it already recognizes her, and smiles in her face, and opens its large blue eyes at her kiss alone.
I had but little time to converse with Evelyn before Mr. Merritt entered. I rose to congratulate him, and he pressed my hand with delighted warmth. The next minute he was at Evelyn's feet, kneeling beside his little daughter, and kissing her dimpled hands with all the father in his looks. Coldness, conventionalism, and the fear of being ridiculed were absorbed in the paternal pride. The ceremonious man of the world was lost in the father. My visit was but short, for the old nurse thought it was time that Evelyn should return to her couch, and, to my surprise, the now docile young mother made no objection. She was content, so that her infant lay beside her. When I returned to the parlour, Ellen was reading to her father, with whom she had just taken a long walk. Difficult indeed is the task of cheering him. But Ellen, unwearied in her efforts to be of use and to communicate happiness by her very presence, has undertaken to make even his condition less deplorable, and already are the fruits of her exertions visible. She has wrought a remarkable change in Mr. Willard, a mental change which affects him physically. He begins to take interest in life. The books which he reads divert his mind, and though he generally falls asleep after listening to the first few pages, he is easily aroused, and a walk in the fresh air, with Ellen prattling by his side, gives new impetus to the sluggish circulation of his blood, and restores his almost suspended animation. She told me that her sensations were beyond description delightful, when the other day he placed his hand upon her head and said, "What a blessing you are to me, Ellen! You have quite made me forget my dyspepsia." Do not suppose that Ellen's new duties induce her to neglect Netta and her parents. As I entered, I met the little girl upon the porch, with her well-filled basket on her arm and her primer in her hand. Her thin face is gradually growing rounder, and a healthful glow sometimes tinges her cheeks, but her frame is still fragile and feeble. May 16th. The heart, says Jean-Paul, in allusion to a heart that loves purely and warmly, like the wandering sun, sees nothing from the dewdrop to the ocean, but a mirror which it warms and fills. Such a heart, then, must Ellen's be. Her newly awakened love of doing good leaves no source through which it can vent itself unemployed. Let me relate to you a little incident which gave birth to this passing reflection. Yesterday afternoon I was leisurely strolling through Broadway, our fashionable promenade, when I remarked a figure before me which strongly resembled that of unfortunate Ellen. I accelerated my pace as I drew near, quickly recognized her hat and pelerine. I approached and joined her without her perceiving me, for she was lost in thought. Just as I was about to speak, I noticed that she held a large bunch of flowers, divided with 4 or 5 neatly arranged bouquets, in her hands. These flowers were partially concealed by her handkerchief, and it was obviously her desire that they should not be visible. The spirit of curiosity seized me, and I involuntarily drew back and walked behind her. But had this sudden curiosity no better foundation, you will ask? Truly it had. Several times I had noticed Ellen dividing the flowers, which are almost daily sent to her sister, into small bouquets, and these bouquets invariably disappeared very mysteriously. Twice I asked Ellen in what manner she disposed of her flowers, but she replied that to have a secret was one of the privileges of the sex. I followed Ellen unnoticed until we reached St. Paul's Church. At the corner, imperfectly shaded from the sun by a large and tattered umbrella, sat a very decrepit old woman.
Before her stood a small stand, which held 2 or 3 bowls of water, containing bunches of the most common garden flowers. With an imploring glance, she extended her yellow and bony hand to almost every passer-by, but few heeded her, and fewer stopped to purchase her uninviting nosegays. Ellen, when she was within a few paces of the old woman, glanced timidly around to see if she was unmarked, and then, hastily untying the string that bound the bouquets together, approached the stand, silently dropped them into the old woman's lap, and hurried on. The old woman gathered up the flowers, looked at them admiringly, smelt them, then gazed after Ellen, and then looked at the flowers again, murmuring some words which must have either been a blessing or a prayer. And well she might bless the kind heart which, having no alms to give, had found so ingenious and equivalent a substitute. I walked up to the old woman just as she was placing Ellen's flowers in water, and said, "You have some beautiful nosegays there. I see they are greenhouse flowers, and worth a considerable sum." "Sure, and they're worth all the world to me, for it is good luck they bring along with them," croaked out the old woman. "They fall into my lap as though they had dropped from heaven, and sure it seems as though heaven sent them, for it's no less than an angel brings them." "Do you know the lady who carried you these flowers?" "I only know that she is a lady, every inch of her. I never clapped my 2 eyes upon her before a month ago, and never heard the sound of her honey voice but once, when she asked me how much my flowers cost, and bought a nosegay. And since that day it's seldom the sun ever sets without her having dropped a bunch or 2 into my lap, just without ever lisping a word, and away she runs before I can tell her how thankful I am, and how much money her flowers make me." The old woman now offered me one of Ellen's nosegays, but I preferred to purchase one of my own, for it was possible that I might encounter Ellen returning home, and I would not rob her of the pleasure of doing good in secret. We did not meet, however, and Ellen is not yet aware that her old flower woman and I are acquainted. End of chapter 16. Volume 1, Chapter 17 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 17. 'Tis right, 'tis just, to feel contempt for vice, but he that shows it may be over-nice. Crabbe. From the same to the same, May 19th. "Oh, Miss Catherine, Miss Catherine," exclaimed Ellen, bursting into my room this afternoon, without even delaying her progress by a knock. "Oh, Miss Catherine, you do not know what has happened. I am so heartsick, so miserable." My first thought was of Evelyn and her infant, and I could hardly command my voice to inquire if any accident had befallen either of them. "They are well, quite well," replied Ellen, "but poor little Netta and her parents, they have turned out so badly. All my exertions for them have been worse than useless, and I am now quite discouraged." "Pray tell me what has happened." "Why, yesterday I met Billy returning home just towards dark, empty-handed and dreadfully bruised, as though he had been severely whipped. Indeed, he was in so much pain that he could hardly walk, and the nice little check blouse which I had made for him was torn into ribbons. Although he was suffering so much, he was too proud to cry, and braved it out. I insisted upon his telling me what had happened, but could not induce him to speak until I had bribed him with the promise of a shilling. He then informed me that after selling the usual number of books for a mark, he went to the Sun office to purchase some newspapers. After having bought 5 or 6, as he was waiting for change, he laid down his own papers on the counter just over a pile of others. The change was handed to him, and as the salesman was attending to a crowd of customers, he took up his bundle, and with it 8 or 10 other papers which lay beneath. He had sold nearly all the papers at his own corner, when somebody came behind him and knocked him down, flogged him with a cowskin, emptied his pockets, and left him lying in the street, with a crowd of little ragged fellows, laughing and jeering at his mishap. He acknowledged that he had been beaten by one of the clerks of the Sun office. I tried to convince him that the sin he had committed should grieve him much more than the pain he had received, but he either had too little rationality to distinguish right from wrong, or is hardened in vice, for he boldly disagreed with me. I did not expect to change his nature by a miracle, but entertained hopes of influencing him at some future period. Those hopes are now almost entirely destroyed. So much for Billy, but that is not half. I called to see his mother today to carry her another paper of cocoa shells, and some socks which I had just finished knitting for her baby. But, oh, Miss Catherine, if you had only beheld the scene which presented itself to my eyes when I opened their room door! The father was lying stretched out upon the floor, his face flushed, and his eyes closed. I at first thought he had been seized with a fit, and bent over him in alarm, but the strong odor of his breath betrayed that his stupefaction arose from brandy. I turned to the mother. She was staggering about the room, perfectly regardless of the baby who was kicking and screaming in Netta's arms. Can it be possible? Could the modest, decent-looking woman have been intoxicated? Inquired I. Too possible and too true, returned Ellen. I spoke to her, and she answered me in the most insolent manner. All her usual humility and decorum of deportment had vanished. I could hardly restrain my tears. I walked up to the bed where the old grandmother lay, and though her breath also indicated that the tempting cup had not passed her lips untasted, she still retained her senses. I am afraid I did not choose a fitting moment, but how could I help warning her against the use of ardent spirits, and pointing out the misery which they engendered? She strenuously denied having tasted any liquor, or that any had ever been brought into the room. I pointed to her son on the floor and asked how came he in that state. She answered by again denying that she or any of the family had tasted a mouthful of spirits, and called upon Netta to declare whether or not she spoke the truth. I looked at Netta warningly to prevent her from speaking an untruth, but she, with an unruffled countenance, looked up and, oh, it was horrible to hear such young lips utter a falsehood with the coolness and self-possession of callous vice. Ellen paused. Go on, said I. I have done, she replied. That is all. I came away disgusted and disheartened. I have given this woman the ability to earn money, and I have only placed in her hands the means of indulging her vicious propensities. Is it any wonder that I am discouraged? But you will not forsake them at the very moment when they have most need of your counsel and influence. Remember, it is they who are sick that need a physician, not they who are whole. But what further interest can I take in them? Returned Ellen. There would be but little merit in doing good to those only in whom your heart was interested, to those by whom your fancy was pleased, or your feelings excited. Strive to ameliorate the condition of these unfortunate people, and you will soon find that you take a true interest in their welfare in consequence of your exertion to benefit them. Do you not remember that beautiful passage from Kant, where he remarks, "When it is said, 'Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself,' it is not meant thou shalt love him first and do good to him in consequence of that love, but thou shalt do good to thy neighbor, and this thy beneficence will engender in thee that love to mankind which is the fullness and the consummation of the inclination to do good." "You are right, always right," said Ellen. "I will not forsake them, nor diminish my exertions for their welfare. But how can we eradicate this dreadful habit of intemperance, which must inevitably ruin them in spite of us?" "We will hope that it is not a confirmed habit, but even should it be so, we should not despair. The mother we can probably influence by threatening her with the loss of your patronage. You must watch her closely, at the same time strengthening her by your entreaties and counsel. If she errs again, withdraw your protection, and when she finds herself in the same state of destitution in which you first discovered her, she may repent. Then you may make a second trial, and again afford her assistance. As for the father, you must induce him to sign the temperance pledge. He is forced to be idle, and without this restraint, the inclination to temporarily banish trouble by intoxication may be too strong for resistance." Ellen left me, grateful for my advice, and prepared not merely to follow it, but to improve upon my suggestions. May 21st. Long, very long, I have endeavored to conceal from myself, as from you, that the conflicting emotions daily struggling in my heart are undermining my health. The days of my youth are ever rising before me. Pity and latent affection are ever warring with principle and reason. The reproachful and supplicating eyes that morning and night encounter mine haunt my unquiet slumbers. Alas, how difficult it is to forget ourselves, our own past happiness and present sorrows. With the lip we may seem to remember others only, but in the heart we are too sure to find ourselves enshrined as our own idol. Could we but wholly displace this false god, then indeed, and then only, could taste of true angelic felicity. I am feeble and ill, and daily growing worse. There is neither hope nor help for me but in flight, and fly I must, and that quickly. My sweet friend, Amy Elwell, whom I trust you have not forgotten, has been recommended by her physician to try the sulphur springs in Virginia, for the benefit of her health. It has long been feared that she is consumptive. Well may parents be alarmed for her safety. She is their only child, and the sole heiress of her father's hardly earned wealth. They intend accompanying her to the springs, and in the fall they are to take a tour through the southern states. A few days since, Amy, remarking my obvious debility, asked me how I would like to join their party and travel with them. I at first conceived the project to be impracticable, for my income is too limited to procure me such an indulgence. But my health continuing rapidly to fail, I have now concluded to encroach upon the capital and accept Amy's proposal. I may be obliged to deprive myself of many comforts and perhaps some necessaries on my return. But what are the comforts money can purchase if it cannot procure the inestimable blessing of health? Amy was overjoyed at my determination, and Mr. and Mrs. Elwell were kind enough to express themselves delighted at the prospect of my company. They leave in a week, but I have a few preparations to make, and should be ready, bag and baggage, in less time. Most sincerely do I regret my separation from Evelyn, and less hardly deeply from Ellen. Who shall say what changes may overshadow or brighten their existence before we meet again? But throughout my life I have had cause to thank Heaven for this one blessing, that the future was hidden from our view. May 28th. We start tomorrow. 7 o'clock will find us on board of the steamboat for Philadelphia. This evening I bade Evelyn a tearful adieu. She placed her baby in my arm and besought me to remember it and her. What a misfortune it is that Evelyn is so constitutionally nervous. Forebodings of coming evil, evil that indeed cast its shadows before us, oppress her in the midst of her purest joys. As she imprinted fervent kisses upon my lips and forehead, she shuddered and wept, and once or twice sobbed out, "Shall I be as happy when I see you again? I shall not. I feel that I shall not. I may never be so happy again as I am now." I call these presentiments or premonitions unfortunate, but they would be otherwise did they teach us to guard against impending evil. But few heed the warnings which many hear. Mrs. Willard, in bidding me farewell, presented me with a couple of coquettishly demure caps, which she had been inventing for herself. I have no doubt that in offering them she felt they were the most valuable gift of which she could beg my acceptance, for that which enhances personal charms must ever, in her eyes, be unsurpassed in value. She took me aside after I had accepted the caps, and said in a very kind and sympathizing voice, "It is really almost time for you to begin to wear caps. They would become you. You are going to be amongst strangers, and must consult appearances. I see 1 or 2 silver hairs impertinently mingling themselves with your brown ones. I have heard of a very safe and excellent dye. If you would like to make use of it, I will give you the recipe." I thanked her, but politely declined making any attempt to repair my charms for the present. I was convinced by her manner that this unexpected refusal spared me from no little advice on the subject of youthful looks. Mrs. Willard, in the enthusiasm of the moment, was about to commit a great imprudence. In a few minutes more all the secrets of her toilette would have been confided to me. This confidence would not have strengthened our friendship. She would soon have repented her own rash haste, then mistrusted, and then perhaps hated me because she had voluntarily unveiled herself to my eyes. Mr. Merritt next bade me adieu, and said, "In losing you we lose a true friend, whose place no substitute can fill." Mr. Willard and Ellen accompanied me home, for Ellen wished to delay the moment of our parting, besides which she thought that the walk would benefit her father. Mr. Willard is hardly less taciturn than formerly, but now he at least listens, though he does not speak, and a good listener, you know, is sometimes preferable to a great talker. Ellen conversed without restraint in his presence, and told me of Netta's improvement, of Nancy's repentance, and of Dan's obstinate refusal to sign the temperance pledge. "You must write and tell me all about them," said I. "Write, to be sure I will," replied Ellen animatedly. "That will be one of my greatest consolations. But how busy I shall be! You know that I have commenced the translation of my second French tale. Then I am reading Dickens' works to papa, and I have considerable sewing for Netta to accomplish. Why, I shall not have a minute for myself." "Nor half a minute for the Blue Devils," replied I. "Ah, if they ever attack me again," answered Ellen, "I have a panacea. You have placed in my hands a talisman with which I may defy them." We had reached Fleecer's, and Ellen threw her arms around my neck as she tenderly kissed me for adieu. At the same time she told me that she and her father would rise with the sun to meet me at the steamboat tomorrow morning. When I entered the parlor at Fleecer's, although it was quite late, Mr. Elton was reclining upon the sofa, evidently awaiting my return. He rose and begged me to be seated, but I declined, for I dreaded a lengthened interview. "I must bid you good-bye," said I, in a tone of assumed sprightliness. "I start tomorrow morning." "Must you go? Must you indeed go?" inquired he, seizing my hand. I had scarcely enough strength or courage to withdraw it, for his was hot and tremulous. "The fates have decreed it," replied I, with forced gaiety. "I look forward to a delightful jaunt, and I trust I shall return in such robust and unladylike health that your gentility will hardly permit you to recognize me." "You are happy that you can jest," said he, with a sorrowful look. "But unhappy that I monopolize all the mirth," returned I. "When you depart, you carry mine with you," was his serious answer. I might have retorted, "and leave much of my own behind," but my lips were not at that moment in communication with my heart, and they spoke differently. "Good night and good-bye," said I suddenly, for I felt that I could not much longer command myself. "Good-bye," replied Mr. Elton laconically, but I saw that he could say no more. We shook hands, both tried to smile, and both failed. We bowed, and I withdrew. Had we known no severer parting, this might have seemed painful, but our joys and sorrows are only great or trivial by comparison, and my present grief lost its poignancy when compared to one greater affliction. And now that I have said adieu to all, I must whisper it to you also, my cherished friends. I shall continue to write you at intervals, but my letters may not be frequent. Farewell. Good spirits attend you. End of chapter 17. Volume 1, Chapter 18 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 18. That a young maid's wits should be as mortal as an old man's life. Hamlet. Better I would distract, so I would my thoughts be severed from my griefs, and my woes by strong indignation lose the memory of themselves. King Lear. From the same to the same. Charleston, October the 1st. Your letter, your kind, love-inspired letter, lies before me. I have reread every line, and every expression of friendship is garnered up in my heart. I must write to you, you say. My silence have deprived you of the principal joys of your calm existence, you tell me. That last appeal is all sufficient. I will resume my goose-quill, and if it can waft you one pleasant breeze to ruffle the quiet stream of your life, its toil shall be as endless as that of Sisyphus. You will learn from the date of this letter that we are now in Charleston. We passed the summer very delightfully at the Virginian Springs. We shall, however, be obliged to relinquish our projected tour through the southern states. Mr. Elwell, a few days since, received a letter which will compel him to return to New York, to complete some unexpected business arrangements. We shall probably leave Charleston in a couple of weeks. Amy's health is almost entirely restored, but she is constitutionally feeble, and a breath disturbs the delicate fine organization of his system. A most lovable being is this Amy Elwell. She has what one might call an agreeable presence. There is a quiet goodness about her, a depth in her very stillness, a nobleness and purity of purpose which pervades every act of her life. Her goodness seems to be innate and hereditary, and she has few or no evil passions against which she is forced to struggle. Yet faultless is her character, and endearing in her manners as she is, I cannot entertain for her the ardent love which I bear Evelyn and Ellen. It would seem as though their very failings made them dear. I can only account for this strange fact by supposing that my imperfect nature permits me to have more sympathy with those who err. Evelyn no longer writes to me, although I receive a letter from Ellen every few weeks. They are both well, and, as far as I can ascertain, happy. Amy and I met with a singular adventure yesterday, which, though it cannot amuse, must interest you. At an early hour in the morning, we left our hotel to take a promenade and acquaint ourselves with the city. We had walked some distance and were near the outskirts of the town, when we encountered a troop of men and boys, many of them colored, laughing and shouting as they advanced towards us. We could not at first perceive the object of their merriment, but as they drew nearer, we beheld in the midst of them a young girl, who was wildly tossing about in her arms, shaking her clenched fist, first at one, then at the another of the crowd. In stature she was considerably below the usual height, but her form was most symmetrically portioned. Her dress was disordered, her dark hair floated about her face and half-bare shoulders. Her large eyes started wildly about, and Amy and I, at a single glance, concluded that she was deranged. The instant her eyes rested upon us, she rushed towards Amy, and rudely seized her arm. Amy turned pale, but did not struggle. The girl retained her hold, gazed in Amy's face, and then shrieked out, "You are a woman, and your lot must be suffering, wrong, ruin, woe, despair. You are a woman, and you must be spurned, hated, forsaken. You are a woman, and you only can pity." Amy remained motionless, but the unfortunate creature no longer grasped her arm. She was standing quietly before her, and earnestly and abstractedly scanning her features. The crowd appeared awestruck, for not a murmur was heard. At length the girl heaved a deep sigh, and pressing her hand to her bosom, exclaimed in a milder and sorrowful tone, "No, no, the fire that rages here cannot burn in your breast. It cannot scorch you as it consumes me. No, no, you are too calm, too pure. You are not like me." She turned from us and darted away. The crowd, by which she had been before pursued, instantly followed her. I observed an old man, who was more deliberately taking the same road as the others, and, walking up to him, inquired, "Can you tell me who she is, and where she lives?" "Well, I don't exactly know," was his reply. "I believe her father lives in that old house where you see her going in. I reckon she's crazy, and I shouldn't wonder if she was no better than she should be." Amy and I, both involuntarily and in silence, took our way to the dilapidated dwelling, which the old man had pointed out. The girls had disappeared into the house. Several of the foremost men followed her, but quickly returned again with horror depicted upon their countenances. Amy and I passed through the midst of the crowd, walked uninterruptedly into the house, and opened the first door to which we came. The room was devoid of furniture, except an empty bedstead, the floor uncarpeted and even unsanded. At the furthest end of the apartment, 2 chairs supported a rough coffin. Beside that coffin knelt the young girl. With noiseless steps, but throbbing hearts, we approached her. The coffin contained the corpse of an old man wrapped in a coarse shroud. The pale cheek of the girl was pressed against the ghastlier one of the corpse, and her dark tresses mingled with the thin blanched locks that waved about the old man's brow. His glossy, half-open eyes seemed to look sorrowfully into ours. There were tears upon his cold cheeks. They were the tears of the hopeless mourner. The kneeling girl caught his lifeless hand within her own, and stretched her arm towards heaven, murmured in frantic accents, "Speak, speak one word, Father, and curse him with me. Speak, and pray God to curse your child's destroyer and your murderer." In her excitement she dropped the lifeless arm, and it fell with a dull, heavy sound back into the coffin. That sound seemed to arouse her. She started up, shrieking, "He cannot speak! He does not hear me! He is dead, 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 quite dead!" Again she knelt, with her clasped hands and supplicating eyes raised to heaven. "Father," she cried, "hear the vow uttered beside thy senseless corpse. I will devote my life to vengeance. I will haunt the fiend who has robbed us both. I will pursue him to the tomb and beyond, if there be a beyond. He shall be more miserable even than he has rendered us. O God, as thou art merciful, thou art just, grant me one prayer. Make me the instrument of thy sure vengeance." Her head sank again upon her father's bosom, and it would have wrung your heart to heard her sobs. I ventured to approach and lightly touch her shoulder. She sprang to her feet and shrieked out, "No, no! I tell you I am not mad. I wish I were. I cannot forget my griefs in madness. I am too wretched to be mad." She spoke truly, for her frenzy was the frenzy of grief, and her reason was not impaired. "Of what illness did your father die?" questioned I, at a loss what to say. "Of a canker in the heart, of the gnawing serpent's tooth of an ungrateful child. I killed him." "Pray be calm," returned I. "We desire to be your friends." She repeated the word friends and laughed scornfully. Then with increased violence said, "I have had a friend before now, a brave friend. I will seek him out, that he may be forced to remember his old friendship. Will you be such a friend as he was? If you will permit us, we will be your true friends." The poor girl looked at us, shook her head mournfully, and replied, "You do not know me. You do not know what I am. You pity me. I am unworthy even of your pity." "That cannot be," said Amy, now for the first time addressing her. "You have apparently no home. Will you not come with us and share ours?" "I cannot leave him," replied the girl, pointing to the corpse. "But tomorrow he must be taken from you," said Amy. At these words the poor mourner grew frantic again. "They shall not," she cried. "Who shall dare to touch him? They shall break my arms before they unclasp them from about him. I have been parted from him once. I came back to see him die, but I will never leave him again. They shall bury me with him." We spent some time in attempting to persuade her to accompany us home. At first she replied in the wild manner which I have already described. Then, exhausted by the violence of her emotions, she sank again upon her knees beside the corpse. and only answered our entreaties by a vacant stare, an even more expressionless smile. I suggested to Amy that we could do nothing further until the mistress of the house could be found, and Amy, overcoming her usual timidity, instantly went in search of her. Amy's absence appeared to me, in my present excited state, so protracted that I was on the point of seeking her when she made her appearance. She was accompanied by a fat old woman with a round doe-like face, the expression of which might have bespoken considerable asperity of character, if that were consistent with such a superabundant quantity of embonpoint. We could not converse with perfect freedom before the young girl. I therefore beckoned to the woman to follow me into the entry. "Are you well acquainted with that young girl?" inquired I, after closing the door. "Not particularly, nor I don't want much acquaintance with the like of her," was the tart answer. "Her father boarded with you, did he not?" "Yes." "Can you give me any information concerning him?" Observing that the woman looked indisposed to submit to this cross-questioning, I added, "You will very much oblige me if you can, and you will not yourself be a loser." The probable prospect of a gain unloosed her tongue. "I'll tell you all I know about him, and very willingly," she began. "He was an old Frenchman, I believe, and came to live with me about a year ago. He never worked at any trade I know of, and seemed to be as poor as a rat, but he paid his board regular. He was very silent and sad, and sometimes sat the whole day in his own room without even stirring. Nobody knew what he was about. His health failed him from the first, I think, and got worse every day. About a month ago he took to his bed, and I saw right off that he wasn't long for this world, and he said himself that his time was come. Just a week before he died, one day I heard a great noise in his room, and went in to see what was the matter. And who should I find standing beside his bed but the girl inside there? She was screaming and crying and taking on at a great rate. But the old man was lying so quiet in his bed, and looked so pale, that I thought he was dead. But the life was in him yet, for he opened his eyes, but never spoke a word. From that day to this, the girl has never left him for a whole hour. She said she was his daughter, but I never saw her before. I reckon it's a little out of her right mind she was, for she don't seem to eat or to sleep, and she's always muttering and talking to herself. I never heard the old man say much from the day that she came to nurse him. I believe that he died in the night, for yesterday morning I found her lying on the bed beside him, with her arms about his neck, and he as cold as a stone. My husband carried her out of the room and locked her up while we laid the old man in his coffin, as decent as might be, and then we were obliged to let her see him again, for her shrieks frightened all the neighbors. Sometimes she runs through the streets, tearing about like a mad woman, and threatening everybody she meets. Then she comes back here and cries and talks as though anybody would understand her." "Who pays the expenses of the funeral?" I asked. The woman colored and stammered out, Why, you see, the old Frenchman had 1 or 2 chairs and some old clothes not worth $1 and a few odd things, and my husband, he sold them to get money for the funeral." "And when is he to be buried?" "This afternoon." "And what is to become of the daughter?" "If she can pay her board, she's welcome to stay, and if she can't, she must go about her business." "Do you think that she has any means of paying?" "I shouldn't wonder if she hadn't, and she don't seem to have the wit to look after herself." "What are we to do?" I said, turning to Amy, for I was quite perplexed. "We must take her home with us as soon as her father is buried, And if she has no friends, we can take her back to New York. My father will be very willing to pay all her expenses for the sake of gratifying me." "Of that I am certain," replied I. "We will take her to New York, and if she can find work at any trade, I will find her employment. If not, perhaps you can engage her as a femme de chambre." "But we already have a very excellent girl with whom mother would be unwilling to part." "Then I myself must appropriate her until such a time as I can procure her other employment." I told the woman that we were interested in the girl and would take her home with us after the funeral. We then took our leave, promising to return in the afternoon, and assuring the woman that we would compensate her well if she kept an eye upon the girl and saw that she did no violence to herself. We left without again entering the room. In the afternoon we returned in a carriage. The hearse, a most forlorn and dilapidated-looking affair, was already standing at the door. We entered and found two men in the act of screwing the lid over the coffin. The young girl was vehemently struggling in the arms of a third. I spare you a recital of the frightful scene which ensued. It was too terrible, too harrowing, and the very recollection of it freezes the blood in my veins. At the last, the coffin was borne from the room, and the dismal hearse soon rolled from the door, unfollowed by a single mourner. In half an hour more, the desolate creature was seated by my side in the carriage. Mr. and Mrs. Elwell, who may be numbered amongst the most kind-hearted people in creation, anxiously awaited us at the hotel. When we arrived, our companion followed us unresistingly, and without seeming to notice what was taking place around her. Mrs. Elwell administered a cordial to her, and she was undressed and laid in a comfortable bed. Amy insisted on sleeping in the same room. She told me this morning that she did not believe the wretched girl slumbered 1 hour through the night, although she laid perfectly quiet, but with her eyes wide open. This morning she no longer weeps, but her quietude is that of despair. She scarcely eats, and never speaks, except when questioned. Her face and lips are perfectly bloodless, and her large black eyes wander anxiously about in search of some object never found. Amy summons me, and I must bid you adieu. Afternoon. I found Amy trying to pacify our unfortunate charge, who was seized with a fresh paroxysm of grief, and could scarcely be prevented from rushing out of the house. I sat down beside her, and she soon grew quiet again. I thought this a favorable moment for conversation, and asked, "Have you any friends in Charleston?" She shook her head in answer. "Would you like to accompany us to the north?" She looked up and exclaimed, "To the north? Yes, yes, I will go. It is there I want to go." "We are going to New York," I continued. "Will you accompany us?" "Willingly, gladly. It is there I wish to go." "Have you friends there?" To this question she did not reply, but her eyes grew strangely fierce, and her face, which had been flushed by excitement, regained its former pallor. "Have you been accustomed to work with your needle?" inquired I. "No." "Did you ever live at service?" "No." "You are very young. You cannot be more than 18. "No." And your father was able to maintain you?" She caught my hand convulsively in her own. "Do not speak of him. Never, never mention his name, or you will set me mad again. I will do anything you please. I will serve you, work for you, but do not mention my... The word father could find no utterance. "One more question I must ask you," returned I. "You will tell me your name?" Call me by what name you please. Give me a name. But let me forget the one I have." "We will call you Blanche," said Amy. "It is a French name, and would therefore suit you. Do you like it?" The girl bowed her head, and this was sufficient answer. She appeared uneasy and ill, and thought it best not to continue our conversation. We left her to regain her composure, hoping that the hour would come when her peace of mind might be entirely restored. She has been unfortunate, perhaps guilty, but to discard her would be to force her to the commission of further crime. How many plunge into a vortex of vice from which they would willingly but cannot withdraw, because every woe a tear may claim, except an erring sister's shame. October 5th. Mr. Elwell has announced to us that we are to sail for New York in the packet which leaves day after tomorrow. We are all so busy making the necessary arrangements that I can write to you but a few lines. My next letter, if Heaven permits us to accomplish our journey in safety, will be dated from New York. Blanche continues very calm but silent, sorrowful, and smileless. I cannot help longing to become acquainted with her history, but time will disclose all that it is good for us to know. End of chapter 18. Volume 1, Chapter 19 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 19. Time to the yielding mind his change imparts. He varies notions, he alters hearts. Crabbe. From the Same to the Same. New York, October 19th. Once more I find myself in my quiet little chamber at Pleaser's. It has not been inhabited since I left. Every dear, familiar article of furniture seems to have a tongue to welcome me back. I look about me, and the place is peopled with phantom-like recollections. Truly life is but a dream, and death is the hour of our awakening from fantastic slumber. We arrived a day before yesterday, after an 11 days' voyage. As we stepped on shore, a crowd of little newsboys thronged about the passengers. I was hardly certain that land was beneath my feet before a book was thrust in my face, and a shrill voice sang out, "New publication, translation from the French, just out." The title of the book caught my eye, and to my delight I found it to be Ellen's Tale. While I was hurriedly extracting a shilling from my purse to pay for the book, a voice beside me exclaimed in a tone of surprise, "You don't say so! Why, it's you, isn't you? So you don't know me. You never did know much. That's a green one." I looked around and beheld Billy's saucy, rosy face peering into mine. It was no wonder that I hardly knew him. The neat, dark-colored blouse which he wore to protect his clothes, the waterproof cap on his head, and the large, carefully bound cover of leather in which his books were wrapped, were not at all suited to the ragged urchin with a swollen eye and bruised face who answered in my recollection to the name of Billy. "Why, Billy," said I, after the first look of wonder, "why, I hardly know you. When have you seen Miss Ellen, and how are you all?" "First rate," answered Billy, in a rather boisterous tone. "All first rate. Miss Ellen's as good as pumpkin pie. Mother gets along bravely with her washing, and she's got 2 or 3 boarders. Netta can read and write and sew, and Bubby's picking up, father's getting better, and Granny's dead. So we're all thriving. And how is Mark the Smasher? Asked I, jestingly. The boy took it for granted that I must feel a real interest in Mark, and answered, Mark's well. Big bug as ever. Mark's doing a great business. I intend to be a smasher myself one of these days. As he uttered these last words, he doubled up his fist for a moment and threw himself into a boxing position. I laughed and said, This book, Billy, how does it sell? Goes off like hotcakes. Can't get enough of 'em. Before I could ask any more questions, an old man, who seemed inclined to buy, attracted his attention, and he darted towards this person lustily, making way for himself by pushing sideways through the crowd. We entered a carriage, and in half an hour Blanche and I were at Fleecer's door. We parted with our kind friends, Mr. and Mrs. Elwell and Amy, on the dock. Blanche has been very ill throughout the voyage, and has gradually wasted away, but she is uncomplaining and as silent as ever. Fleecer received me at the door, eyed my little Creole waiting-maid, as he called her, escorted me to my room, and then showed me a small closet, with a window opening in the entry, which was appropriated to Blanche. As we were ascending the stairs, the first person whom I encountered was Laura Hilson. She stopped and affected great delight on seeing me, but this pretended pleasure was not reciprocated. I could not forbear in inquiring after my friends the Willards and Merritts. They are all well, replied Laura. Evelyn looks as beautiful as ever, and is a great belle. I see her every day. So does the Colonel, for he is still a reigning favourite. This last sentence was uttered in a malicious tone, and though in all probability a mere jest, it still troubled me. I turned away, hastily mounted the stairs, and as soon as I could dismiss Fleecer, who seemed inclined to remain and talk, commenced changing my travelling dress. I was more anxious than ever to see Evelyn and Ellen, and made up my mind to pay a visit to Union Place forthwith. My toilette was soon completed. I was rather unwilling to leave Blanche, for at times her mind appears to wander, but she now seemed so calm and so completely absorbed in unpacking and arranging my clothes that I thought I could absent myself with safety. Before I had been in the city 3/4 of an hour, I found myself in one of the Broadway omnibuses on my way to Union Place. I arrived at Mr. Merritt's, and was admitted by the grinning mulatto waiter, who recognized me. The other ladies were not at home, he said, but I would find Mrs. Merritt in the drawing-room. He opened the door of the front parlour for me, and I entered. No person was visible. I was about to cross the room and ring the bell, when my ear caught the sound of a low, rich voice, proceeding from the back parlour, and reading in an impassioned tone the following passage from Byron's Sardanapalus. Let me deem that some unknown influence, some sweet oracle, communicates between us, though unseen in absence, and attracts us to each other. I did not immediately recognize the voice, but it was not Evelyn's, nor did it proceed from feminine lips. My fears whispered to whom that musical tone belonged, but my hopes denied the suggestion. As soon as I could gather courage, I advanced towards the folding doors, which were open. My footsteps were unheard. I beheld Evelyn sitting upon the sofa, with her cheek leaning upon her hand, and her exuberant hair falling in such thick clusters about her shoulders that her face was almost entirely concealed. Her eyes were cast down, and even through the shading ringlets I could discern the bright flush that crimsoned her cheeks. Upon an ottoman beside her sat Colonel Damerow, with a volume of Byron's poems in his hand. Ever and anon, as he read, he glanced at Evelyn, but her eyes remained fixed upon the floor. When he finished the passage which I have quoted, he paused, slowly closed the book, and very gently laid his hand upon the one of Evelyn's, which was lying on the arm of the sofa. She started slightly, and, raising her eyes, they encountered, not Colonel Damerow's, but mine. She sprang up with a terrified scream, and gazed at me as though she beheld an apparition. Colonel Damerow also rose. For a moment not one of us moved. We all seemed petrified. I was the first one to break the spell and advanced towards Evelyn. The instant I approached, she threw herself into my arms, exclaiming, "Oh, I thought it was your spirit come to rebuke me." Before I could reply, except by returning her embrace, Colonel Damerow perfectly regained his self-possession. Addressing me in his earnest and melodious voice, he expressed great delight at my return, railed, but very playfully, at Evelyn's nervousness, and conversed for us until we were both able to speak. I made some sort of unmeaning reply to his courteous salutation, and then turned to Evelyn and asked after her husband, her mother, and sister. "They are all well, but they are not home," answered Evelyn in a voice still tremulous from agitation. "And the little cherub?" Evelyn's face instantly brightened, and she replied, "Lilla. Do you know that we call her Lilla because she is so like a lily bud, a very frond lily? You shall see her." She ran out of the room and quickly returned with the child in her arms, a beautiful but delicate-looking infant of 6 months. The babe did indeed resemble a lily, for its skin was white as a snowdrift and of the finest texture. Its eyes were of that clear celestial blue which we never see except in the innocent eyes of infants, and its hair, which just began to curl in short silken rings about its broad brow, was of a golden flaxen color. There was something almost unearthly in its loveliness, an angelic expression in its soft eyes and about its sweet lips, which made the heart thrill and forced us to remember that we are not of this world alone. Evelyn tried to place the lovely creature on my lap, but it twined its arms about the young mother's neck, and shyly hid its smiling face in her bosom. While I was conversing with Evelyn, Colonel Damerow attracted the babe's attention by his glittering chain and watch, and finally lured it into his arms. As he tenderly bent to kiss the infant's forehead, my ears, which were always quick, caught the sounds of words which were doubtless intended for Evelyn alone. He murmured in a very low and touching voice, "When I first saw thy favourite child, methought my jealous heart would break. But the unconscious infant smiled, I kissed it for the mother's sake." I knew that Evelyn heard these whispered lines, for her varying countenance ever betrays her emotions. I was beginning to feel uncomfortable when the bell rang, and a moment afterwards Mrs. Willard and Ellen entered. They greeted me with hearty warmth. Ellen's cheek was wet with tears of joy as it touched mine. Those tears enhanced me to the values of my existence. "We have missed you so much," said Mrs. Willard. "I have not found a substitute whom could fill your place as counselor, assistant, and friendly sympathizer. The fact is, Kate, you are a most convenient friend, and you always delight in being a convenience which other people hate. Without vanity, I may say that Mrs. Willard spoke truly. I will not pretend to relate to you the conversation which ensued. We all talked loudly, and sometimes all of us together, relating adventures, asking and answering questions, and last not least admiring the lovely infant which Evelyn still held. Mrs. Willard appears to be as fond of the child as if it were her own. It sleeps with her at night, for she would not permit Evelyn's rest to be disturbed by its presence, and is the grandmother who performs the larger portion of the mother's offices. The child is the idol of the whole house. Mrs. Willard told me that even Mr. Merritt so far forgot his dignity as to creep about on the floor in playing with the darling infant, and that he was never so proud and so happy as when dancing his little daughter on his knee. My stay was short, for I felt anxious about Blanche. In spite of the earnest entreaties of Evelyn and Ellen and their mother, who wished me to remain, I persisted in returning home before dinner. Nor was Colonel Dameron's persuasive voice wholly silent. He begged that I would yield to the wishes of my friends, but his petition was also unsuccessful. "I will go with you," said Ellen, tying on her bonnet, which she had thrown upon the sofa. "And if Miss Bolton will permit me, I will escort her," said Colonel Dameron courteously. My permission I would willingly have withheld, for I desired to converse with Ellen unrestrainedly, but politeness shut the door upon inclination. Colonel Dameron walked between Ellen and myself, and soon made himself so agreeable that I forgot my disappointment. His manners are so insinuating that it is almost impossible to mistrust or think ill of him, yet you dread the charm even while its spell-like fascination is binding your reason. We had almost reached Fleecer's when we unexpectedly encountered Mr. Willard. His appearance was so much improved, he looked so much livelier, in so much better health, that I hardly recognized him. "Miss Bolton," he cried, extending both hands to me, "is that you? How charmingly you are looking!" Have you never remarked that the appearance which outward objects wear varies with the state of our mind, and that the change is generally in ourselves, though we think we behold it in others? Mr. Willard reminded me of Crabbe's lines. It is the soul that sees. The outward eyes present the object, but the mind decries, and thence delight, disgust, or cool indifference rise. When minds are joyful, then we look around, and what is seen is all on fairy ground. Again they sicken, and on every view cast their own dull and melancholy hue. To my great surprise, Mr. Willard insisted upon my taking his arm, and turned back to accompany me home. I asked him upon his improved appearance, and he answered, "Why, I think sometimes that I have recovered my health by some miracle. I never enjoyed life before. Miss Catherine, you don't know what it is to have such a daughter as my Ellen. Indeed, I'm sure you don't." I could hardly repress a smile at the earnestness with which he persuaded me of this self-evident fact. "Ellen and I are cronies, actual cronies," he continued. "Of a fine afternoon we sometimes take a trip to Hoboken together, and walk through the Elysian fields. Sometimes we take the stage, and ride to the Narrows, and sometimes we spend the day fishing. You can't think of how fond Ellen is of those little excursions in the country, and she is always planning some amusement for me. It is worth getting up in the morning to hear her read for a half an hour before breakfast. Then she takes me round amongst her poor folks, and they know me almost as well as they know her. We've had pleasant times together since you saw us." Mr. Willard was quite out of breath and obliged to pause. I had never heard him speak so much at a time before. My surprise would have kept me silent had he continued, but we were already in front of Fleecer's door. Mr. Willard and Colonel Damerow bade us good morning. Ellen entered with me, but I detained her for a few moments in the hall before we ascended to my room. I wished to propose her to see Blanche, and related that unfortunate being's history as far it was known to me. Ellen listened with sympathizing attention, and answered that she hoped it would be in her power to be of some service. "How are all your good people?" inquired I, adding, "I have seen Billy, and he was selling your book." "Was he?" answered Ellen. "I was not aware that it had appeared. I am sure you hardly knew Billy. He is so altered. I had great difficulty in effecting any change in his character or manners, but he has now become so attached to me that in my presence he is becoming perfectly docile. I instruct him for an hour every Sunday morning, and often succeed in persuading him to go to church instead of playing about in the streets. Netta and the mother, but there is no need of recounting how much trouble they have given me. The father appeared to be an incorrigible drunkard, but 2 weeks ago the labors of 6 months were rewarded, and I succeeded in making him sign the temperance pledge. At first the rejection was dreadful. He was melancholy and the most miserable, and seemed most inclined to commit suicide. I did what I could to ameliorate his condition, and his restoration now seems complete." I looked at Ellen with inexpressible pleasure while she was uttering these words, but she needed not my praise. Her heart's approval was sufficient reward. I passed on, and she followed me to my chamber. On opening the door, I was surprised to behold the room in almost greater confusion than I had left it some hours before. Open trunks, and their contents half emptied upon the floor, band-boxes, carpet-bags, and travelling clothes were lying about in the most inelegant disorder. Blanche was sitting at the window, with her forehead leaning against the pane, and her eyes intently fixed upon the street. She did not notice our entrance. I pronounced her name, and she turned slowly round as though to receive my commands. Her face wore its usual troubled expression, and her eyes looked red and wearied. They had been strained and watching. "Were you watching for me?" I inquired. "No," she replied in an almost inaudible tone, and her eyes bent upon the ground. "Were you seeking anybody else?" She looked at me and then glanced again at the window, but did not answer. I am now quite convinced that at times her mind wanders. Ellen and I instantly busied ourselves in arranging the room, and Blanche, unbidden, took part in our labours. I remarked that she seemed fatigued, and begged her to go to her own chamber and lie down. She invariably amazed me with almost childlike submission, and instantly glided out of the apartment. "How young, how beautiful, how interesting she is!" exclaimed Ellen, as the door closed upon Blanche. "But she is certainly deranged. Her eyes look so sad, and yet so wild." I would not permit myself to be persuaded of her positive insanity, and tried to convince Ellen that sorrow and madness were twin sisters. Ellen dined with me that day. Shall I confess that my eyes involuntarily wandered around the room in search of a face which they did not discover? There were several empty chairs by the table, but they were filled before dinner was ended, filled by strangers. I could not command my voice to ask after an absent friend. I have been here 2 days, and have not seen him. Neither have I made a single inquiry. Evening. Dearest Elizabeth, my hand trembles as I write, and I can hardly frame language for my thoughts. I was stealing through the dimly lighted entry to my chamber this evening, when I was suddenly accosted. "Miss Catherine, Kate," said a voice beside me, a voice husky with joyful emotion. I looked up and beheld Mr. Elton. He had just returned from a short excursion in the country. Thrown off my guard by surprise and joy, I incautiously exclaimed, "Oh, I am so delighted to see you. I was afraid that you had left the house." I had hardly spoken these words before I repented them, for their effect was visible upon Mr. Elton's countenance. "Permit me to say a few words to you," said he in an earnest voice. "Excuse me for now," I replied as calmly as possible. "It is too late for me to return to the parlour." "Then, for once, admit me into your boudoir. Do not refuse this trivial request. My peace of mind depends upon you granting it." "I regret that I am forced to refuse you," I replied. "But I can take no refusal. You must listen to me this once." "Ah, have you forgotten the past?" he whispered. "Those happy days, the only bright ones of my life." My heart mutely answered that I remembered them but too well. "Are you not satisfied by my repentance? Can you not pardon the one fault which I have expiated by so many years of misery?" "I have pardoned it," I answered, but I fear that my words were scarcely audible. "Then why can we not banish all unpleasant recollections and be what we have been?" "Because we are neither of us fitted to be more than we are to each other." "Catherine," he began, "do not deceive yourself. Ask your heart why you now tremble. If I have still the power of any emotion in your breast, I cannot be wholly an object of indifference to you." I was trying to frame an answer, perhaps one which would preclude all hope, perhaps one, but I do not know myself what I was about to say, when my room door opened, and Blanche steadily passed out with a candle in her hand. I was in hopes that as we stood at the further end of the entry she would not perceive us. With slow steps she approached, and was about to descend the stairs, when a slight movement of Mr. Elton's attracted her attention. She looked up, started back, and gazed an instant in his face, then rushed towards him with a loud shriek, uttered his name, and fell fainting at his feet. Judge my surprise, my terror, my horror. Mr. Elton raised her in his arms, bore her to my room, to which I mechanically led the way, and laid her upon the sofa. I had hardly strength to dash water in her face or chafe her hands, and Mr. Elton, whispering something about sending me proper assistance, retired. In a few moments Blanche revived. She opened her eyes, looked fearfully about her, took my hand, and placing it upon her now burning head, said, "I am mad, am I not?" I bent over her, and my tears fell upon her face, for, strange as it may seem, the horrible thought, which must now be always connected with her image, made her dearer to me than ever. She wiped away the tears as though they had been her own, and asked, "Have I seen anybody? Did I dream? My head is frightfully confused. How dreadful it is to be so bewildered." "You must go to bed and sleep," I replied. She instantly rose, and I supported her to her chamber. I remained by her side until she sank into a quiet sleep. With how troubled a heart did I then return to my room to pen you these hasty lines! You well know how great was my grief when my confidence in Mr. Elton was first shaken. But now, in what darker light must I regard him? End of chapter 19.